very special event, and we're super happy to bring it to you. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and for this initial stage, I am joined by none other than Ely Cassis. Ely, it's great to see you. Welcome to the broadcast.
That's great to be here, Marshall. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, this is going to be super fun. And I got to say, Ely, we're going to kick things off with the good stuff today. We get to cover a vintage cube for stakes. That doesn't happen very often. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. As you can see, our tournament is broken up into two broad strokes halves. The first one is a vintage cube draft plus 3 rounds of vintage cube. And that will be followed up by 3 more rounds of modern. But the interesting thing is that the tournament is kind of split into 2 halves. We've actually got 8 competitors for this event. They're all going to play in the vintage cube until we get to a 3-0. That player will qualify for the grand finals. Then we're going to play the 3 rounds of modern in a similar format where one player will emerge with a 3-0 record from that modern round. That player will also be in the grand final in the unlikely scenario that it's actually the same player, but it totally can be. If somebody's up on vintage cube and modern, then that player would automatically take down the whole tournament and the prizes associated with it. Let's take a look at how you qualify for this event, because I know at home you got to be thinking like, this thing seems sweet. Ely, how do people qualify for this?
Playing Magic Online. But
yes.
The way that they do that is they have showcase qualifiers, and that distributes 4 slots into this event. And then there are showcase opens where there are only 2 slots. And then finally, the Mox leaderboard. You finish the highest cumulative finishes across many tournaments, and there are 2 slots for that. So if you finish first or second in the leaderboard, you also get in.
And you can see there's a QR code there if you'd like to learn more about how to qualify. These things are tough. You know, there's only 8 slots available for our players, and they are playing for big prizes. Take a look at how things break down prize-wise. So here's how it works. Take a look at the top line, limited. That's going to be our vintage cube. Just for showing up, you get $500. You sit down at your seat and you got yourself $500. If you pick up a win, you'll get $1,000. So now you've got $1,500. It's cumulative like that. And then a second win in the round will give you $2,000. And if you are the player to get the 3-0, there's only one that will emerge like that, you will add an additional $4,000 to your prize pool. And you see that right there? You get an invitation to the World Championship in this year. So that is absolutely crazy. And then if you win the whole thing, you get an additional $4,000. Now, the cool part is, though, as we go down to constructed, same thing again. And it's all cumulative. So, you know, even if you're not the player who makes it into the finals, you know, maybe you get 1 or 2 wins in limited, and then you get another win down in constructed. You can see that adds up pretty quickly. You get to 2 wins in limited, and you're sitting at $3,500. Then you get $500 just for sitting down at constructed. You're already at $4,000 for the day, and you know you're looking to add up to another 7, maybe even 11 grand on top of that if you can make it into the championship round. So big prizes. And Ely, one of the cool things about the Mox in this format is that every round has like a actual strict dollar amount associated to it, where, you know, when we're out at the Pro Tour, it's like, well, this will put you in a better position for a stronger finish. But, you know, for us in the booth, it can be a little bit difficult to convey how important a given round is. Here, it's easy. They made it easy on us, Ely. We just say, look at how much money they can win.
You know, they've done that actually for a couple Pro Tours in the past, but I feel like I'm telling one of those old man stories where I say, back in my day.
Was that the skins version? Is that what they called it?
Oh, I forgot what they called it, but I just know that every round had a dollar amount, and so
I think that's what they called it.
Play more.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And, but it's been a while, let's just say, since they've done it that way. But yeah, so for us today, really easy. We just get to call it out. And again, big money prize jumps at the minimum every round that we're going to be seeing. So the players are going to be feeling it. You know, you don't get that kind of ease into it round where you're like, well, you know, it's early and anything could still happen. It's like, no, this thing kicks off straight away and the money's going to be flowing quickly. Let's take a look at the players who managed to qualify for the event overall. Again, we've got 8 players in total for season 1 here. And as you can see, we've got a nicely stacked field of Magic Online grinders as well, Ely.
Oh yeah, and a lot of them are representing their respective countries. We see an absence of the USA in this event, unfortunately. But
did you notice that too? I noticed that as well.
We'll be back. We got this.
Yeah.
We have a couple
I mean, it's kind of cool though, Ely, because it does show what an international game not only Magic is, but Magic Online is.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like a lot of the online grinders too, they get to benefit from the fact that this is accessible from the region. Might be harder to attend some events as there's a lot of world travel required, but this one's right from home. So people can play top level for big dollars from home. And even this event, first or second place, qualifies you for the World Championships, which is nothing to balk at.
Totally. So great field and hopefully a lot of exciting action for us. Let's take a look at we're going to be taking a look at our featured drafter here because we do have to start somewhere. And again, the players are going to be sitting down for a vintage cube draft, and you can look at Soichi Kahara here, and he's going to be we're going to be following him along for his entire vintage cube draft. It's like Kahara's from Japan, second time qualifying for the Mox. And lost against Telku, who's also in the field, by the way, in the standard showcase qualifier. So maybe out for a little vengeance. Although I will say, that's not a big number there, Ely. 180 vintage cube matches. The win rate's respectable, but the number of matches played is not that high. I'm curious. I wonder if a lot of the players in the field either kind of focused on modern or focused on limited / vintage cube.
Yeah, I expect when people qualify for this event, they then try to get a lot more in. So this number was maybe half that. And then they saw that they were in the event and they're like, all right, I got to jam a bunch and get my numbers up. Not for displaying on the feed, but for having the actual reps so that they'd have a good chance in this event. Surprisingly, Cube Draft is one of the hardest, most competitive formats. We have a whole Discord server full of just ringers who are, ready to play at really high levels, and it's extremely competitive. Some people come on thinking I've got the chops, and then they just 0-3 a couple drafts in a row, and it can be very defeating. But until you get your sea legs in, then you really start performing and figuring out what to do in this format.
That's right. Vintage Cube is a very deep pool of cards, and we're going to get a chance to watch it now. Let's watch Kahara and see if he can maybe pick up some power. Of course, this is the powered Vintage Cube, so there are the chance to get a Power 9 card, a Mox, a Black Lotus, something like that. And we see Pack One Pick One here for Kahara. Anything standing out to you early here? This is a fairly mediocre pack, it looks like.
Oh yeah, downright terrible pack. So generally speaking, when I think of a cube draft, I really want to open a piece of power. You're not always so lucky, unfortunately. So what I focus on is how can I start building the base of what I want to do? And Ancient Tomb is exactly what I'd be taking here too. Fast mana.
It's the highest ceiling card, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. High ceiling cards are fantastic to have here. And nothing in this pack other than the mana is anything that would actually go into a tier 1 deck. And you certainly want your first pick to build towards a tier 1 deck.
Yeah, the only two cards that caught my eye were Creeping Tar Pit and Ancient Tomb. And that means you did not open a great pack. Brainstorm's decent, but you really do need the fetch lands to go with it in the cube, and those don't always come around. So Ancient Tomb, Pack One Pick One here for Kahara. Let's see if things can improve a little. All right, already they did. I see a Minskin Boo right off the top there. Oh, and so did he.
Oh yeah, that's one of the top tier picks in Vintage Cube Draft. This card it wins so fast that its power level is just so high that it's really just hard to pass. Even if you're not in red-green, you almost think to myself, how do I cut this card to make sure I don't have to face this card? It's that good. The only other
it really is.
Notables here are Marsh Flats, and then kind of Natural Order if you're trying to go for this combo-y type of big green deck, but that leads you into a path a lot of players in these events avoid. A lot of players don't like green and they think it's the worst color in Cube Draft. But Minskin Boo having green in it is okay because it's still splashable.
That's right. Yeah, I like Memory Lapse quite a bit, as a blue drafter. And Mishra's Bauble overperforms, relative to if you just read the card, you're like, but it actually fits into quite a few different decks in the cube. But yeah, Minsk and Boo, not close, as they say in the business. So Kahara agrees, immediately highlights it. And we're going to start off with Ancient Tomb into Minsk and Boo. Let's see what we've got next here. This is another kind of medium pack. Yeah, these have been breaking a little bit rough here for Kahara. What do you like out of this one?
This is definitely a rough seed. I don't envy Kahara, but I like Gitaxian Probe. It's a totally fine card to have, and it goes into every deck. So that's probably what I would be taking here. I value Triomes not as highly as a lot of other players do, but I could see the value in taking that too to splash Minsk if you really don't want to be Gruul, which a lot of people don't want to be Gruul in Vintage Cube. Culminating is a very powerful card. It just doesn't fit our picks already, but that's okay. We're only in pick 3. So I think I'd like to either be taking Gitaxian Probe or Culminating, but Probe would be my pick here. And I think Triome is a totally serviceable pick. It fits into the theme of what we've already drafted, but I'm one of those players who's ready to abandon my early picks in favor of drafting what I feel like my signaling is telling me to do.
Right, totally. But it looks like Kahara wants to try to lock in this Minsk and Boo early. We may have a green drafter on our hands here, Ely. Kahara has selected Elvish Mystic, not taken it yet, but highlighted it. And perhaps I see Kahara kind of going back and forth between cards. And my read on the situation is this is him saying, I'm going to take the Elvish Mystic, but maybe I'll wield the Asika's Chariot, which is the other card that he's been highlighting here.
That, or they're also saying, man, I'm drafting something that maybe I don't want to be drafting. Can I possibly pivot? But I think I'm already too deep. And so I kind of just have to play my seat. Yeah,
it's tough because in earlier versions of Vintage Cube, in years past, there were versions where these Elvish Mystic decks were actually quite strong. But it's been a while. I'm kind of on the same train that you were talking about with, green not really being the best at this point. By the way, you can take a look at the seat order on your right, and then down at the bottom, you can see what Kahara's neighbors are doing, both to the left and right of him. Takua, oh no, also in green with Ancestral Recall down there and a bunch of green cards. And then on the other side, red. Wow, green-red actually. Oh my goodness, it looks like Brandis is looking to try to pick up perhaps the lands deck with Fast Bond and Titania there. In the meantime, wow.
Yeah, this
Othari Sun's Glory here is going to be the pick. This is not a great start here for Kahara.
This might be a tricky one. It's interesting what we see here is the 2 big green threats that you can natural order for. So I'd be curious to see if anybody picks up on that signaling coming around.
I think somebody might pick up on that signaling, yeah.
We might have it right here. They're hoping natural order will wheel, which it often does.
Yeah, Kahara has also, looking at Territorial Kavu, but that cannot be the pick here, right? I mean, I get it that it would fit the deck a little better as it sits. There's a Triome already plus Minsk and Boo, but it's so early to just commit yourself to such a mediocre pair.
I mean, it's a great card if you end up playing the domain strategy in Vintage Cube. The green-white 7-drop offers a lot, but if you don't see the natural order wheel, then it's really not that exciting either. So I could definitely
more natural order targets, by the way. Yeah. You see the Woodfall Primus up next here.
Yeah, there's also a card called Underworld Breach in this pack that frequently draws my attention.
Same. You and I think similarly about this stuff. It's early enough that you may be able to pick up the killer trio of that card, plus Brain Freeze, plus usually Lion's Eye Diamond, although a Black Lotus will do okay. Although in some ways, LED is better in that deck. It looks like Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath, is going to be the pick for Kahara. So it looks like he's kind of settling in now to this domain list. It has some ramp. It has, a little bit of acceleration. It has a whole bunch of different colors of mana that it can produce. And it does have some payoffs in the cube. As you mentioned, even the Territorial Kavu, is a payoff for the deck.
Yeah, these decks tend to be very powerful and fast. The creatures have haste; they hit hard. It fights through control really well because, like, the card we just took has Cascade and essentially Flashback. So there's a lot of ways.
Yeah, that was Bloodbraid Challenger.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways this deck can power through a lot of opposing strategies. The only thing this deck doesn't tend to do well is it doesn't tend to stop what the opponent's doing well. So if the opponent's like a fast combo deck, like they go Doomsday on turn 2 or 3, this deck will need to win faster, which it can sometimes struggle to do because it doesn't have like permission and things that can maybe like counter a spell or destroy or disrupt a big creature. Or like, say, Reanimator entombs and reanimates a Gristlebrand. This deck might just fold to that. So it really is playing on this consistency thing and trying to be fast and accurate while hoping that the opponent doesn't materialize something that's unstoppable for it.
He did wheel a Bone Crusher Giant and now is looking at Omnath, Locus of Creation. So very much in the 4+ color range here. By the way, your Abomination did come back on the wheel as well, but it's a bit of a stretch here for Gohara, who doesn't really have a pick. I guess he could take Fire Blast or something, but yeah. So what's missing at this point? You mentioned the upsides and downsides of the archetype that he's in, but what does he need to actually make it work here?
So fetch lands, actually, and Fabled Passage is a pretty decent late pickup for what this is. Just to make Omnath work, you really want to have landfall triggers, and you need at least 2. The important part is getting the additional mana boost from having it. I'm really surprised this Palantir is still available this slate as well.
I am too.
Cards go into every deck. It's a powerful card on its own, and it's going to go second to last, which that's wild to me.
Yeah, in fact, the Rafine's Tower, I get it. Like you're the domain deck, you kind of need to take it. But man, you got an Elvish Mystic. Just getting down a turn 2 Palantir can really power out a deck like this, and keep especially in decks like this that can sometimes run out of gas a little bit. This is kind of a mid-rangey vibes deck. All right, next is Pack 2, Pick 1. Wow, look at this opening pack. See, this is the one that he wanted to open first up. You see the One Ring there. You see Swords to Plowshares. There's Shieldred the Apocalypse, which has a nice home in this thing. There's a Tinker down there. Man, so much good stuff.
Yeah, it's far and away the One Ring is the pick here, but Tinker is a close second, and Swords is even a close third. All those cards are just so powerful. Shieldred is an amazing card as well, but it takes a little bit more setting up, and it's more answerable than the other 3. But yeah, this is
One Ring's
awesome
nice.
Pack. If you're not going to open up Power, this is the kind of pack you want to open.
Yeah, this would have been a much better start here. Pack 1, Pick 1, but it's Pack 2, Pick 1 instead. But as you mentioned, Gohara is going to be relieved to see the One Ring join the pile here. What are the things that Gohara is looking for the most at this point? Raw power is always on the list. Is it more fetches, more triumphs, that type of stuff?
Mana acceleration and cheap answers are very important for this strategy. That Swords to Plowshares would have been great.
Ooh, got past a Mock Sapphire. What the... And I know you and me are both looking over at the right hand and being like, hey, there's LED.
Yeah.
It's there.
In my mind, I was just thinking, can I take a free breach? And there's LED.
I know.
And there's so much draft left. But
I know.
We're taking Mock Sapphire over LED, even if we took breach. So we probably were wrong.
Yeah, that is a difficult deck to draft and to play in some ways. Once the combo comes together, it becomes kind of easy, but getting to that point can be difficult. But wow, a Mock Sapphire here gets past. I gotta wonder what was taken out of that pack.
Probably another piece of power. I like that.
Probably.
Kamado-Man highlighted great divide, the ally that turns all your lands into all 5 colors too. That's also a very powerful card in the domain strategy because it just turns on domain for itself and has a good effect that helps the deck. So
new addition there. That's great.
Dismember is just far and away the pick for me. 1 mana removal.
Definitely.
Easy to cast, and Knight of the Reliquary is highlighted, but that's a card that sometimes can go second to last pick. So easy.
I was going to say you're going to wheel that literally every time. Yeah.
What I'm surprised by right now is that green still feels open, despite the fact that we know from the other screen that there's 2 heavy green drafters right next to us in this draft. So this might just be
whoever's to the
green
right is going to
cards.
snap up that cradle, right?
What's surprising is Cradle doesn't usually get picked very high, and I'm with you. I think it's powerful and it should get picked higher, but people don't seem to prioritize it as high in Cube Draft. I'm really surprised.
Interesting. It was Mana Confluence.
Wow.
Fractured Identity is what he's highlighted next, though there is a Delighted Halfling there that can help ramp things out. You mentioned you wanted that mana acceleration. The Mock Sapphire checked that box, but the thing I'm worried about right now, if I'm sitting in a Kohar seat, among others, there's actually numerous things that I'm concerned about at this point, but I'm looking at my early game and I just don't have one. I have 1 drop and 1 2-drop. That's it. Like everything else costs, maybe Bone Crusher counts as a 2, but that's a lot of extra mana or a lot of extra slots that just aren't being used right now.
To me, that's a very wise thing you just said. I always focus on my curve. It's one of the most important things in Cube. And we have 3 5-drops and not a ton of acceleration yet. We do have a Mox, but we only have 1 Elf. We have no other plays for turn 1 or turn 2. I'd really like to see a Johnny taken here. That card is very good when you're playing red cards and even just splashing white, and it's a 2-drop. I think that would really help the deck most if we could take this pick. Be curious if we're highlighting Commercial District for the intent on taking it. But right now our mana base is a little bit wonky. So we have a bunch of Triomes and then Fabled Passage, which also is a come into play tap land. And now we've just added Commercial District to it. So we're going to be really slow out of the gates with a deck like this because our mana is mostly come into play tapped. So I wonder what the plan is here, and I think we're probably really banking on getting some more mana acceleration out of Pack 3 if that's the case. But in Pack 1, we already saw multiple mana dorks that we didn't take, and so I'm wondering how many things could actually be left to help improve this deck for Pack 3. And if we're passing Palace Jailer for another Triumph here, that's just wow. So
I get it. I get the pressure that Gara feels, but like you can have a really great mana base, but you need the super powerful payoffs in balance with that, and Palace Jailer's perfect for that.
Yeah, it's a tier 1 pick. Interesting enough, Talon Gates here, another land, even though I just talked us away from land, would be so nice to have because it's such a good combo with Uro. Whereas you play
Which
Uro,
one is Talon Gates?
It comes into play and you get to phase a creature, and then it has the filter of mana into any other mana. So you play Uro. Uro lets you stack it, so the sacrifice goes underneath playing the extra land. You put the Talon Gates in, and then you phase out Uro, so it's not around to sacrifice. And so on your next turn, it's just an active creature that can attack and start drawing cards.
Holy smokes, that's sweet. I have not seen that yet. That is awesome.
One of my favorite
Eagles
combos
of the North. Yeah, that's amazing. Eagles of the North, again, very concentrated on the mana side of things here. Also, I'm looking at Antonin Brannis's list down in the lower right there. That was where the Mox came from, right?
No, I think it came from Kazuya, who took Mana Crypt over Mox Sapphire. Is what I think happened.
Thank you. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm like, because I could not find anything in Antonin's pile. I mean, I guess if you're like the full-on lands deck, maybe Fast Bond is you could talk yourself into it because it's basically irreplaceable or something. But it would have been wild. But that makes more sense. Mana Crypt. Okay, I got turned around there. What was another land, the Thornspire Verge here.
So we're running out of space for we have too many lands and not enough cards that do something in this deck. I would take the Grim Monolith here still because we have so many 5s that we want to ramp into. And
I mean, you're right, Ely. I'm counting, and there's currently 14 actual spells here.
Yeah, and only 1 pack left to fill out the rest of our deck. And then we're forced to play everything we already have. If we don't have any sideboard options too, we'll be disadvantaged in all our game 2s and game 3s. And I wouldn't even count Eagles of the North as a spell. It really is just another Triumph. It's pay 1 mana to go tutor up a land. and not even the ideal land sometimes, because sometimes you're having to grab Triomes if you don't have the dual lands, which we don't have. So it's going to be really rough to have a good sequence of spells early enough to compete with this deck right now. We need a lot of help from Pack 3, which fortunately Vintage Cube really does hook people up in Pack 3.
It definitely can. And you see Celestial Colonnade over Cankerbloom there, and then a Razorverge Thicket to kind of round things out. But, the Razorverge Thickets of the world aren't really what this deck wants. It really does want to focus on the lands that have basic land types to help fill things out for, the Kavu and potential payoffs down the line here. Though, I guess if you don't get those payoffs, you don't have to care quite as much. All right, here we go. Pack 3, pick 1. Something really great.
I wish. Yeah, we might be taking
Pilgrim has been highlighted. Oh no.
Yeah, really disappointing. I'm sure Pack 1 and Pack 3 opens. I don't know if I would take anything else over this Pilgrim here. I mean, maybe you would consider like Burst Lightning. I don't think our black colors is as important to try to prioritize taking something like Bitter Triumph. Coalition Relic's not really what we want to be doing here, even though it helps play all 5 colors. We've kind of got the mana base for that already. It might just be we need the acceleration, and so Pilgrim is our best bet. Channel, we don't have Emrakul or colorless things to cast off it, so it's not really a priority. Yeah, it's just Avacyn's Pilgrim.
Well, it does check that box of that early acceleration that we talked about, so maybe something to get moving there. I see Arid Mesa. Yeah, it's just tough because Kohara's in a situation where he's dedicated now 10 picks to lands or 9 picks to lands, but somehow still doesn't quite have the mana base of your dreams, right? This still isn't the Triumph fetched land. I've got all my bases covered. I'm good to go. I can just take whatever I want in the third pack. When an Arid Mesa shows up, it's still very tempting here for Kohara, and he's going to take it.
Yeah, fetch lands are just so important for decks like this. You fill the yard for Uro, you have landfall triggers for Omnath, but I mean, we're passing Demonic Tutor, Animate Dead, Balance, even Badgermole Cub, Aang's Iceberg is good, Aang's Swift Savior is good. There's a lot of great picks in this pack. Even Haywire Might and Aether Spellbomb would be nice to fill this deck out with. So there's a lot of competing picks here, and we have to prioritize Arid Mesa, which is like a long-term joke on Twitter now. Do you take Black Lotus or Arid Mesa, which is usually meant in jest.
And we see a similar now at this point, Ely. I feel like Prismatic Beast is what Kohara has highlighted, but I mean, we need action, right? Like, I don't think he can afford to take any more lands at this point. Like, yeah, Pest Infestation, Mystic Confluence, something to do with this mana. Lelia, I mean, there's a Quantum Riddler. Like, just he needs action at this point.
You definitely highlighted the best 5 cards, and I completely agree. The deck wants Vista, but it doesn't have the ability to take Vista without just failing at the end of the draft with not having enough playables. So it's just a really contested pick. I think Pest Infestation's probably right from that position at this point, so I'm glad they took it. They're going to need it, certainly. We passed Fiery Confluence in Pack 1, and that would have been a good way to make sure you have main deck answers for artifacts, which can be very important in Vintage Cube, of course.
So now it does look like lands are the choice here. Interestingly, though, there's a Spar's Headquarters, which is quite strong in this deck. You know, it covers 3 or 4 colors for Omnath, but it is yet another tap land, so it looks like Kohara is going to go for Taiga instead.
Yeah, and we do really need dual lands. I think they're very important to be able to fetch out, to have quicker curve starts. Most of the time, we're going to lose a turn to one of these Triumphs, and it's just unfortunate to be a turn behind a Vintage Cube. I already feel like Time Walk is one of the best cards in the cube, so to just like automatically concede that to our opponent can be kind of tough. Greenstone Zenith here does act as an additional like Elvish Mystic type of spell for 2 mana, but it's a little bit wonky in that way. I think I'd like to take Fanatic of Ronas because it's the same thing as like a Llanowar Elf, but also you have 4 power creatures that can actually turn it on to adding 4 mana, and then it could be kind of a disastrous card for the opponent.
Looks like he's going to just take a miscalc here with not a lot of other great options.
Oh, well, I think I'd take Leyline Binding.
Oh, there's a Leyline Binding. Yeah, wait, I just saw it.
Yeah, this is the deck for it. Kind of a 1 mana catch-all. Come on,
you got to take the binding.
I know that the appeal to counter magic is really high in Vintage Cube. It certainly feels like you cover your bases when you can counter spells, but I don't think the miscalculation fits the theme of what we're doing, and the Leyline Binding is too premium for me to pass up here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is one of the payoffs that I was talking about, with the Territorial Kavu. There are enough of these domain payoffs, just enough so that, you can kind of get things rolling, but you need to prioritize those cards once you commit this many picks to Triomes and dual lands and stuff like that. Looks like he's going to go for Springheart Nantuko. Although there are now, of course, 2 actual dual lands floating around. But again, I just don't think he can really bother with these things at this point.
Yeah, the Nantuko is a great card, too. We don't really have a lot of the cards that help make it better, unfortunately. But it probably is still the pick there. Zach's Chocobo would have been another consideration as like really cheap on the curve. We have a bunch of fetch lands now, so it can grow really fast. So I think I would have been probably taking one of those 2 picks. Again, here I wouldn't be prioritizing more mana. I'd take this Prismatic Ending, a really flexible answer. We're playing probably 4 colors, but we have access to all 5 colors at least thanks to these Triomes. So this card can just kind of be a catch-all and make sure we don't lose to things that are hard to answer for a traditional aggressive deck.
And as you mentioned before, this deck, usually that is the problem with it, in that it's attempting to be proactive, but it's a step behind the normal proactive decks in the format, yet also gives up the ability to really combat somebody at their own level with counters or hand disruption or any of that kind of stuff. Usually doesn't apply, and that's what we see here. So, that's a tough spot to be in. Yes, the power level is here. I mean, take a look at the mid-range cards here in this deck. It's obviously powerful, but it can be really difficult in Vintage Cube to either not be very proactive yourself or very much able to stop what your opponent's doing. If you aren't doing one or the other of those, it can be very difficult to consistently win in the cube. You see Haywire Might picked up here as we wind down the pack.
Yeah, and over Aang too, which is a little surprising because I think Aang is also very good and would fit this deck very well. I think the priority, though, for Kamada Man is taking Trinket Mage targets. I think that won the tiebreaker of the 2 picks. Okay,
yeah, that makes sense. By the way, I'm taking a quick look at the lists or the current piles there for Kazuya, Takua down on the lower left, and Anton and Brandis on the right. And I see some standouts. There's the Mana Crypt that we discussed earlier. And if you look closely, Brandis picked up a Black Lotus in pack 3.
Oh, yeah.
It's hidden behind the Mishra's Bauble, but that's a pretty nice pickup. Yeah, exactly. Oath of Druids, unfortunately. Oh, there's a Saz's Chocobo, though.
Yeah.
So maybe. Yeah,
what's interesting
he didn't put it into the pile right away, but
yeah, it went right to the sideboard, and I found that interesting too. I think that's gonna probably make my deck if I'm anywhere near this kind of a deck.
That's right. Now, the cool part here is that we do get to actually take a look at what the players have drafted, including our main feature drafter, which we have here. And yeah, it looks like the Chocobo did not make it into the main. We did hit the correct number of playables, so that part is good. But yeah, I mean, this deck, I would say that if I was in this seat and I had this deck, I'd be disappointed. Like this would not be a deck that I would assume that I could go 3-0 with or would have a good chance to do so. I would be pessimistic if I was in Kahara's seat.
I certainly agree. I think we got saved by being past a Mock Sapphire. I think if we didn't have that piece of power here for acceleration, we'd be very behind, because a lot of our lands come into play tapped. Well, we have powerful spells. If they don't come out in a timely fashion, they're not going to do the thing that we need them to do. Our curve is a little high end with a bunch of tap lands, so again, that's not exciting. And then we're playing some cards that are just a little bit lackluster. Trinket Mage that can grab only a Haywire Might or a Mock Sapphire. Flame of Anor, we don't have a high wizard count, so it might only have one mode. Courser of Krufix, we don't have like a fast bond, exploration, things that can play extra lands, so it's not really getting us like the synergy that we want. So there's just a lot of things here that even in our top end, where our 3-drops go, they're lackluster in terms of power, because with a domain deck, you have to prioritize lands, as Commander Man did, to make sure that you have the mana base to accurately cast everything on curve and on time. And so we paid it a little bit in the card quality of our deck.
That's right. You can see the mana base on the side, all one-ofs. Just a forest, an island, a mountains, a plains, and then a whole bunch of dual, try, and fetch lands over on the side there. So that's where we ended up here for our main draft here. Let's quickly go through, though, our other players, and we can take a look at their decks. Here's Takua, who we saw was on his left. There's that Mana Crypt and a few good 3s and 4s. What do you see here, Ely?
Yeah, this is a fantastic deck, because we have Ancestral Recall and Mana Crypt, 2 pieces of power that fit this deck very well. So again, we're trying to do a acceleration type of deck, but it's a splashing blue for the powerful cards. And Ancestral Recall usually demands being splashed, but Quantum Riddler is one of the newer cards to Vintage Cube that people haven't quite caught on yet, is very powerful. And one of the hard things I can foresee here is we have Tropical Island and maybe a Sparrow's Headquarters for blue-green duels, but we have a lot of double blue spells in this deck between Jace the Mind Sculptor, Force of Negation without many blue cards to pitch, and Quantum Riddler that we're going to want to eventually cast. So mana base could be a little bit of an issue, but thankfully we do have cards like Birds of Paradise and Sylvan Caryatid that can help funnel this deck. Also, Kazuya built this into a channel deck, which is kind of fun. So turn 2, there's the option of going channel into Blightsteel Colossus, which demands an answer from the opponent, or we could just have the win right there on the spot. And then it has like a backup play of being able to put out a really quick The End Stone, but that can also come with some consequence. Fun part, though, is when you channel, you can pay all the way down to 1 life if one of the spells you're casting is the End Stone, because then you're going to go right back up to 10 life. So there is some cute synergies with those 2 cards. Like you can play out the extra Palantir, or if you have an extra mana, you can cast your 6 or your Chariot along with the other spells without worrying about dipping too low in life.
Yeah, this looks like a cool deck. And it has some old school favorites there with Jace the Mind Sculptor and stuff like that as well. Okay, let's take a look at Claudio Miranda's deck. This looks like a Reanimator deck. What are the targets? Itali, Atraxa, probably the best one, and then a Vaultborn. Oh, and Archon. Okay, so the 2 heavy hitters. And what do we see? Entomb, a key piece of the puzzle there. The Time Walk, that's nice. And then how can we get these cards back? Exhume, Necromancy, Animate Dead?
This is my pick to be the 3-0 deck. This is exactly what you want from a Reanimator deck. I think this archetype was totally open during the draft. I didn't see players hating on it or taking the cards that go to the deck. We got the Entomb, which is one of the most important pieces. And then after that, we have Animate Dead and Necromancy, 2 of the best 3 Reanimate spells. We're only missing Reanimate from that. But then we have backup good ones too, like Emperor of Bones. Exhume can be okay, not my favorite one, but since you're blue-black Reanimate and not red-black, you're actually more funneled towards putting the combo into the grave faster. You're searching for it rather than trying to use removal spells to slow them down. So Exhume improves in blue-black versus red-black in that way as well. But then we have excellent discard outlets. We have Frantic Search, one of the more ideal ones. We have Collective Brutality, and like I said before, Entomb, putting our choice of creature into the yard. Archon of Cruelty tends to be one of the best reanimator targets that you can have in cubes, especially if you have a Persist as one of your reanimate spells, because it's not legendary. You can't Karakas it back to your hand. And then having just Atraxa, one of the best cards they've printed for a reanimate target in the lifetime of Magic, also super good. Atali is just like a nice backup one that can just snowball games if it hits one of the other reanimate targets. And then Voltborn Tyrant is one of the best flash targets you can also grab too, and also a decent backup reanimate target. The fact that it gains life is a nice offset for reanimate. So this deck has good dual magic between Tar Pit, Darkslick Shores, Prismatic Vista. It's only 2 colors, so it's focused. It has Time Walk for acceleration and Mana Vault, which it doesn't even really need, but it gives it an extra element. It has good discard outlets. Even the rule spell is Bone Shards. It helps you discard. Collective Brutality helps you discard. And then every other card in the deck is finding these powerful cards. Ponder, Preordain. I certainly feel like this is a 3-0 worthy deck.
Yeah, this thing looks great. Let's take a look at the next one from Pinheiro. All right, we found our aggressive player. It looks like this is nearly mono red.
This is
just a little bit of random green in there.
Not just a normal mono red too, but a madness mono red. So splashing green, of course, so it's more gruel. But using Bazaar of Baghdad with cards like Vengevine and Blazing Rootwalla and Anger to give haste, and Angie's Ravager, which has madness and draws additional cards. Squee to refill your hands. So this deck is looking to be really quick and play out of the graveyard.
Dude, Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yeah.
Man, LED Carnage Interpreter, your move. Like, this is just insane.
I'd be interested to see if Rodrigo had the Breach, if they would play it in this deck. I think it probably would fit in just fine. There gets to be points with a deck like this where your graveyard has 6 or 8 cards, and you have a Faithless Looting, LED, and Breach, and you can basically just funnel through your whole deck. And if you had a card like Fire Blast, you could just Fire Blast them a few times, which also fills the yard. It doesn't cost you negative graveyard space for the Breach. And then you get to bring back a Vengevine at some point, and you probably just haste them out. It'd probably be really fun to have like a red-green graveyard-based Storm deck that's also an aggro deck. I think that would be really cool to see. But we don't have that here, but we still have a lot of other synergies that are going to be really awesome to watch. Even Monument to Endurance in this deck is just very powerful, and that's a standard all-star that we see right now.
Yeah, not your average red-green deck, I'll say that for sure. Next up is Fujita. Let's see what this deck looks like. Okay, another blue-black deck, but this one's not Reanimator. This one looks like it's trying to be more like blue-black Control.
Yeah, this strategy is hard to pull off, so I don't envy this seat and this deck. The deck's good. I mean, we have a lot of good cards and a really cheap curve, but we seem to be lacking a little bit in finishing power, and we have to borrow from cards like Chromox for acceleration. We don't really have any turn 1 plays that actually play to the board, not even like a Fatal Push or a Thoughtseize. So this deck might get caught from behind and not have a good ability to close either. So I could see this deck struggling in a couple elements, but it does have some good cards, and if the opponent doesn't capitalize early, this deck could take over in a way that the opponent might have a hard time closing after that.
Yeah, what I look for with these decks is some way to be broken. You know, like you see the Hull Breacher, so you're like, okay, you know, what are our draw 7s? And it's like, none. You know, like I just really want that 1-2 punch where I can do something that kind of just closes out the game in an unfair way. This deck is going to have to win through just straight up the good old, answer everything, come out ahead on cards by the end of the day, and try to just kind of grind the opponent out. And as you mentioned, that is a steep hill to climb against the wide, varied decks that you'll see in Vintage Cube. Let's take a look at our next player, Noe, and see what he's got. It looks like another blue-based deck. These are very common in Vintage Cube. Blue, does have a lot of very powerful options, and it's also the type of deck that a lot of players like to play. What do you see here? I see a Tinker. Oh, and Bolas' Citadel. So maybe we have a little bit of a combo deck going.
Yeah, this is exactly a combo deck. The idea is to tinker for the Citadel and then play a bunch of cards and then brain freeze the opponent out, which is kind of awesome. I really want to reward all the players in this draft. There's a good reason they're here, that they've made it this far, is they're very good. And there's some really inventive draft decks that they've come up with. You don't usually see people trying to tinker for a Bolas' Citadel and trying to go for a brain freeze win. The things
right, for thousands of dollars too, right? This is not like Saturday morning vintage cube, send a screenshot to your buddy, right? Like this is like, this is the deck that Noe is going to be taking in to the, to the battle, right? And by the way, this one does have what I mentioned before. This is really interesting that this deck is the next one up because, this has like Orcish Bowmasters, Narset with Tinker, right? Again, that kind of busted thing that you can just go, oops, 2 cards and I kind of just killed you.
When you say Tinker, do you mean Time Twister?
I mean Time Twister, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, the combo of force your opponent to draw 7 and then have 7 additional Bowmaster triggers usually can just be lights out the turn you cast it, especially when the token is already a 1/1 before you start the turn. So it turns into an 8/8 and you deal 7 damage and then you attack for 9. That's 16. If you've done anything beforehand, they might just be at a terminal place right then and there. And then
you got Narset and Leovold.
Yeah, exactly. And then the fun part for me is this deck also plays Nadu and Lightning Greaves, which
I see that.
Always going to be one of my favorite combos.
How many combos can you put into one deck? No way. That's pretty great. Let's take a look at we've got 2 more to go here. This one's from Stetner, who's got finally the aggressive player here. You see nearly mono white with just a little splash for red for Fourth Eorlingus. Oh man, the strip mine's over there too.
So to be honest, Fourth Eorlingus is on par with Power in Cube. It is such an powerful piece. That and the One Ring to me are the only cards I'd ever be like close to taking over a piece of Power 9, which that just tells you how insane they are. It's definitely worth splashing if it fits perfectly into these white decks. This deck has a really great curve. We can see just right on 1, it has a lot of good playables. Right on 2, a lot of good playables. And a lot of these cards are in the tier 1 modern decks. So like we're trying to go Ocelot Pride into a Johnny. That's energy from modern. So if we're doing the best thing that construct decks are doing in modern, the deck is going to be solid. And while we are lacking Power 9 for acceleration, we have catch-up cards like Solitude and Dismember, and even just Portable Hole, things that are really cheap or even cost nothing that help catch you back up, and you're the aggressor. So like Unexpectedly Absent being an instant speed catch-all that's really easy to cast because you're almost mono white. And then my favorite card in these decks that I feel like takes you from like an 8 to a 9 if you're playing a mono white aggressive strategy is actually just having Caracas. There are so many legendary creatures that your opponent can have that could bounce, or you could just save your own creatures like Philia and Ajani or Adeline or Luris, that it turns the deck into almost like a hard to stop, almost unstoppable deck at no cost, because it does the same thing that a Plains does, your best land in the deck. So it really takes these decks and elevates them to another level. I think this is a great deck. I could easily see it getting at least 2 wins.
Yeah, one of my favorite combos too. Stetner has the Containment Priest to go with the Philia as well, which is a gnarly 1-2 punch. All right, one more deck to look at. This is from Antonin Brannis. There's that Black Lotus floating around over there. What has he surrounded it with? It looks like red.
The neat thing is Urza Saga can go get the Black Lotus. So you can run out your Urza Saga on turn 1, knowing that you won't have the mana to create constructs, but you'll know that on turn 3 that you're going to have a jump of 3 mana. So on turn 3, normally you have 3 mana, and you'll know you have 6. So this is already a red deck trying to win fast and be aggressive. And so that's just another angle. So Urza Saga perfectly pairs with Lotus, go figure. And then obviously they have other synergies where if you play it later, you can just make big constructs if you want the card advantage from it instead of the acceleration. This deck looks pretty nice to me. Pyrogoyf and Fiery Confluence and Headliner Scarlet are really nice finishers. And they're all in the 4-drop column, not the 5. And in the 5, we also have Glorybringer as well, which can be great in the creature matchups. In our 3-drop column, we have Fable the Mirror Breaker. It's a top-tier pick. Barrowgoyf, also also a top tier pick. Fire Covenant, excellent against all these green decks that we've been reviewing so far. So some pretty decent twos, not as many as I'd like to see. I'm not overly excited by a card like Night's Whisper when we don't have like Mox Acceleration to power it out early. But Plunderer, Inti, Magna, Robber, they're all really good twos. Happy with all of those. On the one-drop column, we have a bunch of answers. So here's where we're a little bit more reactive than proactive, and I'd like to see some proactive. If we had a Ragavan or something in here, that would really like boost this deck up another level. But this deck's also pretty good. I think it was well drafted, probably a difficult seat. I think the Lotus was picked up later, so we couldn't prioritize a strategy like Storm. Yeah. So we couldn't prioritize a strategy like Storm, knowing that we would have it. And it was also open because we saw that Tendrils go last pick. So that would have been available to them if they knew, but you can't predict opening up a Lotus. So I think this is a pretty good pivot. There's not a lot of Lotus combos in this deck besides the Saga, but it's also great as adding an artifact to the graveyard makes Barrogoyf, Pyrogoyf better, and really a turn one like Headliner Scarlet starting to draw extra cards can also just be game ending. And I think the second best card, now counting Black Lotus, that I didn't even mention, is Gut. Gut can just steal games on its own. If it comes down unanswered the first turn and you're sacking a Chromatic Star to get a 4/1 menace that's already attacking and drawing a card, because Chromatic Star has that trigger, this deck can just run away with games that way.
Yeah, some really nice stuff. The Pyrogoyf, the Gut, the Fable. I have to say, when I look at the list, though, it is shockingly different if there's a Black Lotus in the opener versus not, right? I mean, if there's a Black Lotus, this deck just looks kind of busted. And if there's not, it looks pretty fair, honestly. Like, it looks a little, like you said, not a lot of threats early, like one-drop threats. It's kind of, what are you going to do? Just like go to the dome with Burst Lightning? Like, you just kind of have to sit for a little while. But if you have Black Lotus in your opener, this is kind of a general statement, but definitely with this deck, it is going to get out of the gates quickly and be a very big problem for the opponent. So I think Antonin needs to just kind of cross his fingers and hope to draw Black Lotus. Every time you draft one of those, you find yourself in that exact same situation. So there is our Vintage Cube draft. Great stuff from the feature. Got a bunch of power floating around, and hopefully we'll get some really exciting matches. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we are going to be jumping right into the games. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ely Cassis, and we are covering Vintage Cube. So this is right where we want to be. We're going to get a chance to watch our first match. Let's take a look at the matchup that we have in our first feature. You see that it's Kamadaman versus Telku, and not that many Cube matches between them. As you can see, Telku is still getting his feet under him with the Vintage Cube. And interesting to see how this one plays out, especially given that these players have a bit of a little history between them. You see that Telku won via standard showcase qualifier, and he actually defeated Kamadaman to do so. So this could be a bit of a revenge match here for Kamadaman. Let's take a look at the list of our players. Ely, we got a chance to watch this deck get drafted. This is a domain deck, but it's kind of maybe hopelessly mid-range for a field that wants to be a little bit more towards the edges.
Yeah, it does have this like determination thing. Like, it's really hard to stop the card advantage of One Ring. Minskaboo is this powerful thing. Challenger just keeps hitting hard. Even Fractured Identity is really powerful. So it does some powerful things if it can get to the turn 4 and the turn 5 plays. We're a little light on the acceleration and powerful things to do with turn 1 and 2. So it really depends on how the draws line up. If we win the die roll, it's such a big thing in Vintage Cube, unfortunately. But this deck could be a powerhouse if things line up right, or if opponents don't line up right. This deck has the inevitability. We just have to get there is the problem.
Yeah, so, it's going to be draw dependent as always, a little bit of early acceleration, and get into that mid to late game as quickly as possible for Kohara is going to be key. Now, let's take a look at his opponent here, Telko, who's on this blue-green deck that has a few nice little combos built into it as well. What do you make of the matchup? Like, is this deck fast enough to get whatever on the ground before the mid-range deck can get going? How would you feel if you had that mid-range deck? If you took a look at this list, are you feeling confident, or are you feeling like, uh-oh, I got problems?
Well, it's interesting is this deck can have draws that the other deck just can't answer, and you can't really say that about the inverse. So this deck has a leg up in that regard, but it also has a little bit of a weakness here. So like if I go channel into the end stone and my opponent plays the might that they drafted and then just exiles it with their 1-drop, well, then I really haven't done much but lose 10 life. So it has ways that it can overplay its hand and get severely punished, but it also has ways where it can just go channel Blightsteel. And I don't even know if we saw an answer from the opponent's deck. They didn't take Leyline Binding. They didn't take Swords to Plowshares. They might just perish to the 11/11 indestructible trample infect creature that's going to be put on turn 2, which who could blame them? That's a pretty hard card to answer, but there are just draws like that we'll see just be kind of like blowout draws. These decks tend to be a little bit more inconsistent. It's hard to pull off, but we do have the ability to Mystical Tutor for channel. We have Tropical Island to make that feasible by turn 2. We have some great 1-drop accelerants in Birds and Hierarch, and even just playing an Ancestral Recall. That's our backup turn 1 play. Oh no. But if we have hands that actually include Mana Crypt can be very abused in this deck, where we can go turn 1 Earthbender Ascension or Palantir or 6, and then we have the option of turn 2 playing an Asika's Chariot or a Jace the Mind Sculptor. So there's a lot of busted things that Kazuya is doing that feel like a more proactive deck that's in sync with itself. So I think they have a slight edge, but it's only slight, because there's the boogeyman of Fractured Identity that can come down and steal the Jace or the Endstone or the Colossus and just totally flip the way that the game might go. But Kazuya has speed in their advantage bar, and the other deck has inevitability. So we're going to basically see which one pans out, and that's going to be die roll dependent, draw dependent. So I'm very curious to see what happens.
Yeah, this is going to be a cool match. I think, if I were to sum it up for people that don't play that much Vintage Cube, you could just look at the curve of this deck, heavily towards the 2-drops, and then there's a decent amount of 1s, and then you can see it kind of tails off fairly quickly. That is much more where you want to be than having a whole bunch of 4s and 5s and 3s, which is what you see from the other deck. So it really is going to be a question of can Kamadaman actually survive into that mid to late game? And we get to find out right now. Let's head down to the feature and let's see how this thing plays out. I want to remind you as well that these players, they earned $500 just for sitting down at the table here as part of their qualification. So they're already up $500 on the day, but the winner of this match is going to add an additional $1,000 to their prize pool. So straight away, we're playing for $1,000 just right off the bat. So no time to fuss around here. And we see a quick start from both players here. Ely, Elvish Mystic for Kamadaman and Tell You has the Birds of Paradise.
Yeah, I think I would have mulliganed if I was Kazuya here, just because we're land light and kind of depending on this Bird of Paradise to survive, which luckily for Kazuya, it's going to, because we can see Kohara's hand doesn't have an answer for it. But Kohara actually has a pretty great start here. One of the mana accelerants, perfect mana, powerful spells that are going to be coming down really soon. So really, if Kohara draws something to do on turn 3, that's maybe like a 4-drop, this hand could be pieced together in a way that's very tempo heavy. They won the die roll. They'd be definitely advantaged at this point. And if Kazuya doesn't start drawing some lands, then they're going to try to piece together a hand that's not built on much. So if that's the case, then I can see Kohara winning this game, but we could also see Kazuya drawing some lands and coming back somehow.
Yeah, Kazuya is really going to need to find lands. I mean, you can take a look at the future prospects here. And while there is some power in hand, a couple of lands would go a very long way. As you can see, though, for Kohara, nothing really much to do this turn. Just and not even going to play the Haywire Might out. It looks like just going to attack with Elvish Mystic and pass the turn. And there it is, Savannah off the top for Kazuya. A huge draw here. Now the question is, do you just go for Earthbender Ascension and get this ball rolling? And yes, you do.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's a lot of choices there. I think I would have been prone to playing Badger Mole Cub and Jace Vryn's Prodigy this turn. But I certainly don't mind the Ascension too. Both plays set you up for a lot to do on the next turn also. So I'm happy with both. Kohara did draw an action spell. That's nice to see. I think I would have liked to have proactively played the Haywire Might last turn. I think that might have also changed Kazuya's play as well. Now we can just play it, but now we have the choice of not playing a land off the top if a land had been there with the Courser. Obviously, we didn't know a Courser was coming, but these cards are in our deck, so it's nice to be able to play around these sorts of things. If we don't play the Haywire Might... What's
the argument for not playing the Might there?
You hide the answer. So, like, if Kazuya overcommits with something that's an artifact or an enchantment, you have something to deal with it. But by not playing it, now we're priced into using it as a 2-mana spell instead of a 1-mana spell. So it comes at a cost. And you either prioritize being a surprise or cost. And the fact that we have a 5-drop and another 5-drop to play on turn 6, I wouldn't want to dedicate that cost. Because on turn 6, you could pay the 1 mana to sacrifice and play your 5-drop, but now the next 3 turns we're dedicating to do other things, and this Haywire Might's not going to have time to commit to come out and answer something unless super necessary, and the cost is too high. So I think I would have liked to have run it out by now.
Here's the Badger Mole Cub into Jace the Mind Sculptor. That land from Kazuya is so clutch. And now he's just completely off to the races here. And it looks like he's actually going to use the minus on Jace to put Courser of Krufix back into hand, further setting Kohara back. But this is going to be mana source number 5, which means Bloodbraid Crusader could hit the battlefield this turn. And it looks like that's what's going to happen. That's going to apply very good pressure, especially if he can hit something sweet off of the Cascade.
Yeah, if this hits something sweet, it could be disastrous for Kazuya.
All right, it ended up being Mock Sapphire, which is a sweet card, but not the kind of sweet card that could have got the Badger Mole Cub off the battlefield and then relieved Jace of his duties as well. And now it looks like the Cub will be here, and I would assume that it's going to block.
This is a tough choice because this Cub adds 3 additional mana. So do we value a Brainstorm or a Black Lotus? And I think it's Black Lotus.
Oh, that's interesting, especially with that much action in hand. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
We have 6. We could even replay Jace if we have any land. But looks like
he is going to go ahead and chump. Yeah, I guess he just says, well, if I draw a land, I can still play 2 spells this turn and have Jace, and I'm likely to find that land with it. So still a heck of a turn. There's an island off the top as well.
I kind of expect, too, that we're hoping to maybe channel into Blightsteel, and maybe that's the hope, is this Brainstorm will fix our hand, but this is rough now. We're flooded on mana, and we don't have too many great spells. We do have that play of 6 into Badger Mole Cub if we want, and that's pretty cool. Our whole mana base is going to start turning into creatures that add 2 mana. Maybe we'll just hard cast Blightsteel in another turn while the opponent
That's funny.
I'm playing the Jace, but Kazuya doesn't know that Kohara has a fractured identity in hand. So even if we cast that Blightsteel, it would be very dangerous if we don't also have Jace still around to then unsummon the token that's made.
Yeah, this is a precarious position, but it's interesting from our perspective because Kazuya doesn't know that. And honestly, I mean, is that the only, I guess both of them somehow Kohara has the answers for the Blightsteel, but normally it would be very, very good against his list that ultimately just produces a bunch of really good creatures, but those don't usually stand up well to Blightsteel Colossus. Here's Territorial Kavu. Go ahead.
Playing Fractured Identity is certainly going to sound interesting to Kohara. It definitely is a great catch-up thing. But what do we really hit? The Jace is kind of like interesting, but we know it'll perish if we take that. There's enough attack force on the other side to get it off the board soon after, so it's not as ideal. We really don't want to waste it on one of these twos, so it really doesn't have a great target, so I'm probably not doing that here. I'm probably playing the Courser first, trying to see if lands are on the top to influence my draws for the later, and then maybe slamming Territorial Kavu and then an Absence Pilgrim to follow up. I think that's what my line is here, but it looks like we're going Fractured Identity. Okay. I'm curious to see if we're going to take Jace, maybe hold back Bloodbraid and try to like put our opponent in a position that doesn't really have great attacks, but has to, suicide in some cards.
I guess if you fracture the Jace, that does give you some protection against Blightsteel if it were to appear.
Yeah, we don't really know about the Blightsteel yet either, so I can see like that lack of knowledge being there. But I think I would like saving this fracture to hit whatever expensive card is cast. Obviously, we know our opponent's playing a lot of ramp, so they're probably trying to do something that's heavy.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Jace. I mean, it is hard to blame Kohara for doing so. It is difficult to allow your opponent to just sit there and activate Jace the Mind Sculptor even for just a couple of turns in a row. It feels like the card advantage starts to really avalanche on you at some point. So, beyond just getting a Jace for yourself, you're also taking one off the battlefield. So I get it. And he's going to actually return the Forest to hand since it was animated as a creature and play an Avacyn's Pilgrim. So theoretically, Jace gets to stick around here.
Yeah, we're in a susceptible place, though, where birds can grow from Bristly Bill and Ascension if there's even a single fetch land. And so it is a little bit tricky to have Jace survive with this flying creature. It does look like it will happen because we know what cards Kazuya is holding in hand and what's on top of their library, thanks to the previous brainstorm part of Jace. But I think it was a bit of a risky play that would have left us with not great follow-up the way that we did it. But it's panning out, which is nice.
Yeah, boy, if Jace disappeared there, that means that you used your Fractured Identity. Yes, you killed a Jace. That is important, but, just getting the one unsummoned wouldn't be enough. Fanatic of Roas off the top and the Jace the Mind Sculptor at the ready after we saw Kazuya attack for 1 in the air with the birds and then just play 6. Flooding out a little bit here for Kazuya, especially given the start that we saw, but 6 does help mitigate that.
Yeah, really funny, right? We saw them keep a one-lander that was pretty risky, and now they seem to be flooded. It's funny how Magic does that to us. And only after having 5 turns, too. That was just turn 5 for Kazuya. It's not like they had a lot of other time to do anything else. Meanwhile, Kohara,
look at this. Look at this brainstorm for you. He's like, I want to find some action. How about Uro, Omnath, and the One Ring?
But if you're Kohara here, you're thinking, I kept a land heavy hand, and I haven't hit one for many turns. I had a Courser out, I've drawn extra cards. Like, where's all my lands? I mean, Uro wants some additional mana here. Courser wants lands to put back after you put them back on top of Jace. The great synergy of those 2 cards. But yeah, we do hit a lot of powerful things that are going to be good regardless.
That is funny, though, that it happens to be Uro and Omnath, and you have no lands going at all, and no way to shuffle currently, right? So does that just lean you towards wanting to play the One Ring, get it going?
Usually. You kind of have to accept that we're going to lose this Jace. We can't protect it. Literally, the Birds of Paradise just being a 1/2 flyer guarantees that this Jace is going to die in the next turn. So from there, we just want to ignore it. And I want to play the One Ring and ideally draw into something that lets me do more spells. So I'm probably playing the One Ring, the Fanatic of Ronus, and maybe the Haywire Might again. I'm tired of just sandbagging it the whole time and hoping to surprise my opponent. I don't think that's a clear path in this game. And from this standpoint, we're playing against a Bant deck that doesn't even really play many artifacts or enchantments. There's nothing we're going to surprise our opponent with by holding on to it for longer. So we're just going to try to run my hand out.
Is the Earthbender Ascension, is that the target?
I think eventually it will be. We won't do it this turn. We'll let them get a +1/+1 counter. We don't want to spend the mana to do it and not play another spell. We just want to get as many cards out of our hand and flood the board and really start taking advantage of the One Ring, the way that only the One Ring can. Where if we're just ahead or not so far behind, then it just takes over the game with pure card advantage.
Yeah, this is, you can tell that the designers of the One Ring wanted to epitomize that raw power that it had, in the books and the movies and such, and they did. I mean, this card is just so strong, of just that sort of overwhelming power, and it does feel very difficult to deal with Indestructible. We see some digging. Oh, but there's Boseiju, Blightsteel Colossus. Oh, and there's Mystical Tutor. Remember, this is the deck with Ancestral, right?
Yeah, and Channel. So if we want to, we can cast the Blightsteel this turn, but we have to ask ourselves how good that is. Birds is going to kill the Jace this turn, so that's just happening. I think for that reason, too, I would have liked to see Bloodbraid Challenger attack last turn. It's not protecting anything, including our own life total, because the One Ring is so good, we can't be dealt damage this turn. So I definitely think Kazuya is thinking, how can I apply something this turn that puts a lot of pressure on the board? But there's also a lot of things to consider. So Jace could potentially flip if we use it post 6. Do we attack with 6, even though the opponent has a 4/3, trying to fill the yard so that we can flip Jace? What are we doing here that applies the most powerful turn is the question I'm asking myself here. And it's pretty tricky, actually. I don't even really know the answer. But I do think if you sit back and wait, you'll lose. The One Ring is active and it just came online. So I think the choice might be going for the channel and just doing it this turn and trying to present something that is indestructible and it can even grow the creature, because we can play Blightsteel, then play a land, the Ascension will grow it, and then Bristlybill is on the table, which will also grow it. And then on the following turn, when we actually go to attack, we can double the number of counters with Bristlybill's secondary ability. And this might prevent a lethal that Kohara doesn't have an answer to. So I think that's the direction. Even through
chumping, yeah.
Yeah, even through chumping, exactly my point. I think that's the angle that I would probably approach from this position, knowing what Kazuya's deck looks like. But I'm curious to see if they'll do the same line or if they're going to go for Ancestral and try to compete on the card advantage method.
Now we're going to find out right now. And yep, it's the channel. It looks like, Kazuya says, I'm just going to go all in here. And it makes a lot of sense. You broke it down for us, Ely. It's really the One Ring that's dictating the plays now, right? If it wasn't the One Ring, if it was, I don't know, even if it was Omnath or something, you might consider, maybe I'll get Ancestral. I'll try to just overwhelm my opponent with card advantage. I've got 6 that's going to be going soon. I've got this Ascension, but it's just no, you can't just sit there against the One Ring. And so we're going to see Blightsteel Colossus on the battlefield this turn. That is going to put Kazuya down to 7. And by the way, the reason I bring that up is because of the play that you mentioned before about attacking with the Bloodbraid Channeler, that this is where those type of attacks can really matter. If Kazuya says, I don't really want to lose my land or Bristlybill or 6, I'm just going to take the 4. He was at 18 or something. He may just be like, sure. But now that looks a little different, right? When all of a sudden you're like, well, I want to get this Blightsteel down. I don't want to go down to 3 or something like that. It can be quite a big swing there. But This is where we're at. We have Blightsteel Colossus on the battlefield, and at least currently, no answers in sight here for Kohara.
Yeah, so Kahara's best answer was the Fractured Identity. I actually don't know if we have anything else. So we didn't take Gang's Iceberg, we didn't take Leyline Binding, and we didn't take Swords to Plowshares. And I'm not sure what other answers we could have for it. So I guess what we have to do is try to do something really fast and explosive and punish the opponent for attacking while also chump blocking, which is a really tough position to take. Fortunately, Channel put our opponent's life total really low. So Kazuya's life total is only 7, and we just drew Minskin Boo, which can fling a creature. So we almost have lethal here because Uru does 6 if we keep it on the table. So we can set up a position where we can fling 6 damage at the opponent, and we really just need to force through 1 damage. So step 1 is going to be surviving the next turn, which is where I think I would have preferred Kazuya to play the Boseiju rather than hold it last turn to make Colossus bigger and harder to chump block. But this actually just became a game again because Minskin Boo is just so good.
Yeah, this is now the focal point here. How can Kohara craft a game plan? This is where, you really don't have any wiggle room. And this is where, Magic can get very, very difficult, right? You're staring down this Blightsteel Colossus. You know that you need to survive it, but you're also looking at cards like Bristly Bill and Earthbender Ascension, which, can change the combat math depending on what Kazuya has either in hand or draws. And Kahara is going to have to account for all of those things. The good news is the One Ring is probably free to just run wild yet again. So he gets to figure out what he's got on top of the library. And it looks like it's 2 Triumphs on top.
Yeah, not ideal. Kohara really wanted a fetch land to get the landfall triggers twice from the Omnath. And playing Courser out here would have been one option. They could have done it first to see if a land was on top before using One Ring, but if they played the land and then One Ringed, they wouldn't be able to play the fetch land anyway. So their sequencing is totally fine and probably exactly what you should do. But now they can play the Courser to get one more look at a fetch land if they want to, but they can also use Uru to get the second landfall trigger. The only disadvantage there is we're not progressing the board state. We can't bring it back this turn yet, but actually hitting Fabled Passage is huge because now with Uru,
nice.
All 3 Omnath triggers, which does 4 to the opponent, putting them to 3 life. So now we're actually presenting a really good lethal for this turn where we can play Minsk and Boo and Fling along with playing these lands. So that Fabled Passage was lethal. We just top decked it.
Are you serious? That Fatal Passage was exactly what Kohara needed. What an unbelievable rip. Oh, wow. Man. If you're Takua, you must be looking at this board like you have got to be kidding me.
Probably pretty surprised.
Unbelievable win there. Oh, my. What an outright theft that was for Kohara. Staring down the barrel of a very large Blightsteel Colossus with no answer in sight, by the way. And it turns out no answer needed. Just kill your opponent instead. That's game 1 going to Kohara. Oh, man, that was brutal, Ely. What a rip. That Fabled Passage. Holy smokes.
But also really cool. I can definitely appreciate that win. Unfortunately, Takua does not have a lot of sideboard cards, not a lot of options here. It looks like they're playing most of their playables in the main deck already. Kohara can decide between just a few things of, do I want this Chocobo to apply additional pressure early? Do I want this No More Lies against the deck that seems to be adding a lot of mana? So these are the 2 maybe considerations that we can actually sideboard with. So really we're going to expect to see a very similar matchup between these 2 decks with not a lot of sideboarding.
Really nice opener here for Takua. You can see the mana is in place for a nice 2-3 curve on the play. Though I will say that for Kohara, not quite as much, right? We see, there's Ancient Tomb. That might change things a little bit. But, Springheart, Nantuko, and Prismatic Ending, but still a little ways off from the Fractured Identity.
Yeah, but we do have a nice...
Mock Sapphire. Wow. Never mind. Fractured Identity just came up a lot quicker after Ancient Tomb into Mock Sapphire. Okay.
Yeah, this hand just drastically improved in a way that is hard to describe.
But he needed that green mana for the Nantuko. I mean, I guess if his plan is to just play it out and, start playing lands and making a bunch of 1/1s.
Well, you don't usually want to play Nantuko to make a bunch of 1/1s. It's actually better as a bestow thing in cubes. So here we're just going to Prismatic Ending. And this Mock Sapphire gives us 2 choices. We can just play the Sapphire and have the mana and then play the Triumph. But our thought process here is maybe we're going to flood out. So maybe we want to hold on to this Triumph and cycle it, which is what I would expect to happen, because I always feel like we get flooded in these games where we feel so ahead and we just have all these like toys early on. So I like that we sandbagged the Mock Sapphire. We don't want to expose it to something that could just easily kill it. And now we know Fractured Identity is on for next turn with Mock Sapphire and Ancient Tomb. So we could have a crazy good turn 3 play.
Yeah, the general rule of thumb is if your opponent's playing black, it's better just to run out your mocks. And if their opponent's playing green or sometimes red, then it's better to sandbag it. Wow, Othari here too? Oh, but he's going to go for Fractured Identity right now on the 6th.
And the fact that 6 is a 2/4 with reach makes sense to me. It kills the 2/2 token. It exposes Athari to being easily dealt with. It even blocks Athari if you want. So we had to answer 6. That makes sense to me. But just having this follow-up play of Athari is just great. And Kohara's hand has turned from medium to like kind of insane.
Yeah, totally. And, when your opponent taps out main phase to play Terra Sunder on the creature you just fractured identity, you feel good. You're like, that works for me. And now you get to follow up with Othari Sun's Glory and start slamming into an empty board here. Wow. The Ancient Tomb into the Mock Sapphire were exactly what Kohara needed to really turn this hand on.
Yeah, from the start, it looked like Kazuya was advantaged in both in deck and draws, but Kohara's hands have shaped in a way that it was kind of a steamroll.
Holy smokes. And that is going to be game number 2. And in fact, the match going to Kamadamon and picking up the win. Of course, absolutely clutch because that's $1,000 in his pocket, but also it keeps the dream alive of the 3-0 here. Just for those of you joining us, I'll remind you that the player who makes it all the way to the 3-0, there's 8 players in our field. One of them gets to emerge from the Vintage Cube with the 3-0. They will get a seat at the World Championship and in the grand final of this event as well. So that is the absolute coveted spot to be in. I mean, you always want to win out when you're playing, but this cube has huge stakes attached to it. And one loss means that you cannot be in the grand final and at the World Championship after this Vintage Cube round. You can still win a bunch of money, even just 2 wins in here will net you a good chunk of change. But these players have their eyes on the prize trying to get, all the way into that grand final. Anything stand out to you there, Ely, from the match? I mean, we mentioned the acceleration needed from Kamadamon, and when he found it, his deck really shined.
Yeah, I think that we saw exactly why mana acceleration is so important in Vintage Cube. One player had it, one player didn't, and that game was not even a game. So it's just that good and that important to have. I think there were 2 hands for the blue-green player where we could have considered mulliganing, even though the second hand was perfectly serviceable. We had on the play a turn 2, a turn 3, but then we just died. We didn't have a turn 1. We didn't have any of our really broken synergies or power to accelerate. And so sometimes you almost have to prioritize having just a silly, crazy good hand and even throwing away serviceable hands just because the power level in Cube can be so outrageous. But in the most fun way. I mean, who doesn't want to do outrageous things? It's like getting to play broken Magic.
That's right. Yeah, that would have been a good game. But instead it was turn 3, Fractured Identity on the draw, and that ended up leading to a victory. All right, we've got another match to bring you here. Let's take a look at who we're going to see. We're going to see Antonin versus No Way. And, well, as you can see, No Way, a bit of a cube specialist, played the most cube matches out of anybody here, and a very respectable 61.7%. And, you can see Antonin's no slouch either. So both of these players definitely have put in their time on cube.
Yeah, not just respectable too, but 61.7 is fantastic. I would give them a lot of credit for that. And that's not a small sample size. 967 and still having almost 62% win percentage. Xenowan is a force to be reckoned with in this format.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I had a chance to talk to Xenowan, and he did tell me that while he plays a lot of Modern these days, he considered himself a limited player, for quite a long, primarily limited player for quite a long time, including Vintage Cube. So let's take a look at what we've got from these players. This is Antonin. So this is the player that picked up the Black Lotus in pack 3. You can see that over on the left side of your screen. And then, otherwise has what looks to be a solid black-red mid-range deck, maybe a little bit towards the aggressive end, but you can kind of see why I'm calling it mid-range. If you actually look at the 1-drop slot, there's no aggressive creatures in there, and there's some decent stuff at 2, and then this deck really gets going at 3 and 4. And my prediction when we looked at it before was draw Black Lotus, and you're going to be in amazing shape with a deck like this. Not, it gets a lot more fair from there.
It's great that we took Black Lotus over Arid Mesa again. So chat, keep track. When we draw Black Lotus, let's see if we would have rather had Arid Mesa.
Yeah, that's great. We'll find out. Let's take a look at what his opponent Noe ended up drafting. This is the combo deck of all combo decks. This is not just one combo. It has two or maybe even three, depending on how you look at it, different combos that it can go for.
This is my ideal deck. This is what people would call an Ely deck when they team draft with me. I think they consider me a mad brewer of a kind and just trying to cram as many combos into a deck as possible. And I think this one came out really nice. As far as combos go, it's a lot of 2-card combos. And Tinker can even be a 1-card combo hitting Bolus's Citadel. So it's pretty easy to set up these things. The only downsides to this deck are we don't have a lot of power and we don't have a lot of acceleration, but we do have good catch-up in Force of Will and Daze and other cheap cards that help us to put a lot of power on the board. So if we draw our combos in a timely fashion and our opponent doesn't jump so far ahead of us, then this deck has just a really good win percentage at being hard to answer, attacking from like a non-linear traditional pattern, and then having these just like way over the top plays that are hard to combat with.
Yeah, and if you're keeping track at home, the combos are roughly speaking going to be Tinker into Bolus's Citadel and then Brain Freeze to finish, or it's going to be a draw 7 like Time Twister in conjunction with Leovold, Narset, or Orcish Bowmasters. And then he also has Nadu plus Lightning Greaves to kind of go off and draw a whole bunch of cards. Also, that black card in the 2-drop slot, that has to be Demonic Tutor. Like that's like the only one in a black, I assume, that you would go for here.
I believe it is Demonic
yes,
Tutor.
It is. I just looked at the list. Yes. So that is, of course, a key combo piece as well. And Displacer Kitten, like this deck just kind of has it all. All right, well, let's head on down and let's see how this one ended up panning out. As you can see, when we come into the match here, we are coming partway through. So we are coming into game number 2 with Antonin up a game. And of course, my eyes immediately go down to his opening hand to see if there's a Black Lotus there, and I don't see one.
No, I wonder if that's part of why Brandis won game 1, is maybe there was for game 1, but not for game 2.
Yeah, that definitely could be. Fire Covenant off the top for him, and we see the Ether Spellbomb to kick things off here for Noe. Land number 2, there's also a Daze in hand. Are we going to see a Demonic Tutor on 2? Yes, it does look like it.
Certainly. Grabbing Tinker just seems like such an easy play to do. We have Daze, Forcible back up, an Artifact to sack. All we have to do is draw a land and make sure we don't draw the Bolus's Citadel. That would be disaster if we drew it.
Oh, I shudder at the thought, Ely. That is...
Me too. And I've been there so many times. It is such a dagger.
The nightmare when it hits. All right, there's the Tinker in hand. So can Antonin get off to a start that actually starts applying real pressure here? The answer is no. It's going to be Night's Whisper to try to set up for future turns. So right now, the deck looking very mid-range and giving Noe a lot of time to operate. Let's see if he can find that land and turn an Ether Spellbomb into a Citadel. No, it's Snapcaster Mage.
So it's not
much to do here.
Not panic yet. We have 2 counters. We have time to buy. I'd be very surprised if we don't play Mountain here. Yeah,
I was going to say, considering playing a tap land here, but boy, you've got some nice stuff to run out here. Got Death Greeter's Champion, Barrogoyf.
The only thing I'm thinking here is we know our opponent has Daze and we want to play around it, but that's tough to do against a combo deck. We got to apply pressure too. It's going to work out for them though, which makes me think like, wow, great play. I'm very impressed that you saw this. We can burst lighting that Mastermind with our turn now and then really play around Daze and keep playing spells. And our opponent doesn't have the land to actually kill us yet. But still, I'm surprised. I think I would have probably played land and maybe cast something like the Barrogoyf here and just hope they don't have it. Now we get full information.
That's funny.
Which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I think you lead with the probe here. No, it's going to be the Barrogoyf.
Yeah. There's definitely been some surprising plays here. We didn't burst lightning the fairy mastermind. We can't probe with the
Right.
mastermind on the table. We would need to burst lightning first. So
Right.
I guess we wanted to catch them with a fire covenant that killed more than one thing, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that could be. And if if Noe goes for the Orcish Bowmasters as kind of the, well, I don't have anything else to do anyway play here, that is going to work out for Antonin getting max value from Fire Covenant. Still, where's the land here for Noe?
Yeah. We certainly need to get it so that we can put our Bolas Citadel onto the table. I don't think we're going to win with just these 2-drops, even though they're quite good right now. But a Fire Covenant is about to change all of that.
Yeah, we're there we go. I was going to say our cards in hand was lagging a little bit, but it's updated now. It was a Narset, so still no third land here for Noe. Man, had the table set too. Interesting. So now Antonin's going to actually use his Burst Lightning just to take out Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, this is...
But isn't the plan to Fire Covenant here?
It was. Maybe we were thinking that one more removal spell would come out first, or that Noe would use the Aether Spell Bomb to save the Bowmasters. Keep in mind, Antonin does not know that a Tinker is in our opponent's hand. They might have not even seen it in game 1, so they don't know the value of keeping an artifact to sacrifice so that we can cast Tinker. So I could see that being part of the equation here.
Yeah, I also wonder if Antonin picked up on that, right? Like, oh, okay, I'll Burst Lightning your guy, and then you don't return it to your hand? Like, wait a minute. Like, don't you want to save a Bowmasters? And that could be a clue.
It almost seems like we're playing around Aether Spellbomb. Like it's getting so much value by being on the table. I think it's changing and warping our plays, which are the kind of things you don't get to see when you're piloting the deck from Noe's side. So it's kind of cool to see this additional value. It's the same value that cards like Thalia gain you that you almost never get to see. So it's kind of fun watching and seeing it from this perspective, so you can see the value.
Yeah, and you really have to put yourself into Antonin's seat. And now you're going, hold on a second. So you didn't use it to save your Bowmasters, and you haven't cracked it, even though you've missed your third land drop like 3 times in a row now. You must, you start to think in terms of like Tinker or something along those lines.
Right. And here we are playing an Ambush Viker.
Just raw Snapcaster Mage here. That is rough. Is there a land here, though? Yes, finally. So what's life totals at here? 16 for Noe. That's plenty of wiggle room to work with on the Citadel here.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of high CMCs in Noe's deck, which was on purpose. They were setting this up that they could play a lot of things. The thing that'll really
I feel like the Force of Will was the highest, right?
Yeah. The thing that'll suck for Noe is if lands are on top of the deck, which we can almost guarantee are right now. There's lands on top of our deck because we haven't played anything else off the Citadel to dig deeper for more information. So we are not out of the woods yet. We need our next turn, because it does look like we'll have a next turn to go really well. But the headliner Scarlet making 7 unblockable damage, putting us to 9, could be a really great play from Antonin, making the Citadel not as effective as we might like. But we're almost playing a battle on 2 fronts, because Antonin's life total is actually pretty low. And we could also get just beat down and lose that way as well. So we have to be a little cautious. It might be that we're going to Fire Covenant first. I'm not sure yet. But Death Greeter and Scarlet can provide like a lethal 1-turn kill if we have some time to build. But I don't know if we do. I kind of think Noe's next turn is going to be kind of crazy.
Yeah, you see Noe considering chipping in here with the Fairy Mastermind, even though there is a gut on the other side of the battlefield which threatens, in conjunction with an artifact or something, it could hit pretty hard even just on its own. So you can see that Noe is definitely considering life totals here. And, honestly, so is Antonin. I mean, he still hasn't cast the Gitaxian Probe. And that would have been useful information, so definitely valuing your life total here pretty highly.
want to get punished by the fairy mastermind or the bowmaster early. Oh my gosh.
Jeez, Kolagon's command off the top. Oh, what a beating.
For those that don't know at home,
Bolus's Citadel.
kills
Go ahead.
Bolus's Citadel. Yeah.
Brutal. That is so rough.
And at this point, you can take the last card out of Noe's hand so that you don't have to play around any other variables. And then you can then know that you can untap your following turn and Fire Covenant the board away. Or we could just kill the Mastermind now. There's a lot of options here that just put us pretty solidly ahead. So I have a feeling that Noe is going to be struggling to win this game from here.
Well, now he's going to play Gitaxian Probe. I mean, I guess you'd want to know that first, right? Just in case you want to get that card out of hand. But currently uncastable Narset in hand. So that's more good news here for Antonin.
Yeah. So remember, we couldn't play the Pro before getting the Mastermind off the table. We don't want to get that punish.
Thank you. That's right. I forgot about the extra card. Makes sense. Okay. Now we're going to bestow the Phoenix here to apply maximum, I guess, pressure.
It is a lot of damage. If we follow up this play next turn with the Death Greeter dashing, growing the gut, it's actually 2 damage more than lethal. So we'll put them to 12 here, then we can attack for 14 on the next turn, because we can presume our opponent might attack us back. So it's not a bad position to be in. And even if they don't attack us back, we have the Scarlet, and we could also do Greeter plus Fire Covenant. So we kind of have exactly what we need to just be firmly winning this game in the next turn.
Yeah, it looks like Antonin's deciding whether this attack is worth it or not. You can see his hand is absolutely stacked, and he knows that Noe's on basically nothing at this point. You know, an island into Narset isn't usually the type of play that is going to break up this board. Also, if you do attack, I guess you're more or less giving up on the Fire Covenant. I mean, that might be okay, but...
Yeah, I think Antonin is trying to decide if it's safer to hold back because we'll win anyway, and then what do we possibly lose to by attacking? So the interesting thing here is Unearth. It could be a draw from Noe that could bring back Bowmaster, targeting the opponent to 5, and then attacking for 4, putting them to 1, which then turns off the Canyon and turns off the Covenant. So that actually is maybe an out here that has Noe still in the game. And
he's still alive for it too.
Yeah, exactly. We might even see it off the Narset, which would be kind of neat.
Noe fighting for his life here in round number 1. Antonin has applied pressure. He did decide to attack.
Yeah,
so I think Noe's at 12.
We probably put Antonin's advantage bar here around 95%. So this is going to be a huge comeback if Noe somehow comes back.
Yeah, not much to be done here. The Antonin's deck can certainly close out the game quickly. Once it gets to this point, this is kind of what he wants. He can get to this point of the game quickly if he can draw his Black Lotus. He didn't do that this game, though, and has just been kind of carefully moving his game plan forward. All right, here's the Narset minus. Is there an Unearth?
Talisman.
It's a Talisman of Donovan. Ugh.
I think we would have still
more or less blank.
I think we still would have been 1 damage short. When we played the Snapcaster as an Ambush Viper, I think I would have liked to have seen it attack into the gut, especially knowing Detective Phoenix was in the graveyard anyway. That would have put it as a lethal top deck if we had seen it. But we missed anyway, so it wasn't a costly thing. There's definitely so much to this format that's just fascinating. Littlest thing can just be such a huge swing.
Okay, this looks like just a non-dashed champion.
Which we don't need to dash it because we use the gut ability and then just sack the Greeter, and it's the same 4 damage either way.
Gotcha.
We even know our opponent's hands, so we know it's lethal, and we know there's nothing our opponent can do. Our opponent is just taking the victory lap right now.
Wow. Solid win here for Antonin Brandis in the opening round. We didn't get to see game one on camera, but no Black Lotus needed here in game number 2 against a very powerful deck from Noe as well. So he'll be really happy to pick up the victory there and escape, because that type of deck that can hit you with all those different combos from all those different directions can be very difficult. And if I'm Brandis, I'm looking back to that Kolaghan's Command top deck. I mean, that ended up dictating the win in many ways.
Yeah, that was so huge. It didn't give our opponent the opportunity to then just kind of storm off on us, which they probably would have been able to do, because they could have even reset the top of the library with any blue source and then playing Narset. We would have got to see what their deck was meant to do, which I was really looking forward to seeing. So I'm a little sad it didn't work.
Yeah, the players do, of course, get to continue on even with a loss here, because every win in this vintage cube does add to their prize pool count significantly. But that round one loss means that you're not going to be in the grand final off of the vintage cube, and you're going to have to lean back over to modern, which we're going to be playing a little bit later today. So that's going to do it for our round one coverage here from the Magic Online Champions Showcase. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more Magic. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ely Cassis. Thank you so much for joining us. We are heading into round 2 of Vintage Cube, and we do have all of our winners featured this round. There's 4 winners from the first round who are going to reduce down to 2, and we're going to watch our final, of course, in the next round. Let's see who we've got lined up this time around, though. We have Claudio versus Antonin. We just watched Antonin pick up the victory there in his first round, but this time he's facing off against Claudio, who also seems to have put in some amount of time here on Vintage Cube. Ely, you see 459 matches with a above 50% win rate. So definitely getting the sea legs under him, but a good start for Claudio. Let's see what Claudio drafted. I'm curious. I forgot which deck this was. Oh, this is a Reanimator deck that you really liked. Yeah. This was your favorite deck, right? Of all the decks in the field?
This is my deck to win. Yeah. And I feel like it's going to. It just has everything going for it, and every card in it is pretty premium. I don't even know what I would replace, or, obviously you can always upgrade a deck with power, of course, but it's just everything is funneled into like a deck where this is like a pre-con. It's exactly what you want, and it does everything, and it has so many busted hands and draws, and has all the premiums, and then it also has Time Walk, which is just my favorite card in the whole cube.
Yeah, totally. This deck is super sweet, and this is the dream. I mean, if you are going to be playing Vintage Cube at the level that we're playing at, for the money and the prizes that we've got on the line here, somebody hands you this deck and you're like, done, right? Because this is a tough field, and the decks don't always look quite as clean. Let's take a look at his opponent, Antonin. This is the red-black mid-range deck that features Black Lotus as its kind of shining star, but very premium, powerful cards really across the table, particularly from 2-drop, 3-drop, and 4-drop slot. I mean, these are some absolute monsters of the format here. Many of these more recent additions to the cube, but they've had a huge impact. Cards like Gut, Pyrogoyf have really stood out as mainstays in the cube these days.
Yeah, and Antonin is really going to have to lean on this Lotus to get ahead. Not that they have tap lands or anything really slowing them down besides one Triome, but they don't have any 1-drop aggressive creatures. And their 2-drop creatures are good kind of value creatures, but they don't close the game fast. on 3 we have Gut that does that and Death Greeter Champion, but our opponent might be already summoning Atraxas and Archons. So we better hope they stumble, or we better hope that we have a really fast start to be able to combat that.
Yeah, and when I think about answers for huge creatures, not a ton here, right? Sometimes this is like a heavy red deck with a little bit of black, and sometimes that little bit of black will give you those spot removal spells that you can use to take out, an Atraxa or something along those lines. And there's not nothing, you see Fire Covenant here, stuff like that, but not a lot of that stuff either. If an Atraxa hits the battlefield, it's going to be a real problem here for Antonin on multiple levels.
Yes, very real problem, and one that I think will probably spell lights out most of the time. I think you're right. Fire Covenant might be our only answer for an Archon or an Atraxa. It's possible that a Pyrogoyf could do it, or that you could stack a Flame Slash and a Lightning Bolt or something like that, but it's not super likely, and it comes at a great cost. And there's no telling if our opponent will just reanimate it again on their following turn, because Atraxa just fills up their hand. So we have to be the aggressor and block our opponent and hope for a bit of inconsistency to pull this one out.
Yeah, let's head down and see how this matchup plays out. Can the Reanimator deck get something huge on the battlefield and take advantage? Was that a mulligan? Oh, I guess so. That hand did have 2 finishers in it, and I guess not enough ways to discard. So Claudio's going to go ahead and send that one back.
I'm kind of impressed. A lot of people would not mulligan that hand. It had Entomb and it had a Preordained to try to find a reanimate spell. So I think a lot of people are keeping that, but it did have an automatic double mulligan by having 2 of those threats in hand. So pretty decent deck, and you can obviously take a mulligan there and just play a little bit more proactively.
Yeah, boy, a discard outlet there would have been so nice, but it was Entomb, which, Entomb is the best enabler, right? Because when you think about these Reanimator decks, you kind of need 3 things to come together. You need a huge creature, you need a way to get it onto the battlefield from the graveyard, and you need a way to discard it. And Entomb is one of the only ways to shortcut that and get 2 out of the 3 with just 1 card.
Yeah, I've seen drafts where players were in the Reanimator strategy into pack 3, and they took Entomb over a piece of power. And for their deck, it was probably the right call.
Is Antonin on 4 here, Ely?
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit trickier.
Yikes.
Although, funny, when you mull a 4, that Robber of the Rich is pretty good. It's going to get blocked,
bad,
which is why I think Brandis is considering playing Plunderer first. But I wouldn't have hated it getting blocked and then just stealing cards off my opponent's library. Heck, it would have stole that Mana Vault, which it could have then played on the next turn. It possibly played both of my spells with a single land off the top. So that would have been pretty cool too.
This way, the Plunderer will enable, him to get the Baragoyf or the Robber down, or maybe he'll draw whatever. What about for Claudio? How are things progressing from his perspective? He had the Tameo on turn 1 to start making clue tokens, but that's just more like kind of raw power rather than feeding his core strategy here.
We're not really doing what we want to be doing quite yet, but it's not a bad start either. We're getting card advantage. We're controlling the board state with Lose Focus and Bone Shards. And then we have the ability to find whatever we need with Trainer and the clue tokens we're making. So Claudio's got a great board position, very well ahead in this game, and is not suffering certainly from anything.
There's Pyrogoyf, so that's a nice one. But it is going to be Robber of the Rich, and that's going to get countered here from Lose Focus.
Yeah, this Robber of the Rich wasn't wearing their glasses, clearly. The cool thing about Pyrogoyf is it has a static effect, and we have another Lurgoyf in our hand, so we could actually get a secondary trigger from Pyrogoyf. Potentially, we could see that happen this game.
That does not happen often, but there is a Goyf sub-theme in the cube, and when it comes up, it's gnarly.
I'd kind of like to see from Claudio using this Mana Vault to offspring our Thundertrap Trainer. I think that would be super cool to see. It then provides an answer to the menace that the trainer has. So if they attack again, we can double block and use that to find everything we need to set up the next turn.
Instead, he's going to use the Mana Vault to crack a clue token, which he finds Ponder into Inquisition, which he probably is going to feel the pressure to fire that off here.
Yeah,
and he does. So he'll only have the one target.
We're playing a control strategy instead, which also totally fine too. I'm curious to see if we're going to bone shards here, because that 2/2 red creature, this plunderer, can start dealing a lot of damage because we have a lot of artifacts out right now, and it can also give our opponent mana to actually cast their spells while they're stuck on 2 with just 1 card in hand. So I like firing off that bone shards as well. But we're not as ahead as I'd like to be. I mean, if Antonin draws a land here, which they did, they can Pyroglyph the Tameo. So I feel like we kind of overcommitted and put ourselves in a situation where our opponent could just kind of come back with something like this. So not as happy with how the game played out.
This is on 4 for Antonin. Like, how?
Yeah, and it's not over yet. We have a lot of time and a lot of extra cards to find. But yeah, the game didn't have to be this close, if you ask me.
I mean, this is wild. Like, he's on 4 and he was facing down a turn 1 Cameo, which didn't get answered, by the way. Like, he ended up deciding to flip it. But like, that thing can just feed all these clue tokens running out over and over again. It's going to be hard for Antonin to claw back, but he's done just that.
Yeah, I think
and that was a whiff on the Thundertrap trainer too.
Yeah. Wow.
Man,
gonna be a crazy Mold of 4 win if Antonin gets there.
There's still a clue token and a top deck coming here. It was a land off the top for Antonin.
We should probably untap the Mana Vault this turn.
Just be down 1 mana, but keep the life.
Yeah, it's not about the life per se, but it gives us the ability to top deck an Archon and actually cast it, versus all we're going to do is turn to sack a clue, and we're still trying to build resources to draw into something. Okay, we had Lutri. I didn't even see that, so we had something to do with our mana. So that changes things a little bit here.
And we're going to see Claudio just protect his life total. He's down to 10. It's another land off the top, though, for Antonin, so the pressure is still just the Pyrogoyf. But this is a precarious spot here for Claudio. He really does need to find something. And once again, he hasn't. He's got Lutri, but can he find something with his clue? Oh, there's Animate Dead. What can he get back? We know there's at least a Barogoyf.
Yeah, the Barogoyf is a juicy target here. So really all this is going to do is trade off with the Pyrogoyf, but that's fine. Our opponent is empty-handed, just has lands.
But it wouldn't. Will it trade? Oh my God,
touch.
Fire coming up. Yeah, but it's a 3/5, right?
Oh, right. It only shrinks the power. So Pyrogoyf doesn't have enough, but it doesn't matter. Fire Covenant came off the top.
Fire Covenant. Oh my God, Antonin is running hot. Remember, this is a mulligan to 4. And he's not.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say running hot though. He drew land 3, then 4, then 5, and didn't have much to do with it. So it's an interesting situation.
Come on, finding an answer for a 5 toughness creature, like I think that's the only one he has,
yes,
right? And otherwise, he just has to stare down the Goyf, and then if he wants to start attacking, he's going to mill, get the creatures back. Like that would have really snowballed quickly. And now it's just desperation time for Claudio. He finds Ledger Shredder. So he can shred and then either keep up Lutri or Tar Pit. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, we could. If we try to play the Lutri with the Shredder, all we're doing is milling a card and growing the Shredder, which we don't have enough damage to kill the Pyrogoyf. I guess it's good that we hit a land and got that draw out of the way. But
these are just chump blockers ultimately. Yeah, Night's Whisper off the top for Antonin, and there's Gut.
So
and
that's
Claudio's
lethal.
at 3, so it's lethal.
Wow.
Man. Are you kidding me?
This is wild. This is
Dude, he just won on a mold of 4.
Oh, very unexpected win here, and very impressed that this game played out that way. I do think Claudio had some different plays they could have done in the early game to maybe change the outcome of this game, but not much. I can't imagine that it would have gone to. Wait a minute, we didn't sack the gut for the win?
No.
Oh, it's sacrifice another. You can't sacrifice gut, perhaps.
Oh, right. So actually, and Claudio has like outs here, right? He's got quite a bit of mana.
Not a ton, though.
Yeah, actually not that many, but come on, something.
I don't think we can pay to untap this mana vault here to play it to our outs. Either.
Yeah, I don't think the mana vault untap is part of the equation here. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because we can activate Creepy Tar Pit and even survive another turn if Antonin doesn't have a follow-up play.
Oh my goodness, another land here for Claudio.
Wow, we conceded. We weren't dead on board.
No, the Tar Pit could have blocked.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Right? What am I missing there?
I don't know. It's cool to see the black-red deck sideboard because that Swords to Plowshares is very splashable. We have Savai, Triome, and Starting Town in our main deck with Twisted Landscape and Chromatic Star. I might have just played the Swords to Plowshares in the deck, but maybe we didn't. Maybe we didn't because there's so much cheap removal already in the deck. We didn't prioritize it. But sideboarding into white gives us answers like Leyline Binding and Swords against a Reanimator player, which sound pretty good. So I kind of like the idea of. Yeah, me too. Whenever you have good sideboard against your opponent in Cube, you're just like, oh yeah, feels great.
It really does. And these are such great answers that he just doesn't have access to otherwise.
On the blue-black side, we don't have a ton, but I do think Cecil might actually brick the aggro starts from black-red. So I don't think I'd even mind having Cecil.
Just that really early, nice blocker.
Yeah. This is a great opener from Claudio. I mean, it's not Entomb into Animate Dead, but it's pretty sweet after that. Especially since this Ponder on turn 2 could also find Entomb and set up a turn 3 Reanimate. And we're going to have full knowledge with the Inquisition. And we have an Oculus backup plan. This is just a excellent hand.
Inquisition of Kozilek's going to kick it off here for Claudio. And he sees 2 2s and 2 3s to choose from. They're all pretty dang good. So
yeah,
I suppose, like, what do you go for here?
To be honest, I could see taking anything here. I think my priority is Gut because Gut provides this really fast clock quick, and looks like Claudio agrees. But like Death Greeter also provides a fast clock, but if you see it coming, it's a little bit more manageable. So in that regard, maybe Gut is the pick just for that reason.
Yeah, oftentimes you'll see players take away kind of the next available play, but that just wasn't here with 2 2-drops in hand for Antonin. So then you might default back to, well, what's the thing I'm really worried about the most? You see Infernal Grasp. I didn't see if Claudio shuffled there. I assume no. And we see Inti hit the battlefield. Ooh.
So all we need is a discard outlet now.
Yes. Oh, and there's Fable as well. Man, the lineup is heavy here for Antonin. I assume that Infernal Grasp just has to get used this turn.
It's a complicated
Maybe he's hoping that he goes land Death Greeter. Yeah, so it looks like Antonin says, how about we go to combat? And then Claudio says, okay, fine. I don't get to get like max value, but I'm going to just have to kill your Inti right now.
Yeah, see, I don't know if I would have killed Inti there. We know our opponent has 3 drops to play and other spells to play.
Whoa! So Frantic Search.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, GG.
That is actual perfection. This is exactly what we talked about, where if you can get this Atraxa on the battlefield, it is very difficult for Antonin to deal with. And, you know, it's basically an unstoppable creature. Let's see what he can hit off of it as well.
Yeah, that was pretty ideal. It was even a 0 mana discard outlet.
Yeah, that was pretty good, it turns out. Let's see what he ends up hitting off of Atraxa.
Imagine we time walk.
I like how you think, Ely. That's nice.
It's so fun when you draft time walk in these things too, because you take all these cards that recycle it. You get an Eternal Witness, you get anything that blinks Eternal Witness, and you just win. And you can put that bestow green creature on Eternal Witness, and now every land is a time walk. And it just does so many gross things.
That's right. Well, he didn't hit it this time, but he's hit a lot of good stuff. He's also getting close to being able to just cast the Oculus here. I think he's got 5 cards in yard right now. And he's just going to leave up lose focus. So things going very well for Claudio. That Atraxa looks unstoppable at the moment.
And even if it gets stopped, we have the ability to go Mana Vault into Grave Titan on the next turn, or Exhume Atraxa back. So I just don't think the tools are in Antonin's deck to really power through this. If that had been done with like a Reanimate, maybe, because then we could have like the 3/3 that makes your whole team unblockable and maybe make like a powerful turn. But as it stands, this game is not even 95%. It's like 99.9% in Claudio's hands.
That's right. You see a bit of desperation here from Antonin attacking with both of his creatures into the huge Atraxa.
And we're hoping for Robber to hit something that can kill Atraxa. That's all that was.
That's right. Basically, can I hit Swords to Plowshares? Yeah.
I'm surprised that they haven't brought Leyline Binding in. That surprises me.
Yeah.
It's a great answer to these Reanimate targets, and cards like Tarfire and Burst Lightning are not that exciting, even though Tarfire has an extra type for the Barrogoyf and the Pyrogoyf. It just doesn't have a lot of targets to hit. It can't even kill this turn one.
It's cute. Right, exactly.
So these are some of my favorite hands in Reanimator.
Here's Black Lotus.
You can draw and discard a Tali and then have the Exhume play, but you also don't have a Swamp, so it's so risky. Like, are you going to live that long or not? But I think I would.
And in this case, you are not, because we see Black Lotus on the other side here on a mulligan for Antonin. He's got Headliner Scarlet at the ready. There's a Detective Phoenix and a Generous Plunderer as well.
Yeah, so we can do turn one Scarlet, turn 2 Plunderer, and then turn 3 Phoenix. Seems pretty sweet to me.
That's tough to beat. This is game 3 between these players. They're fighting for their chance to get into the finals. Also, they're adding $2,000 to their prize pool with a victory here. And Antonin says, this is why I picked that Black Lotus. In comes the Scarlet. Oh, there's the Black Source, though.
But Claudio's not going with the draw discard plan. So we have different plans here, which I don't mind so much, because if we draw any other Black Source from this point, we can go Mana Vault into a turn 3 Grave Titan, which is also a pretty solid start. But I really would have been considering discarding this Atali here and trying to come back that way, even though I think it would have been a flawed plan that wouldn't work. But that's another good draw. Now we can go Mana Vault and Cecil and hope to top deck a Swamp for a Grave Titan. It's just none of these things will get through if Detective Phoenix does its thing and flies over the top. But Tamio can only block for one turn in that situation. But none of these things have manifested yet. We're talking turns down the line. There's draw steps still to be had that can still change that. But yeah, what a crazy game. All thanks to Black Lotus. And chat, was Arid Mesa better?
We finally have a vote for Black Lotus, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so Mana Vault plus Cecil here for Claudio, and he's going to continue to attack with the Tamio, trying to set up these clue tokens, see what he can get going.
So hard to even attack with Tamio here to make a clue. It's an extra damage from the Plunderer, and then 2 extra damage and not being able to block the Menace creature. So that's a tough swing to make.
That is rough.
I feel like Claudio is also taking this long shot chance of just hoping to draw perfects on the next turn. Maybe he could hit Frantic Search again and then just kind of do the go off play.
Yeah, get himself a Titan and a Tolly.
Yeah, I do like that they boarded in Cecil, recognizing that it could brick the opponent's plays.
Knight's Whisper here for Antonin. Oh, got into a bunch of lands. Well, that was one thing that needed to happen if you're sitting in Claudio's seat. Oh, wow.
Wow, and we tackled the Scarlet.
The headliner's attacking, yeah.
Well, I think the reason for this is it turns on the bestow for the Phoenix, so I could see the value in doing this.
Oh, gotcha. And it's a land off the top, but it is a swamp.
So Grave Titan is probably going to be cast because we don't know about the Phoenix, and we think maybe this card keeps me alive.
Yeah, Exhume looks real bad here.
Yeah, despite Antonin's hand being 4 lands, I think they're advantaged in this game. And I think that...
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, isn't it? I think that Claudio is going to have to try to close out this game fast somehow with no life total and being on the back foot, which is just going to be tough.
Yeah, so if he plays Grave Titan here, I wonder what he does with Tamiyo. This is such a precarious spot here.
You really can't attack. It's just too many artifacts on the table. I think that first attack already cost us bad. So if we had kept it back, really Cecil and Tamiyo could have double blocked the Plunderer. So we'd be at a higher life total and Plunderer wouldn't have attacked. So then only Scarlet would have attacked. So that one clue token on the table cost us a lot of life. It could be the difference in the outcome of this game.
Wow. Yeah, I know sometimes it's tempting to just send in with the Tamiyo because you're thinking, well, what else am I going to do with it? But on that particular board state, Tamiyo, even just as an 0-3, was really holding down the fort, just being that extra blocker for Menace.
And not making more artifacts to take more damage with, too, also quite important.
Yeah, I mean, Claudio taking a look at that Atali and maybe thinking, oh, I'm just 1 red mana away, but you might want to just use that treasure token.
So I'm just thinking as like a thought experiment here. If we had gone turn 1, draw the Darkslick Shore, discard Atali. Turn 2, we would have played Darkslick Shores and then Cecil. And then turn 3, we would have played Exhume. So we'd been in this situation, but we'd be playing Atali here instead of Grave Titan. And we'd have less artifacts on the table. We'd be a little bit higher because Plunderer wouldn't have hit us. So we'd probably be at like 10 is my guess. And we'd have Atali and whatever it hits instead of Grave Titan. And we would have more capitalized on Exhume. And then our follow-up play would be Mana Vault Grave Titan on turn 4. So I think it would have worked better to just do draw discard. But it's really close.
Looks like, is Claudio actually just going to try to get Tamiyo flipped here?
Well, maybe.
This is a way he can get 3 of the 4 artifacts off the battlefield. But he just doesn't have anything else to do.
Yeah, we don't have a proactive play there. And then this Mana Vault stays and dings us for 2 each turn. It's just not very exciting.
No.
I think this was I think I'm going to lose even if I play Grave Titan play, and I'm praying to just draw Frantic Search, and just it didn't happen. This is where I usually say Reanimator is pretty hard to draft in Cube to get it consistent, because like you said, it's kind of a 3-card combo, and so pulling it off is not easy, and you do get hands like this where you just kind of dirtle and then eventually fall apart or get overrun while you're trying to put the pieces together. And unfortunately for Claudio, that's exactly what's happening. And Claudio's deck is so good. They have everything the Reanimator deck kind of wants in a deck, and so not seeing it pretty sad, Pandas. I think they're going to be pretty upset with not having 3-0'd in this with this deck in this draft. And congratulations to Antonin for pulling this out. I didn't rate their deck as high as a lot of the other decks, especially Claudio's, but here they're going to be in the finals and maybe proving me wrong.
Yeah, this is some scrappy wins from Antonin. You know, sometimes you get the Black Lotus out and you kind of ride it to victory. We saw that here, as it provided the really quick, good start that's made the life totals difficult here for Claudio. You know, if Claudio had a bit more time, his hand definitely had a lot more easier lines of play to go through, but that's not what we're seeing here. He was under pressure more or less immediately here in game number 3, and now he is getting slammed on here. So what can he do? He can sack a token and then he just dies. Now, I guess he technically lives, but he has to put all of his mana into Mana Vault or something. Yeah, this just doesn't work out for him.
Oh, did we attack the Tamiyo here?
Oh, also there's the -1 that'll come in here, right?
Yeah.
I forgot about that. So I guess he does get to live.
Claudio's in a
he attacks Claudio.
Position.
Yeah, this is extremely difficult.
I think the out is Entomb, get Atraxa, Exhume Atraxa, hit Time Walk, take an extra turn, gain enough life that you don't die. So
so Claudio we're well and truly down.
Yeah, but that's not going to do it. So,
gosh. And Antonin just seems to have all the bases covered, right? Like he had his own good creature with a Scarlet in the graveyard to kind of offset Exhume at some point. Now he exiled it with Detective Phoenix so Animate Dead can't hit. Like just even the little slivers of, well, maybe I could. Nope. And none of this stuff actually leads to a victory.
Yeah, I feel like all the cards that Claudio has drawn have been exactly the right ones to not have any synergies. We don't have the cards in the graveyard for Oculus. The next card was Frantic Search. Oh my gosh, that was exactly what we would have needed to start.
It was the next card. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah. But Antonin picks up the victory. Very impressive. Moving on to the final here in the Vintage Cube. And, maybe a couple of Black Lotus draws away from finding himself in the grand final. We get to take a look here at the other side of the bracket to see from our other winners, where we have, once again, our featured drafter here, Kamadaman on the right versus Kasa, that's Etsusushi. And as you can see, not an experienced cube drafter with just the 13 cube matches. I read that as I qualified, via leaderboard, and now I don't normally play Vintage Cube, so I need to just jam some matches and see what happens. But man, I already picked up a win.
Yeah, I mean, getting a win with only ever having played 13 matches, that's actually really impressive. I would consider that as new to Cube as new can be.
Yeah, exactly. So let's take a look at their list here and see which ones we've got. Again, we watched this deck come in here. This is Kahara's deck. This is that kind of mid-range domain-ish deck, if you will. Kind of everything but black, basically.
Yeah, we've been over this one a few times. Our featured drafter, domain deck, good inevitability long term, a little bit light on early powerful plays. If given time, makes them really tough to deal with board states.
Let's take a look at the opposing deck from Fujita. And this is this makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it, Ely? Like, if you haven't played a ton of Vintage Cube, you would think like, well, I'll draft a sweet control deck, right? And this has all the tools. It has sweepers. It has hand disruption. It has counters. It has, ways to close out the game. This is a very good control deck. It's just when you draft this type of deck over and over and over again, you start to realize the variety of decks that you can actually face in a Vintage Cube. And those are such that sometimes it's a quick low to the ground aggressive deck that you need certain cards for. Sometimes it's a combo deck. Sometimes it's a powerful mid-range deck like we saw from Antonin and, even his opponent this round. And sometimes it's a long game deck. Sometimes it's Reanimator. There's all these different angles that you get hit from, and building a control deck that can consistently win in that environment is quite difficult.
Yeah, and certainly this deck can win, especially if an opponent stumbles, this deck just takes full advantage. But I think this deck's going to struggle to deal with all of the different like cascade elements and flashback elements that Caudamin has that are just hard to overcome with not putting a decent threat on the table and clocking your opponent.
Well, we get to find out how this one plays out. We're going to come in to the match here. Actually, for game number 3, we're going to get to watch the decider here, Ely. And as the players have split the first 2 games, 1 game apiece, and we see the Elvish Mystic to kick things off here for Kara.
At Sushi, too, with a great hand versus Kahara's very medium hand, and in game 3. So this, to me, could be what looks like an upset on paper.
Definitely. So the question is, what do you start with? Oh, it looks like he wants to go for Grief and then maybe Copter or Kite Sail, depending on what is left. No, what is that? I don't actually know that card.
It's one of the newer cards, so it kind of is a card advantage engine for blue-black, which it's a very good card. People have talked about building mono decks around it. Basen Bin, I think it's called, and it's hard to just explain without having a good graphic.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just read it. It's blue-black for a 2/2 legendary creature. Whenever you cast a historic spell, draw a card, and then it can't be blocked this turn. This ability triggers only once each turn, and then whenever it deals combat damage to a player, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Yeah, historic cards are all over the place in Vintage Cube.
So the fact that Freebooter can't take a creature here is huge. That play just turned a 1/2 flyer into like basically a do nothing, and now Kahara is allowed to resolve Omnath, which is going to be a huge difference in the way that this game would have played out if it had been, say, the 1/1 flying bat that could have taken Omnath. The difference is maybe like game worthy. But now we'll see the Copter deploy, which I believe is a historic spell, right? Artifacts count? Yeah, so now we're going to draw a card.
Artifact sagas and legendaries, yeah.
And we drew Damnation, which is a huge comeback card. So now the thought process in Fujita's mind is probably going to be, let me figure out how to get rid of their hand first and let them progress their board, and then I will Damnation and catch all the way back up.
Yeah, Kahara's been hit a couple of times, but not too much. Wow, this game just got really interesting with that Damnation, because the question, the real question that Fujita has to answer is, can he actually maneuver a board state to get that Mind Twist off and either completely wipe out the hand for Kahara or at least get close? The problem that he faces is Omnath, right? I mean, that card keeps you loaded up pretty nicely and gives you a ton of mana if you have a fetch like we see here. Ooh, Pest Infestation? That can take out the Copter and the Chromox?
Getting to do this here is going to necessitate that Damnation needs to occur if Remand wasn't in play. But Remand is going to get miscalced. And so now with Remand getting miscalc won't be there to counter the Damnation. So it's like so interesting how all this is playing out. But there's still a turn or 2 for Fujita to draw a land before it's going to become necessary to Damnation. And in the meantime, we can use Mind Twist to attack the hand of Kahara to try to get even like more ahead in terms of what the post-Damnation board state is going to look like.
So here it is. Does he just have to Damnation now, or can he afford to Mind Twist first?
Well, I think we can afford to Mind Twist first. He's going to go for the Mind Twist. Yeah. This is definitely the play that I like. And if Kahara draws a creature, they're not likely to play around a Damnation here. And so we're at least... Ooh.
Oh, my God. That's got to be one of the best top decks. And then he even hit the Bloodbraid Crusader for the follow-up, too.
Do you remember how we were saying the One Ring Remember how we were saying the One Ring might be better than a piece of power? This is like a perfect board state to display that. It's just so insane how this game went from like really close, maybe even behind, to, oh, I win.
Yeah, oops. Both players sitting on their creatures here. We're going to see the Bloodblade Challenger cascade into something here. And it looks like it was a stomp, which he used to just kill the freebooter. There's the attack.
Yeah, and we're prioritizing life gain with Omnath rather than additional mana, it looks like, from Kohara. I think I would have probably used the One Ring first with the life that we've gained and potentially having something to play. You could even play this Bone Crusher with the mana.
Mm-hmm.
This might just be a wealth of, well, I got this one in the bag, so I'm just, playing out my stuff and not really worried about progressing anything more.
By the way, look at that. 6 life gained even post damnation. So the One Ring gets to just continue to fuel you going forward.
Yep. And Omnath has already gained, I think, 8 life. So
that's right. There's also the Legion Extruder as the backup plan. You see Territorial Kavu here.
For those of you not aware, too, the Legion Extruder can sacrifice the One Ring. So that's what Marshall means with backup plan. So you don't have to deal yourself continuous damage.
Mystic Confluence.
Both players just playing pretty fast here because I think that they know that none of these things is going to make a difference, unfortunately, in the outcome. That even Mystic Confluence being super good is not going to change this outcome.
Yeah, and what is he going to do? Burn 2 Mystic Confluence activations? Yeah. No, he's going to concede, and that is Kohara advancing to the finals. So we're going to get a chance to see 2 players who were sitting next to each other, right? Actually, kind of funny. Yeah. Meet in the finals. Kohara picks up the win there. Did he win round 1? I guess he did, right? But yeah, impressive stuff from both of our players there. And the control deck just ran out of answers. That was really interesting back and forth until the One Ring showed up, and then it kind of just snowballed back in the One Ring's favor. Yeah, but you mentioned it. You said that, that's one of the few cards that you have kind of touching up near that power level of the power 9, the cards that are really desirable in the cube. The One Ring is one of those cards that kind of flirts with that area, and you can see why there. I mean, it almost single-handedly closed the door on that game.
Absolutely. And if I ever open a piece of power and the One Ring, I usually mutter a little curse to myself, thinking like, no, I have to pass this.
Why me?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, that's gonna do it for round 2 here from the Magic Online Champions Showcase. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more Magic right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. Marshall Sutcliffe with Ely Cassis, bringing you coverage of the first half of the tournament here, and we're just about done with it. This is Vintage Cube, and we have our 2 undefeated players after 2 rounds. That means this is the finals, and the winner of this match that we're about to watch is going to add $4,000 to their prize pool, and they're going to get a seat in the grand final of this event. And they are also going to get a seat at the World Championship this year. So there is everything on the line in one vintage cube match. Let's take a look at our competitors and see who made it this far. Crazy stuff. It's actually Kamadaman, who we watched draft this deck, facing down against Antonin, who is playing the deck that got the Black Lotus that we saw opened up, sitting next to Kamadaman, but also is a solid red black deck. You can see both players have a very similar cube win rate here, just about 57%, so evenly matched in that way, with the experience going to Antonin. But yeah, this feels to me, Ely, like it's any player's match to win.
Certainly. Yeah, both decks, I think, are about equal in rating. If I put them on like a 1 to 10 scale, I think they're both somewhere between a 7 and an 8. And so they have a pretty equal stat line. And I think it's going to be very much play and draw dependent. Let's
see what these decks look like. Kamadaman ended up drafting a kind of a domain-ish deck. You know, this is a full-on 4-color deck. And as you can see, it leans heavily into the mid-range. You know, the way the cards are sorted has a lot of X spells down there at the 1-drop slot, but if you take those away, it's a Haywire Might and a couple of elves down there. And those elves can be really important. If you see those or the Mock Sapphire in the opener, you know, we can see Kamadaman skip that turn 2 and get right into some of the powerful turn 3 plays that he has. But if he doesn't, deck's a little bit slow, a lot of tap lands, and it can kind of take its time getting to the mid-range. If it does get to that mid to late range, though, Ely, this deck is powerful.
Also, one of the things I just realized, having looked at this screen, is Ancient Tomb is not in the mana base, but we saw a post-board game where Ancient Tomb was brought in and was huge. It provided a turn 3 Fractured Identity. So that's a pretty cool sideboarding that I just realized that Kahara had done earlier, which, you know, may have even just won them that match.
Interesting. I didn't notice that either. So yeah, 4-color mid-range against, for the other player here, Antonin is on, actually, it doesn't look the same, but it has a lot of similarities where, you know, the 1-drops are kind of not the ideal ones for the deck, though they're okay. But, you know, we're not talking about these aggressive 1-drop creatures that really, you know, there's no Ragavan here or something like that. But the highlights, the mid to late game, super powerful, some real heavy hitters, particularly if you haven't drafted Cube in a while. Some of the cards that you'll see here, like Pyrogoyf, Barogoyf, you know, Gut, you know, Fable the Mirror Breaker's been around for a while, just really powerful. Even like Death Greeter's Champion. I mean, these are cards that close out the game very, very quickly, and he can get there very quickly thanks to Black Lotus that you see over on the left side of your screen as well. So this is, though, I would classify this very much as a mid-range deck as well. That means both of our players are playing mid-range here in the final.
Black Lotus versus Mock Sapphire.
So let's see who is able to take this down. I set it up just a minute ago, but the winner of this match will be in the grand final, regardless of how they do in Modern, which is where we're heading after this. We're going to play the same style of format, 8 players down to 2, down to 1, to figure out who our other grand finalist will be. And that will be played out in Modern. But if you win this match, yes, you're still playing for money, so you have very much an incentive to do well in Modern, but you can breathe easy that you've secured your seat at World Championship as well as the grand final here. How do you like the openers here for both of our players, Ely?
They both are very fair hands. Neither one of them have their power. Neither one of them had a 1-drop. Brandis had a Burst Lightning, but we needed to play Savai Triome just to have like a playable hand in this board state. Now we're going to see if the sizing of Territorial Kavu into... Looks like all we have is Prismatic Ending. We can't actually cast Knight of the Reliquary with those 3 lands. That's rough for Kahara.
That's really tough, yeah.
So we're going to see if the sizing of Kavu outpaces Magda, but Kavu can lose. So before we play a land, maybe we should see if we draw a different land to play the Knight of the Reliquary. That might give us a pretty good hand in board state from here. The Pest Infestation probably doesn't look super awesome yet, but Kohara doesn't know that Brandis is probably playing a Fable of the Mirror Breaker on turn 3, where it would really shine if we hang on to it. So I'll be curious to see if we attack before playing the land, which costs us a point of damage, because then we're a 3/3 instead of a 4/4. But it might be worth it if we hit a green or a white source to play the Knight of the Reliquary. So this will be a very interesting turn. I'm curious to see what Kohara does.
We are going to see the attack without the island on the battlefield. Oh. Well, if you're going to get rid of Knight of the Reliquary anyway. Wow, Bone Crusher. Holy smokes, that's a good find.
Very good find. The question here, though, is Magda even worth killing? Or is a 4/3 that's hard to kill from Brandis just another good follow-up play? And we could just be this very aggressive deck. But it looks like we are going for the value, which most people in Magic, especially seasoned veterans, go for card advantage. So if I can get full value by stopping and then later playing it as a 4/3, that's just so much more appealing to the veteran player, because running out of resources is most often the way that we lose. And so that purge to go for value is just so appealing.
It really is, right. And it has the hidden upside of, in case you were kind of relying on these treasure tokens from Magna to power out your hand, maybe I can even get in a better spot. And as it stands, that's Anton's last land drop of the, a treasure token would have gone a long way here. And he's going to run out the Fable that you mentioned and try to get this Goblin rolling as well. Wow. And that's a Plains off the top here. So now Kohara could play Omnath. It's not amazing, right? Like you really want to play it and then play a land after, but still getting it down on turn 4 could be good. Or he could go for Pest Infestation and then follow it up with Omnath later.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how much knowledge Kohara has of what Brandis has in their deck. Like, if we know Fire Covenant is in the mix, then obviously we want to be applying pressure and do something else, perhaps. Like, we could ending the 2/2 token and play the 4/3 and then really have a lot of aggro. So that's another line that I think we could have taken that would have been safer.
What about... Could he also have Pest Infestation, the Fable, and then ending the token?
Certainly we could have.
Kind of the middle ground.
I wouldn't have put as much aggro on the board, and just simply having 2 loots here. I mean, we know Brandis' hand doesn't need the loot, and if Kohara thinks that Brandis needed the help, then that would have been a play. But if we know anything about Brandis' deck, and we know it to be a black-red mid-range deck, then all we're doing is preventing a bad hand from having no plays. And I think the opportunity cost of setting yourself back in tempo and then not having this flexible answer later might just be more costly.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting, because he kind of had 3 different routes there, right? The worst route, the middle ground, the one we just talked about, the more assertive route, or the better long game route, potentially with the Omnath here. He went for that. In the meantime, ooh, look at this, a chippy attack here. And it is actually going to get through and create a treasure token. So basically the way I see this right now is just the gloves are off. Right? Like, both players are just like, all right, you get to do your thing, I'm going to do my thing. Let's see who wins. But that was costly there from Kohara, because it ended up being that the Burst Lightning with that treasure token just takes out Omnath for no additional value.
Well, if we had blocked, though, the Burst Lightning would have just been not kicked, and the 2/2 would go, and then they could have also played the Pyrogoyf or the Barogoyf. It's tricky either way, like whether the block was right or not right. I tend to block there just because the opponent could always be bluffing, just that the treasure token is worth sacrificing the 2/2. And then if you know your follow-up plays are Authority and Fractured Identity, then I'm not as concerned about blocking. And so blocking was appealing to me as well.
Yeah, I'm a huge calling station. I block a lot.
Love the terminology of calling station, that's for sure.
Yeah. Territorial Kavu does continue to chip away. And as you mentioned, even with what Kohara has done so far with opting for the Omnath and stuff, this is still a pretty aggressive opener. He's got Brandis down to 6 already, just because that Kavu has been slamming in every turn. Yes, and it looks like, we're going to see the prismatic ending now. And he's setting
Knowing
up
that-
for Othari next turn to try to close it out.
Exactly what I was thinking too. This will be a tough situation for Brannis to come back from, but Pyroglyph plus a Fable, a Kiki Jiki making extra Pyroglyphs is absolutely busted because you get 2 Pyroglyph triggers off of 2 copies, off of 1 copy.
It's so nasty.
Yeah, so this Fractured Identity is clutch right here. I imagine we'll take the Pyroglyph and just use that to kill the Fable. And then we'll just attack and put Brannis to 2. And so it looks like Kohara has the first game pretty locked up.
Yeah.
The Othari
this looks
back up in hand.
Flame Slash.
Doesn't even kill anything.
Can't even hit anything with it without just dying. Is the Barrowgoyf enough to hold the fort here is the question. And the answer is...
That is a good...
I guess it is technically enough, right?
So Inti would have to block Crusher, Barrowgoyf would block Pyroglyph, a 2/2 and a 3/3 would come in, putting 5 damage on the table. Yeah. So Barrowgoyf actually bricks this board state. That's kind of wild that this game isn't actually over.
So does he just go Othari go?
That would be hard because then you're really exposing it to everything. I think you're cycling Triome here. And I think Kohara will be kind of sad that they played the Rogren Triumph on the previous turn. They probably didn't expect to get stalled by any one card here, but having that extra 3-mana cycle draw might have been huge. We do have a decent amount of...
hold. The Barrowgoyf is holding down the whole fort here. Oh, he is. He's thinking. He clicked on the Othari, though.
We were probably crunching the numbers, is my guess, trying to see if there was a worthy play, but I just don't think there are or is.
All right, let's see what he decides to do here. Yes, cycle the Ketria Triumph. Can he find some way to get the Barrowgoyf out of the way? No, but he does have multiple cards that he can see here with the miscalculation. Oh, he's so close, but Barrowgoyf, by the way, just grew even bigger. It's 6/7 now. And while Pyroglyph grows alongside it, wow, Death Greeter champion?
Double striking.
Dude, that's a lot of first strike lifelink death touch coming across if he goes for it.
I like gaining 14 life. And it's even more with Inti. It's 16 and trample with Inti.
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
cow.
It's not lethal, though, right?
It's not lethal, but it at the same time, it kind of is lethal because we're going to get back 2 creatures, 2 triggers from the Barrowgoyf. We're going to restore our life total to our starting life total. And Kohara is going to be down to nothing. I think that we have to cycle this miscalculation and hope to draw something, but I don't even know what we have to draw.
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't have Borrower,
we didn't take Leyline, Binding, or Swords.
Right.
This is a amazing comeback. A lot of credit to Brandis. Did not see this coming.
This is unbelievable. He's about to gain 16 life. He just milled 8, and he can get a creature out of there. And probably has plenty of library to just do it again. Glory Bringer.
Might have to actually be a little careful about library. The size of the Goyf now.
Yeah, that
kind of a neat interaction that happened there too is that the Barrowgoyf's first hit mills a lot of cards, which can then grow the Barrowgoyf. So Kohara,
so he must have hit the Tarfire.
Yeah, so Kohara had to be careful that Barrowgoyf didn't grow 1 more because they're already going down to 1. So if Barrowgoyf had the ability to climb 1 higher, They would have died even if they had blocked or hadn't blocked, rather. So the math
is
on
it
that is
maxed
kind of
out
neat. It might
at
be
7,
maxed
8?
out. No, I think 8 is the total number of types,
Is
right?
8 the total?
It's just
Yeah.
there's a type that isn't even in the cube, maybe. Tribal is the hard
that might
one.
be. And he hit that.
I think we
He's
don't
got
have
an artifact enchantment.
Planeswalker, I think, is what's missing, right?
That could be. Yeah, that does sound right.
Yeah, so it looks like everything except Planeswalker.
So here's Othari. Or first he's going to cycle the miscalc. He's got Othari, Uro, and Fanatic. Now, the Barrowglyph doesn't have double strike anymore, right? So
Right.
But
it's
Trample could still come back with Inti.
Yeah, it's still crazy to hard to deal with because it has Trample, Death Touch, Lifelink, and we're at 1. The Death Touch and Trample part just make this card almost impossible to just block. So we need a clean answer. And I think we're seeing another punish for Kohara. If they had cycled Miscalc on the last turn, they could have played the Fanatic of Roas, and then they could have double Uro'd that turn by having the additional 4 mana. But I don't know if even that would have been
absurd.
enough.
How did he win that game? That is nuts.
Yeah,
the Barrowglyph.
Yeah, I think Kohara is probably a little bit like, I should have played that differently. That ending on that token was so unnecessary at the end. And I don't blame them. I would have done it too, just thinking, like, there's no way my opponent can come back from here. I should just be so far ahead. But it ended up being costly because we didn't have the ending to kill the Barrowglyph.
I cannot believe how that game went. I mean, just that Barrowglyph being enough to keep him alive, through the card he didn't know about, the Othari that was lined up for the next turn, was already kind of incredible. But then everything changed with that Death Breeders champion off the top, and all of a sudden the tables were fully turned on Kohara there. So Anton and Brandis, and he's got Black Lotus in his opener, and he's 1 win away from that spot in the grand final and the world championship. And this is exactly when you want to draw your Black Lotus.
The problem is all we have to play with it is Fable, so we're not even using the full mana, so it's going to be interesting to see how this hand develops. Certainly still keeping it, because Fable can fix your hand so you can draw spells and lands and play things, and obviously turn 1 Fable is kind of busted, but it's just a little bit shy of like the broken hand that Lotus can provide. And we said it, Lotus versus Sapphire, both players didn't have it in game 1, both players have it in game 2, and Kohara has a turn 2 Minskin Boo ready to come out, which obviously is a very good card as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. He's on 6 cards, but turn 2 Minskin Boo can turn that right around. So we've got a real firefight on our hands here.
What's interesting to me is if Brandis had a mountain instead of a swamp, then they could have played Fable and Swords this turn instead of just Fable.
Oh, wow.
But the swamp
that would have been
part,
so much better.
Yeah.
But we're going to see it. Minskin Boo coming out here on turn 2. I mean, that's really tough to beat too.
We're going to have to apply a lot of pressure. If Brandis draws a land, then they have Fire Covenant online. And they have the land already. And then they can hit the Minskin Boo for 2, but they don't have the mana to play Fire Covenant and Tarfire. But they could Swords the 4/4, hit Minskin Boo for 2, and then Tarfire the Boo to finish it off. So I think that's probably going to be the play, is Tarfire and Swords to finish the Boo. We'll probably discard Fiery Confluence here. It doesn't do anything. We're not clocking them right now, and they don't have the sizing of creatures that it kills. So I'm guessing that's going to get cycled. And then I don't know if anything else will get cycled. It might just be the Fiery Confluence.
Wow.
This is a crazy board position because you're basically expecting to map out your next few turns and know what to discard and what to keep for the Fable on turn 2. And your opponent has a turn 2 Minskin Boo. So it's kind of just like you progress so fast, both of you, such powerful plays. This is just what Vintage Cube does. It looks like we even decided to just keep our whole hand, which Kohara probably doesn't like to hear or see.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Okay, there's a treasure. There's the Swords to Plowshares. And this goblin's going to be attacking Minskin Boo. Mm-hmm. That'll knock the loyalty down to 2, and then the Tarfire will finish it off here. Hey, that's a huge swing for Brannis. I mean, that turn 2 Minskin Boo is really tough to handle, and he did.
Yeah. So now Kohara wants to play Courser, keeping Sapphire up, hoping to hit an untapped land to have Miscalc online. Missed it, of course, but hitting any land is still pretty good. But here's where Fire Covenant is brutal.
Yeah, plenty of life total to work with here for Antonin as well, so he can just fire off. I think the only question he's looking at is, does he want to wait for that Knight of the Reliquary to hit? And the answer is probably, right?
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. If you fire it off now, they can buy back the Fanatic as a 4/4 also. And so Kohara has plenty of plays that still make sense, and you don't necessarily have great answers. But you also don't have the time to sit back and let Courser play lands off the top and let Fanatic tap for 4 mana next turn. So you kind of priced in to just play it and hope that like the flipped Fable is more than Kohara can recover from.
Yeah, right now, is there any big upside for the flip Fable? Nothing quite yet, right?
No upside yet, but just having it can turn any one creature into 2 creatures every other turn. It has a clause that you sacrifice it at the beginning of the end of the turn. So if you activate it on the end of your opponent's turn, the token carries through to the next turn. And then you can activate it again on your turn and essentially attack with an additional copy of the same creature.
Well, we're going to see a kind of rare sight, a Knight of the Reliquary just as a 2/2. You know, this deck, we played a land too. There's Pyrogoyf off the top.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, with that treasure token, he can it's a 6/7 too. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So down goes the Knight. And all Kohara can do is stare at this stupid miscalculation that's been stuck in his hand. Boy, an untapped land would have been so different at 2 different stages here. And now he finds Bone Crusher Giant.
Everything is just played out so poorly for Kohara. Even just the Triumph that was on top versus the one that was in their hand was the difference of being able to flashback the Fanatic versus playing the Knight of the Reliquary, never having the right lands to actually have Miscalc up and play something. It's brutal what tap lands will do sometimes, but obviously they're so necessary to the mana base.
And then we see the interaction that you just mentioned, even with finding the answer to the reflection token, the double Pyrogoyf triggers there, knocks him down to 9.
And it's just lethal this turn with Fiery Confluence because nobody's going to chump block the Pyrogoyf here when the Shaman token is also attacking. Your only chance is blocking the 2/2 and hoping to claw back in. So that's it.
And that's going to be plenty.
Going to Worlds.
Wow. Congratulations, Antonin Brannis, with this black-red mid-range deck full of powerful stuff and even a Black Lotus to power it out. He had some incredible wins over the course of this draft, including a mulligan to 4. We saw him super far behind in game 1 of this match, yet he was able to pull that victory out as well. Ely, incredible stuff from him. Really kind of felt like he was playing from behind a lot and still was able to pull out the victory.
Yeah, Black Red is like a mid-range deck with lots of these like later game Goyfs have this ability to just grow, which is interesting. You don't normally think of Black Red in that way. You think it's like all in and try to get you, but the way that they built their deck worked out really well, and I'm really impressed that that's our 3-0 deck. I really thought it was the Reanimator deck. Seeing them all laid out, I was like, this is the deck I want, this right here. But no,
was
Black Red took it home.
That's right. And I actually had a chance to chat with Antonin after his match as well. Let's hear from that right now. Okay, Antonin, congratulations. You just took down the Vintage Cube with a clean 2-0 in the finals. When you first drafted your deck, did you think it had a chance to win the thing?
At the beginning, not really. I felt like I did some weird choices, I think. My first pick was very questionable. But in pack 3, I opened Black Lotus, and that basically carried me, because whenever I opened it in my hand, I won the game. So yeah, that was basically it.
Do you consider yourself a Vintage Cube specialist? Or are you more of a modern player? Where do you land on that?
No, I'm basically just a modern player, and
oh boy,
I didn't really
that's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't really like this Vintage Cube that much, and I wasn't able to win much when I was trying to prepare for this tournament. But now everything like clicked together, and I was lucky in many spots. I had pretty insane top decks when I needed them, and yeah.
Oh man, congratulations. That's such a great win then, because now you get to go into the format, that you're more comfortable in with Modern. I mean, you've got a real chance here to try to just sweep this thing.
Yeah, I don't know, like I didn't even dream about this when I don't even know I was lucky when I qualified. I was happy, so now I think the worst part is behind me. I'm at Worlds, so that's crazy enough already. So I will see, and now I think I can stop being nervous and just play again.
I think you can. Yeah, congratulations, Antonin. Picks up the big win in the first section of the tournament, and now gets to head into Modern, knowing that you already have a final seed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Crazy, Ely. You heard him say, I just felt lucky to qualify for the event. Doesn't play a lot of Vintage Cube, and somehow finds himself already in the grand final. And as you could see from him, he really felt like he got to breathe a sigh of relief there, feeling that tension that you feel with these high stakes matches. And now he knows he gets to play the Modern rounds, and it's just, for the prize money, basically.
Well, also, too, he could lock out the other person from making the finals with him. So if 3-0's Modern, he's still at the tournament.
And he's the Modern specialist here too. There's a few of them in the field, but he's one of them, and that would be quite a feat. It would mean we don't actually, if you're wondering how the format structure works, that would mean we don't have a final to show, because that person automatically would win the thing. Kind of a funny scenario if it were to pop up, and honestly, there's a chance it does, because Antonin is a Modern specialist, and he definitely knows what he's doing in the format. Ely, thank you so much for joining us for the Vintage Cube coverage. You were awesome, and it was great to have you along for both you and I to celebrate one of our favorite formats.
Marshall, I was very pleased to be here, and I'm so grateful to have the opportunity, and I'm excited for everybody else to get to enjoy Reed Duke next.
That's right. We've got Reed Duke coming in, because Modern is coming up next. We're going to transition over to that. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, Reed will be here, and we'll be covering some Modern. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and look who we have with us now. We've got Reed Duke with us to cover the Modern rounds. Reed, great to see you, and welcome to the booth.
Great to see you, Marshall. Hello, everybody. Thrilled to be here. I mean, the Mox is one of the most fun events on the Magic calendar, and from what I hear, you and Ely brought us some fireworks for the morning portion, and hopefully the afternoon is no different.
Yeah, that's right. We got to watch Vintage Cube for the first 3 rounds. That is now behind us, and we have one of our grand finalists already in there. Antonin has taken that seat. But the way this tournament works is they reset again. All 8 players are going to be playing Modern against each other, and same structure as before, where every round earns them more prize money, and the winner, the only 3-0 to emerge from these 8 players in Modern, will secure the other grand final seat as well as a seat at the World Championship. The interesting part too is that if it happens to be the same person, well, then there's no final, because they would just be playing against each other. They get all the prize money and, of course, the seats, as it were, at the World Championship. But Reed, we are in fact transitioning over to Modern here, where I know many players in the field are Modern specialists and are excited to get their hands on the constructed portion where it's a known quantity and they can see if their prediction for the metagame or their knowledge of their deck are enough to propel them to that victory. So let's take a look at our opening matchup here in Modern. We've got Rodrigo versus Claudio, 2 countrymen here from Brazil about to fight it out against each other. And even though Claudio has a lot more experience playing Modern, you can see he's played about triple the matches. They both have a very similar Modern win rate, Reed. So kind of interesting to see 2 players of, roughly equal caliber in Modern about to face off. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the deck choice that these players have made. Let's see what Rodrigo has taken with him into the tournament. He is on Jeskai Blink. This is a popular choice these days, Reed.
Yeah, Jeskai Blink, I would say, is one of the most well-rounded decks in Modern. It's got a really high density, just jumps off the page at you from looking at the deck list. A high density of the very best cards in Modern. Think Ragavan, Flage, this Quantum Riddler, Solitude, Ephemerate package. So it has a lot of different ways that it can come at you. Makes it difficult for the opponent to prepare for everything, and difficult to sideboard against as well.
How would you describe this deck? Would you describe it in Modern terms as like a mid-range deck? Is it a combo deck with the blinky stuff that you mentioned? Like how would you describe it?
Great question, Marshall. For me, through the scope of Modern, this is about as close to mid-range as you're going to get. However, okay. Modern is such a high power level format that basically every deck has elements of combo baked in. In this case, it's going to be Quantum Riddler, Ephemerate. In the case of Horus Energy, it's a Johnny Goblin Bombardment or Flage Arena of Glory. So, even the people who ostensibly are playing fair, they've got some tricks up their sleeve.
That's right. It's just funny to see a deck that starts with Ragavan and has Quantum Riddler in it too. And you're like, what is this deck trying to do? But it turns out a lot. Let's take a look at what Claudio's got lined up for us as well. Curious to see what he's brought. And a very similar list here. Really similar to what we saw there. Perhaps just a little bit less leaning into the Ephemerate package, but still all the cards are here, from what we saw from before.
Exactly right, Marshall. It's a dead heat on the scorecard. It's a dead heat in terms of the deck choice. So it's a really tough one to call, but we can be sure that this is going to be an intricate matchup where it's not just the cards the players brought, but also the way they're played and who can sort of get their threats and answers to line up properly. That's a big deal in these Solitude Blink matchups. So the players are going to have to bring their best game and really navigate as carefully as they can in order to get through a tough opponent.
All right, well, let's see. We've got evenly matched players on very similar lists. And let's see how this thing goes. You see Rodrigo on the bottom part of your screen, Claudio on the top. And I look like perhaps a mulligan there from Rodrigo, maybe? He may have just been rearranging his cards, but we'll find out shortly.
Mulligans in Modern, in particular, these blink decks, they're really tricky because if you're able to assemble one of your combos and or your strong uncontested openings, like a turn 1 Ragavan, that can be worth so much more than just a sheer volume of 7 cards that maybe don't mesh particularly well together. So you're going to see different mulligan strategies employed by different players. But sometimes some of these really elite players who have played a lot, they say, okay, I'm going to be willing to mulligan pretty aggressively to assemble that, Felia Quantum Riddler opening or that turn 1 Ragavan on the play opening. Unfortunately for Claudio, unfortunately for Rodrigo, I should say, he mulliganed and didn't find that sort of bailout, so he's going to have to settle in for a long, tough game.
Yeah, this one looks really rough for him. He's got a painfully fair hand thus far. Hey, there's Quantum Riddler. At least he has something to do on turn 2 if he'd like.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler is a great way to unmulligan, so we might see him just sort of cash it in for a card now, but having that later on, maybe pick up some treasures from a Goblin Shaman token, and by the time you are empty-handed, you can replay the Quantum Riddler and restock after the tough opening.
Okay, he's going to run out the Warped Quantum Riddler here to see what he can find. How does the hand look for Claudio? He's got 2 consigned to memory. A lot of interaction up there.
Yeah, very reactive hand from Claudio, which he might feel okay about given the matchup and the opponent starting on 5 cards. But he doesn't have his freebie this game. He's not going to get one of those really snowbally starts. Both players, I think, are going to settle in, try to use their cards effectively, squeeze as much juice out of every lemon that they have access to, and maybe by turn 5, 6, 7, we're going to have a better idea of how this game is shaping up.
Yeah, this does look like it could be one of those grindy games. You see Claudio not using Galvanic Discharge here on the 2-2. What does he have lined up instead? He's going to Flage it away, it looks like. Flage, very impressive cards, really had a big impact in any format that you can play it on. And you can see he's getting his value here. Speaking of Galvanic Discharge, that's the draw step here for Rodrigo. But he does have Teferi Time Raveler at the ready, and he's got the Rummage effect at his disposal too. So perhaps an opportunity here for him to craft a much better hand and get something going.
Totally, yeah. He's found just the types of threats he wants for a low resource game. We talked about Quantum Riddler already, but Fable the Mirror Breaker is so strong in terms of getting 2 must-answer bodies, sculpting your hand, filling your graveyard. He does even have a play available to him where he could choose to bounce his own Fable, talking about getting maximum value out of every single card. Not sure he'll do that because it's a trade-off between cards in hand versus onboard presence, but, something to think about.
Yeah, and then if he doesn't bounce it, he can -3 and just draw the card, which is actually what he ended up doing. Perhaps trying to hit that land drop for the turn, but unable to do so. It does mean that Teferi is available to become Galvanic Discharged, however, with only 1 loyalty left. So that is what's going to happen here. Claudio awarded there for keeping that card in hand. Now he has the answer to the pesky Planeswalker. And it looks like we're going to see Consigned to Memory here on this final trigger.
This is a pretty cool one. So it's basically just using Consigned to Memory as a removal spell on the Reflection of Kiki Jiki. So instead of having the Saga transform, it's just we're going to counter that transform ability. It's going to die as a natural effect of having 3 Saga counters on it. And that's it. That's the end of the Fable.
You can see Consigned to Memory in hand now from Rodrigo. He's also got Prismatic Ending Solitude in his own copy of Galvanic Discharge. But right now, neither player really has a big threat going. And that seems to be where they want to be. Is it time for Flage to come back?
It looks like it. So Claudio, again, super, super reactive draw this game. He is actually, in some ways, not drawn any cards that are not, lands or removal spells. But this is the beauty of Flage. You can use it as removal on turn 3, incidentally find it waiting in your graveyard for later. And really cool setup for Claudio is one of the best answers to Flage in this matchup is Solitude. And Claudio could consign to memory the Solitude's triggered ability in order to, make a run at keeping this super powerful Titan on the battlefield.
It looks like Rodrigo's considering doing this right now.
Yeah, and actually, this could be a disaster for Rodrigo because that white card that he had to pitch for the Solitude was his other answer to Flage.
Yeah, what's the rush here? I mean, if he draws a land, he can just hard cast Solitude, or he still has that same play available to him, but he's going for it.
Part of what he's going for here is he likes the idea of using the Replicate to counter both the Sacrifice trigger on his own Solitude and the Lightning Helix trigger on the Flage. So just getting a little bit of extra value, but I think he's going to be really, really disappointed when he sees Consign countering the Solitude ability, because if he untaps and can't immediately answer this Flage, it's probably going to dominate the game.
Right. It just takes usually a couple of attack steps before that thing runs away with it. And there's that key consigned to memory. Rodrigo doing everything he can to try to squeeze every bit of value out of his cards. But when the dust settles, the Flage is still on the battlefield. And right now, there's no good answer here for Rodrigo.
So Rodrigo, in my opinion, should attack here because if Claudio chooses to block, you can finish off the Flage with Galvanic Discharge. If you don't make that play, then your Solitude is just going to die to the Flage trigger and get no value.
Right, you might as well at least just get the 3 life, if not give yourself a chance to make Discharge a real card. But he didn't do that. He instead just tapped out and ended up getting his Riddler solituded away. So now, once again, the way is clear for this Flage to just start slamming. It takes out the Solitude, hits for 6. And he even has a nice follow-up with Fable of the Mirror Breaker. This is a clutch draw here for Rodrigo. He needs to find a way. Oh, and he hits Solitude to get that Flage off the battlefield. That'll work.
Yeah, this is beautiful, actually. So he can hard cast a Solitude with haste if he would like, exile the Flage for good, Galvanic Discharge the Goblin Shaman, and then I wouldn't say he's in a dominant position because he is facing down Fable of the Mirror Breaker and a card in hand, but he's at least stabilized the battlefield and could be one good draw step away from getting back into it.
Man, that was a big draw for him. Because as you said, Reed, you know, the having a Flage on the battlefield for even a couple of turns usually just spells death. All right, it looks like he's going to take the slightly more patient route. He's going to fire off his Solitude during the upkeep. And there we go. He can breathe easy. Flage has been answered. Of course, Claudio finds Galvanic Discharge off the top to go with his Solitude. So he has multiple answers now. And I think he's just going to stand pat with his hand. He's not even going to discard anything, which of course is no good news whatsoever from Rodrigo. But still, he's in such a better position than the one he was in. You can imagine Rodrigo coming back from here, but facing in that Flage, it seemed like a much taller order.
I want to highlight a nice subtle little play there where Claudio declared his Goblin Shaman token as an attacker, banked his treasure, then killed the blocker. And the reason that's important is if he had just started his turn by Galvanic Discharging Rodrigo's Solitude, then Rodrigo would know to Galvanic Discharge the Goblin Shaman token before attacks.
Oh.
So by sequencing carefully and giving your opponent as little information as possible, it's a way to, again, we've just talked over and over again about getting as much value out of every card as you can in these mid-range scrappy matchups. And that's exactly what Claudio has done, I think, basically every step of the way this game.
Now, this Galvanic Discharge does want to hit the reflection, right? Like that's... Oh, never mind. Wrath of the Skies off the top. What is going
that's a nice one.
Oh,
clean up the creatures, clean up the treasures, bank a couple energy if you want.
And he's even left up the 1 mana for the discharge. Wow, this has been a real game here. I wonder if Claudio... No, he's going to keep the Solitude in hand. I mean, at what point do you run it out just as an attacker? You know, you do have Rodrigo down to 9.
I think it's good to be patient. That's, I think, of course it can sometimes be appropriate, but it can also be a pitfall of you just go like, boy, I really want to get this game over with. I'm going to hope it works out. But generally, I really value the approach of let's be patient. Let's make sure I line up my threats properly against the opponent's answers, my answers properly against the opponent's threats. And again, get maximum value out of every card, and that means waiting until there's a juicy target before you cast the Solitude. But wow, Marshall, this has just fully turned around.
This is crazy. Rodrigo keeps finding exactly what he needs every single time. Now he finds Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Oh, but there's Quantum Riddler now for Claudio. Man, these guys are throwing some haymakers.
Yeah, no doubt about
So that's
it.
2 cards, right? Oh, and he found Philia and another Solitude. Oh, boy. And there's Solitude now from Rodrigo. He's going to want to hang on to that one. This has been one heck of a game. Difficult to figure out who's ahead at any given point. Though it has been Claudio for the most part.
It has been Claudio, yeah, ever since the opening 5 cards against 7 cards. Claudio, I would say, was even, a draw step or 2 away from winning the game at certain points. And now it has equalized with Fable of the Mirror Breaker being a huge player, though I still think probably the most important card on either side right now is the Quantum Riddler, currently waiting in Warp for Claudio. So barring something big like a uncontested Flage, I gotta pick the player who has access to that ultra powerful Quantum Riddler in a close game like this.
Yeah, it seems like in this matchup it's difficult. The reflection token always, or the reflection of Kiki-Jiki always feels like a huge threat, but it almost never gets to do the thing, right? It's very, like, there's so much removal between these 2 decks that it's very difficult to actually get it going. It of course means you need to respect it, and it demands that type of removal, but you can look at a situation here where you see the Solitude in hand, and next turn, reflection of Kiki-Jiki or whatever, but it rarely actually comes to fruition. Oh, he's going to go for a hasted Philia here, though, to kill the token.
A number of things you can do with hasted Philia. He could also just cast his
reset.
Solitude with haste. There are pros and cons of that play for sure, especially when there is Quantum Riddler waiting in the opponent's warp zone. But you can imagine if you just went for the instant gratification play a hasted Solitude, exile the Goblin Shaman, attack with both, blink your reflection of Kiki-Jiki to reset the saga. It's a lot of value in one turn.
Absolutely.
He goes
is
with
going
what
to
you
just
said,
stick with
which
the
is a great play as well.
Yeah, I think it's what you said, Reed, about, he really wants to try to bank this Solitude for the forthcoming Riddler. Here's Philia. Both players have a very similar board state to each other. Consigned to Memory was the draw step there for Claudio, and he seems content to just keep that and the Solitude in hand.
So again, talking about the nuances mattering here, Claudio could have just spent 5 mana and Solituded the Philia immediately. He didn't, and then his opponent drew Consigned to Memory. So sort of like missed the window in that sense, through not necessarily his own fault, just the random draw step, but the timing. It's not just what cards you play, it's also the timing that can matter a lot in a close matchup like this.
And we're going to see that Consigned to Memory flexed here. That would take out the Solitude trigger.
So Solitude is blinked by Philia. Claudio says, okay, I'm going to let you trade with my Philia, and then in exchange, I'm going to get to get back my Solitude in the end step. I'm going to keep this Solitude in my hand. I'm going to have 5 mana if I choose to cast Quantum Riddler from Warp.
And the Philia did not get blocked, so it's still here. Here comes Quantum Riddler to add 2 more cards to hand as well. And there comes back the Solitude. Pat's going to hit the opposing Solitude. And a land off the top here from Rodrigo. The mirror's kind of funny, Reed. Like the Philia, sometimes you look at the targets and you're like, not really sure I want to blink any of these. And it looks like that's what Rodrigo thought too, because he just scooped them up. That is game number 1 going to Claudio. You know, he, like you said, he started out ahead thanks to the mulligan to 5 from Rodrigo, but Claudio was able to hang on to that lead kind of just barely, but throughout the course of it, and eventually lean on Rodrigo enough to finally get the win.
I really liked the way Claudio played that game. He opened on a very reactive start, so no free wins, no pressuring the opponent and getting away with an easy one. Instead, it was just ultra patience, lining up the right tool for the right job, eventually finding that Quantum Riddler at the key moment in the end game, and that was enough to get him across the finish line.
You take a quick look at the players' sideboarding here. Is this the type of deck that's vulnerable to, you know, we call it like a silver bullet sideboard card?
No, these are very well-rounded decks. In fact, in a mirror match like this, you could go so far as to say it's very not obvious how you should sideboard, because any card you look at, say Wrath of the Skies or Spell Snare, you name it, you can construct in your mind a scenario where it would be really effective, but you could also construct a scenario in your mind where it would be the wrong answer at the wrong time. Like, boy, I have this Spell Snare and my opponent is beating me down with Quantum Riddler and Flage, you know, so things like that. Another example is the first thing I noticed when we had both players sideboarding on screen is very different approaches to the 4 copies of Ragavan. One player 4 right there in the main deck, the other player, you know, select, drag all 4 immediately out of the deck before anything else happened. Now that could be a play draw thing, or it could be, you know, legitimately different opinions among expert players on how to best approach this matchup.
Yeah, if we get a game 3, we'll find out if Claudio puts those Ragavans back in the main, and that'll answer that question. As you can see, Philia on the battlefield, the first threat from our players here, this one coming from Rodrigo. You see one of his sideboard cards, he's got a Ghost Vacuum there. And there is even a copy of Flage for Claudio. Here comes Galvanic Discharge to take down the Philia.
Now, did Rodrigo just...
there's an Ephemerate off the top. Yeah, he did.
Oh,
and
yeah,
look at this. Huge draw here. Ephemerate off the top with Quantum Riddler in hand and the land ready to go. And he gets to basically just combo off here. Oh, and the Consign of Memory does not get used here by Claudio.
So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Claudio to evoke Solitude in response to this Ephemerate. But even that, you can't be that disappointed. I mean, you got your card off Quantum Riddler. You forced your opponent to 2 for 1, including, you know, expending one of their best cards against you. So, you know, Claudio breathes a sigh of relief that he had the answer rather than just falling woefully behind. But it's not like it was a disaster for Rodrigo.
That's right. He's got his own Quantum Riddler to keep his hand stockpiled. And he's got the Consign to Memory, so he gets to keep the thing around too. And it looks like we're going to see Teferi Time Raveler. And he's going to bounce the Quantum Riddler, find Galvanic Discharge, pass the turn back over to Claudio. Claudio, is it time for Fable? Yes, it is. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to hit. He doesn't have his land drop for the turn, so he's just going to have to settle for the Goblin Shaman. But Rodrigo does have the answer for it, and he's going to use it right now. Galvanic Discharge takes care of the Goblin on end step and gives him kind of a clean slate to work from for his main phase. He's going to start off by plussing Teferi Time Raveler because that's free anyway. And is he going to Prismatic Ending the Fable? He is. He noticed the lack of land drop there, I think, and said, I don't think I want you to rummage this time.
Good call, Marshall. That's really well spotted in a tight play from Rodrigo in a spot where maybe that wasn't obvious that everyone would make that choice.
You see the Ghost Vacuum hit the battlefield here for Rodrigo, but it's only going to be there for a minute because Prismatic Ending is going to send it packing. But, and then there's also the Flage off of the land here. That was a nice sequence from Claudio, too. He gets to get rid of Teferi and start working towards this Flage endgame without the Ghost Vacuum on the battlefield. He just needs another card in the yard so he can get that thing going. Oh, but there's Ragavan, and he's going to dash it. Let's see what he can hit. Couldn't quite see, but apparently nothing that he could use this. Or no, maybe he is casting something. Oh, definitely.
Wow. That is a nice... You think about what would be a really good top deck here. Teferi Time Raveler. But you know what? Let's do one better. Ragavan and take your Teferi Time Raveler.
Oh, that is gnarly. And interestingly here, Reed, he plussed the Teferi. He did not cash it in for a card straight away, even though you do get to still have Teferi on the battlefield if you do so. He's kept its loyalty higher.
Yeah, there was a bit of a cost there in that he did have to tap down to only 1 mana, meaning he would have been unable to Mystical Dispute the Flage escape from the graveyard. Say, for example, if Claudio had drawn a fetch land there. Claudio didn't, so instead he's going to go for Quantum Riddler, wisely starting on Warp rather than just tapping out for a hardcast one.
In which case the dispute would have been back online. And speaking of back online, here's Mystical Dispute to take down the opposing Teferi Time Raveler, and that is going to work. And of course, this Quantum Riddler's on Warp, so it's going away. So once again, a clear board here from Rodrigo, and he gets to hit with Ragavan again.
Gets hit with Ragavan again, sets up a Flage with a stacked graveyard as well. And Arena of Glory, notably. Flage Escape with Arena of Glory, that's the killing blow for these decks. If there's a lot of answers to it, but when protected by Teferi, we could see the game be over as early as next turn if Rodrigo sets that up properly.
Rodrigo plussed yet again on the Teferi. Is he just trying to keep it out of Galvanic Discharge range? Is that the idea? Flage,
yeah, Galvanic Discharge,
like
Flage. I think that's exactly right.
Okay. By the way, speaking of Flage, Claudio does get to escape it here. It's going to come back onto the battlefield, take a chunk of loyalty out of Teferi Time Raveler from 6 down to 3. He also found Solitude, as did Rodrigo.
Here I would expend Arena of Glory and give Ragavan and Solitude both haste. Make a nice big attack.
Wow. So this is a not dashed but also hasty Ragavan? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right. Yep. And it'll stick around.
Kind of get it all. And then a hard cast Solitude using the other mana from the arena. So it also has haste. Away goes Flage, and bang, hit you for 5 and get another Ragavan trigger. This is the third one this game. It is very difficult to win a game if your opponent hits you with Ragavan 3 times.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially, remember, this is Claudio's Teferi Time Raveler on Rodrigo's side of the battlefield, and it's arguably the most important permanent, on the whole battlefield in this game.
Yeah, it just makes it so that you can breathe easy. Even if Claudio wanted to use his Solitude, he wouldn't have been able to. Not that it would have been such an amazing play last turn anyway, but he's going to try to rebuild here. He's going to main phase hard cast Solitude to get around Teferi, taking out, interestingly, not the other Solitude, but the Ragavan, and another Teferi off the top here for Rodrigo. He's got backup plans for his backup plans. And you can see the other card in his hand is a Flage. On the other side, well, there's some rebuild potential there. Quantum Riddler and Ophelia. Is this a hasty Flage? No, it was still tapped,
this one is going away. So, but Rodrigo set it
Yeah.
up kind of nicely staggered, where this is the turn that the Arena of Glory isn't going to untap, and it's the turn that he's going to set up the Flage, and then next turn he'll have both. Once again, if Teferi is there to stop any instant speed interaction, that could just be game over.
Right, because what is Flage 12 damage if left unchecked with haste? Just 3, and 6?
Alternatively, you can work on removing blockers with the triggers. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty ugly. But a nice surveil there. Claudio just spiked a Flage into his graveyard. He's still a couple of cards away from escaping, but if he makes it that far, that'll be an important one to think about.
Well, he's got to play everything face up here. Consigned to Memory is more or less a brick in this scenario. He just can't even cast it the way that he wants, or at all for that matter.
Correct, and that's a huge reason that these players are actually playing Teferi in their deck. Is it shuts off a lot of the most powerful shenanigans, if you will, in these mirror matches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if he was able to cast that consign here, he would have been able to keep the Quantum Riddler on the battlefield. And said, oh no, he finds another consign in a Strict Serenade, and he can't take it. He scoops it up after seeing that. Oh, what a disaster. All right, let's see what Claudio does with the Ragavans. Yeah, looks like they're back in, Reed.
Okay, yeah, so that is confirmed a play draw thing. But let's see if Rodrigo elects to keep Ragavan in his deck on the draw. It was good for him in that game.
It sure was. How could he turn his back on Ragavan after that? It's just a loyalty question at this point, you know?
So I've got a fun fact, Marshall. One of the very, very few differences between these two players' decks is that Rodrigo has a third copy of Arena of Glory when a lot of the other Jeskai players in the field only have 2. Arena of Glory was great for Rodrigo that game, and Claudio probably wished that he had it in order to, haste his Flage or more effectively pressure the Teferi. So if that had been flipped, the game, the whole texture of the game could have been a bit different.
Yeah, that card was a total beating. It feels like it's the type of card that allows you to retake the initiative on some board states that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And like you pointed out, that combo with Flage is just nasty. All right, Flooded Strand to kick things off in game number 3 here for Claudio. He's on the play. Rodrigo Pinheiro is going to have to figure out a way to win on the draw. He starts off with Elegant Parlor.
So already we're seeing a difference in the way Ragavan plays. Like I have to imagine if Rodrigo had been going first, he's just fetching and playing Ragavan and crossing his fingers like, hey, let's get the easy win here with the uncontested Ragavan. But on the draw, he says, well, I don't want to use my turn, play the Ragavan into your open mana, fall behind, and then kind of let things spiral out of control from there. So instead, the Ragavan, when he's on the draw, might be kind of sculpting that late game scenario that we saw in game 2, where he's going to wait for an open moment and dash it. Alternatively, he has with some counter spells.
Yeah, he's got Strict Serenade and Mystical Dispute. So now no dash. He's just going to run out Ragavan cold, and it looks like Claudio... Is he going to play into it? No, he got an Elegant Parlor of his own. He also played Ghost Vacuum last turn. Oh, he's got Teferi Time Raveler in hand. Oh, but there's also a Mystical Dispute. Lots of options here for him. He could just go with Flage and kill Ragavan. Oh, he went tap Sacred Foundry, go. Claudio showing great patience this match.
It's awesome when you see
Mystical Dispute.
When you see a player showing that level of patience, because from our seats we're like, okay, let's look at all the awesome things that Claudio could do this turn. So many options, so many configurations that it's just like tap land go, So sometimes that's appropriate. Like you gotta play the long game here. You gotta make sure you're seeing the big picture and not rushing.
Well, this is a pretty good opening here for some nonsense with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and it does look like it's going to resolve here because it's just Mystical Dispute left for Claudio. So there it is, Fable on the battlefield. Arena of Glory, the draw step, and he's got Teferi and Flage to choose from. How does he want to deal with this token? It's going to be Flage, it looks like.
Yeah, so certainly when the turn started, I was thinking, oh, it's really nice to play Teferi, -3 on the token, get your value. Then, if your opponent doesn't have a haste creature or a burn spell, you might get to untap with the Planeswalker. I do think one of the subtle factors that influenced his decision there is that he only has 1 blue mana. So it's either Teferi and that's it, or it's Flage and hold up Mystical Dispute. I could even imagine a scenario here where if he gets to tag something with the Mystical Dispute, he's now only 1 card away from actually getting that escaped Flage.
A little bit awkward here for Rodrigo, not having access to his 3rd mana, and it looks like he's going to take the patient route here too. He doesn't want to run into Mystical Dispute, and he does have a couple of plays with Strict Serenade and the Philia in hand, so he's going to lean on those cards instead. Meanwhile, Claudio continues to hit land drops, just needs to kind of have the big reload, and he's going to kick off the festivities here with Teferi Time Rattler to try to set the stage for it, but he doesn't have quite enough mana to pay for Mystical Dispute, so Rodrigo is going to go for that, although, yes, it looks like we're going to see a Mystical Dispute right back at you here from Claudio.
Yeah, and then if you're Rodrigo, you have some choices. You could Strict Serenade to win the counter war, but that does come at a cost. You give your opponent a free 2/2. He could play Felia, but he's going to have to do that before the Teferi resolves. So it does look like he really puts a lot of weight on that Planeswalker, and he's able to use this sort of costly, unfavorable counterspell to make sure he wins that battle.
Yeah, when you have the Philia in your hand too, as well as 2 Teferis, you're so much less worried about the token catching up to you later. He just has a lot of answers to it, but you know how Teferi goes. If it sticks on the battlefield, it just makes your life miserable. So he does end up winning that war, and it looks like he's flirting with the idea of just playing a Teferi, and I assume bouncing the token, but yeah, he is actually going to play the Teferi out here. Let's see what he wants to do with it. Yeah, he's going to kill the bird token. He did find his land drop for the turn and another one too.
It looks to me like we're going to see that play that we've been talking about all match of escaped Flage with Arena of Glory getting to distribute 12 damage.
Oh.
I presume Claudio's going to go for this. He's going to start by killing the Reflection of Kiki Jiki, but then he has options. Does he go after the Teferi? Does he just unload a ton of damage against his opponent's life total? It's going to be devastating one way or another.
Yeah, he can either leave Rodrigo on 10 life with no non-land permanents, or if he really wants, he can leave Teferi on the battlefield and get him 3 damage, less than that if he sees a route to victory that might be that. But man, Teferi's so important for future top decks that he's just going to go sweep the board effectively and leave Rodrigo down to 10. Now he's at 9 after the fetch land. And last time I checked, 9 is divisible by 3. This is something Rodrigo is going to have to find an answer, a permanent answer for Flage, because bouncing Flage, not so great. Just comes right back again.
Let me put something else on your radar here. If you just look at the hands, you're going to say, oh boy, Rodrigo's got so much more firepower than Claudio. But what we actually could see happen in this game is the 6 mana activation of Ghost Vacuum. You tend to think of this as just some kind of mopey graveyard hate card. But when we're talking about creatures on the power level of Quantum Riddler, on the power level of Flage, cracking that and getting all of those creatures onto the battlefield, even in 1/1 form, that can easily be enough to win the game.
Oh man, I'll take a 1/1 Flage all day long. Wow, that would be crazy if that's what we end up seeing here. It looks like Claudio has enough to just kind of do all the things here. He can go for Teferi, and he can even cast Flage just for the 3 mana and try to get that rolling as well. This is a decision point now for Rodrigo. This is his opportunity to cast Philia. If that Teferi hits, he will not be able to do so.
Right, so Rodrigo knows that Claudio's only card in hand is Flage. Still, he's going to offer up the Philia. I think just judging that it's, in a close game like this, things are moving fast and it would be way too bad to let that mana go unspent. So now Claudio, with some interesting choices, he could Flage the Teferi and bounce the Philia. He could Flage the Philia and let the Teferi stick on the battlefield. He could draw a card or leave his Planeswalker at a high loyalty. So all of these tough decisions.
He ultimately ended up killing Philia with the Flage. Oh, and a Flage drawn here from Rodrigo. Now, he does not have the Arena of Glory available, though, does he?
He does not. And something he should at least consider here is waiting till 7 mana for the Flage, because he's going to evoke it here, and it's just going to get eaten by Ghost Vacuum 100%, no questions asked. And then, that's a scary permanent to have under the Ghost Vacuum, too, when you're
I was going to say,
life.
that might kill him. Yeah, I mean, he does get 3 life back off of it, but yeah, it's gone now. Or it will be. Oh, double Solitude off of the Quantum Riddler? Doesn't do much here, though, does it?
No, it's a way to answer a Flage in the future. It's also, we could get into some dicey situations where you want to Solitude your own creature and gain some life, get out of burn range. But yeah, not really the level of assertive.
Here's the Ghost Vacuum, Reed.
Rodrigo. It is, wow.
Here it comes. He's doing it. Oh, that is amazing. He loves seeing that Flage in there. And he's going to get the trigger. That will kill the opposing Teferi, right? Yeah, it does. And then he gets the card and he gets left with totally fine Ragavan with 1 slightly less power. And remember, he still has his own Teferi on the battlefield, does Claudio. So, he's really forcing the hand here for Rodrigo. It is getting very awkward for him.
But Marshall, the Flage went
back
it put
to the Flage back
there.
into the... I did not think that was going to happen.
Right, yeah, because, when cards like Ghost Vacuum, there's so many different sort of templates where you're exiling the creature and then maybe you're making a copy, but no, you actually put the physical card of Flage back onto the battlefield as a 1/1. It still has that triggered ability of sacrifice it if you didn't escape it, and it's the opponent's Flage. So now that's back in the graveyard.
Wild.
Rodrigo has a stacked graveyard, tons of mana, and Ghost Vacuum's gone.
Was this a mistake from Claudio, like letting him have access to this Flage again?
That's a great question. I mean, the amount of value he generated is hard to resist, like killing that troublesome Planeswalker, refilling your hand with Quantum Riddler. But I'll tell you, like, unanswered Flage, that's just it. There's a lot of powerful things you can do with this Jeskai deck in this mirror match, but if you do not answer your opponent's Flage, you are probably going to lose to it. And I'm confident making that statement in a wide range of game states and situations.
So he uses it to take out Teferi. Now it looks like he may... Oh, okay. I thought he might have gone for Solitude to try to get extra cards off the Riddler, but he is just going to cast the Riddler. Oh, and there's the Arena of Glory. Just a turn late. But, his graveyard is still very stacked. So even if the Flage were to die here, he could get it back again soon. Let's see how Claudio can come back, because he has a stacked hand of his own. Double Riddler, double Fable.
Yeah, how do you feel about warping 2 Quantum Riddlers with haste from Arena of Glory?
Oh, I feel really good about it.
Ooh, Marshall, and
This is wild.
He found Flage, so he can deal 12 damage unblockable to an opponent at 13 life.
1?
Oh no, the Ragavan is flying too!
Oh, it has flying. That's actually lethal.
No way, but there's Solitude, so...
Yes.
But he did not evoke Solitude, so now
No, he
when
didn't.
when when the Flage
He has
gets...
to. He has to solitude his own guy.
He has to solitude his own guy to survive, but that's it. I mean, that's all the resources that he had access to. It's both his cards in his hand. It's that devastating Titan that he had on the battlefield.
Oh,
what a game!
Man.
Holy
what
smokes!
A swing for Claudio. So the dust settles with Rodrigo at 6, with nothing going. Riddler? No, he finds a land off the top, and that means that Claudio is going to take this down. Is there a Riddler in Warp?
Yeah,
there is a Riddler in Warp.
He needs something special here.
Is that enough? He's at 6. Oh, is that the 5th card there for Flage? It is.
It is. The Arena of Glory is exerted, so it doesn't look like it is lethal yet.
He would be,
but it's close.
No, I guess too short. Yeah.
And he's actually not even going to bother with Flage because he's going to wait till he has the Arena of Glory next turn. Do that instead.
That's right.
Claudio, meanwhile, we haven't mentioned it, but he's at 34, so no real danger of him dying out of nowhere. Yeah.
And he gets to just empty his hand of double Fables with that Quantum Riddler on the battlefield. So very difficult situation for Rodrigo. I mean, is there a sweeper?
He does have access to Wrath of the Skies. Whether he left it in after sideboard, I don't know. But he still has some play because he's going to flash in the Felia. That's going to be able to attack.
Yeah.
Blink the Quantum Riddler. So he might get a few extra cards this turn looking for something. Solitude, removal spells. Yeah. Galvanic Discharge is a good start.
So he's trying to get these cards out of his hand so he can get maximum Quantum Riddler action.
It looks like he has another Riddler in Warp.
Ah. Can he find a way to actually survive here? All that has to happen is Flage needs to get turned sideways.
I'm not so sure about exerting the Arena here because, Claudio's life total can't matter, right? At 37, it's all about whether or not Rodrigo can survive another turn.
Yeah, it looks like he did find Prismatic Ending for the Flage, though, so he's not just dead. Wow. Getting properly aggressive here. That means he's going to be using Ophelia offensively.
And he's blinked the Quantum Riddler that was a token copy from Ghost Vacuum.
Does that mean it wasn't a real Quantum Riddler? It's gone?
Oh wait, does it mean it's his? Is it his Quantum Riddler?
It's his Quantum Riddler. He got it back. It's the same thing with the Flage. It's just instead it went to exile and then back. He's at 3 life. How many cards can Claudio see here?
Claudio found Flage.
Oh, and there's the Flage for the win. Oh, after all that, and he picks up the match 2-1. What a crazy match, Reed. That was nuts.
What a way to kick off the modern portion. that was just wild. So many backs and forths, like the players just seesawing with different, being ahead on different metrics, and each one trying to emphasize, the part of the game where they were winning, and eventually Claudio just, I think if Rodrigo's at 4 instead of 3, that game is hard to come back from, but he just barely got across the finish line.
Man, he needed to find some way to finish that game that turn, and he actually did. That was wild. What a win there for Claudio. He's going to pick up the win. That'll net him $1,000 extra of prize money. And of course, keep the dream alive to win out through Modern. It's only 3 rounds. If he can do so, that'll put him in the grand final and in the world championship as well. We've got another match to bring you this round as well. Let's take a look at who we're going to see on our other match. We've got, there we go, Elad versus Soichiro. So that's Kamada Man. We watched him draft and almost take down the draft as well versus Kakashi on the left-hand side there. And once again, we have a somewhat similar story. One player having significantly more experience in the format, but both players sitting with a relatively similar win percentage. Let's see what archetypes they've decided to bring to the table here. Stetner has brought, does this look familiar, Reed? Jeskai,
Yes.
Blink-ish. Yes, same type of stuff that we saw
Popular
from
choice.
our first 2 competitors. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're actually going to see 4 players playing Jeskai in this small 8-player field. And, if I'm one of them, I show up, there's going to be mixed feelings because I'm going to say, oh, it's a shame that I don't have a leg up on the field. Maybe I'll have to play some tough mirror matches. But on the other hand, I'm like, well, hey, if 3 of the very best players in the world made the same choice as me, I'm probably doing something right. We talked about this Jeskai deck just being super high power level, well-rounded. So yeah, I'm optimistic for the Jeskai pilots, even though it is a popular choice in the field.
Let's see what's on the other side of the battlefield this time. There it is. We got all of them, Reed. They're all covered here in our opening round. Kahara also playing, it looks like actually a very similar list, just the single copy of Ephemerate there. Some of the subtle differences that you'll see between the lists.
The good news, Marshall, for the broadcast is that even if we wind up seeing a lot of mirror matches, from what we saw in the first round, the first match, they're volatile, they're fun. There's a lot of different ways they can play out. So it's not like we're going to see this repetitive, like, oh, we've seen the exact same sort of whoever's on the play gets to combo first, the way some mirror matches go. It's not like that at all. It's dynamic sideboarding. It's different elements of what's going on that one player can emphasize or de-emphasize. There's swings back and forth, top deck. So I think we're going to get to have some fun. And hopefully this match is, if it's half as good as the one we saw a moment ago, I'll be a happy camper.
No kidding. I'll commentate this matchup all day, every day. This is fantastic stuff. Let's head down and see where we pick up the match. It looks like coming into game number 2, where Stetner finds himself up a game over Kahara. And the players are taking a look at their opening hands. This is, of course, sideboarded. Are we going to see Ragavan hit the battlefield and present and be the threat that it is? Yes, we are.
Yeah, so far, at least the players have been unanimous on keeping Ragavan when on the play. This is a card that's just so punishing if you do... I like to think of this as sort of like a high roll card. Like, Ragavan is really strong. If you draw it in the mid game, you can dash it. Your opponent's got to respect it, maybe play a removal spell. But so much of the value of this card in a tournament setting is just the freebie of, hey, every once in a while, I'm going to play Ragavan on turn 1. It's going to go unanswered, and I'm just going to get that easy win. So even though you don't like to sort of hitch your cart to something that's that volatile and that random, those free wins and those, great openings, they definitely add up over the course of several rounds against the best players in the world. You want to take everyone you can get.
Yeah, it's easy to forget those sometimes. We remember the crazy games like the one that we just watched, and then he drew this and I drew that, and and those are the really memorable ones. But the ones where you're like, well, I went turn 1 Ragavan and they had a tap land, and I just ran roughshod. Those games end quickly. People tend to concede once those type of cards start to snowball, and you kind of don't necessarily chalk it up, but it counts every bit as much as the hard fought victory as well. So giving yourself a chance at those is, of course, important. Where are we at here? It looks like Arid Mesa from Kohara. Perhaps Fable. Going to go on the stack here. That's going to resolve too. Shields are down. We're going to see the Galvanic Discharge take out the Goblin token.
Oh, and a huge land
that
off
was
the
a
top.
clutch land.
Yeah, if he didn't find a land, he was saying go with no play, missing white mana as well. But now he is all set. Fable the Mirror Breaker, gonna discard Flage plus a 6th card next turn. So great spot for Elad, already being up a game as well.
Jeez. Just getting a fetch land that could get untapped white there is just nuts. Like, that's just wild. That thing was in his hand for about a millisecond too, Reed. He immediately put it on the battlefield. It's like, thank God. Let's see what Kahara wants to get rid of. Looks like 2 copies of Consigned to Memory, which find him a Flage and a Quantum Riddler, so those cashed in nicely. No land.
I'm learning something already in one round of Modern here, which this card, Strix Serenade. I would not have guessed Jeskai players would be boarding this in the mirror, because if you read it and you're like, this is sort of it break glass in case of emergency, like I need to counter your lethal combo type of card. That's the way I read it as a sideboard card. But it seems like just the plays and the threats are so outrageously powerful in this Jeskai mirror that the players are like, hey, I'll spend a card to downgrade your Flage or downgrade your Teferi into a 2/2 bird, which is something I never would have expected based on just like sort of the templating of the card. But I guess these players have played enough that's just an effect that they really value.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because it actually ties back into what we were talking about with Ragavan and if you really want it in this particular matchup. And it actually leads me to think that maybe you don't. Right? Like if it's so trivially easy to kill a creature, right? If you have such an abundance of 2-for-1 creature removals, with cards like Flage and Solitude, plus the occasional Philia will kill tokens, that type of thing. I do wonder if it's to that point that you have so many of those that you could just throw Strix Serenade in because you effectively count the 2/2 flyer that they get as like a nothing. Then I do wonder if there's such an abundance of extra 2-for-1s available if you actually want a vulnerable creature that you're just going to play. And yes, there are those rare occasions, but man, they have so much removal for this stuff, even with the Galvanic Discharges staying in post-board, that I do wonder if you're almost like playing into your opponent's hands, like if they're so flooded on 2-for-1s available. Are we going to see Flage
it's a terrific point, Marshall. Yeah, we are going to see Flage with haste. Now, some of the most dramatic moments here is when Flage can sort of shred the opponent's battlefield by killing 2 creatures, one with the enters trigger, one with the attack trigger. But here, this is just pure damage. This is just, you're going to take 12, and I'm going to gain 6. 18-point life swing. What are you going to do about it?
God, that's insane. That is so wild. Look at all this damage. You're down to 5.
Oh my goodness. Talk about ideal top decks. Arena of Glory gives Kohara not just the 4th land to escape Flage, but he gives his own Flage haste, the 2nd trigger, enough to let his Flage kill Stetner's Flage. So yeah,
that
fireworks.
Is wild. Oh man. So is there a Solitude window here?
Oh,
yes, there is,
wow.
because he already committed the first one to the Flage, effectively just burning that activation. And that means that Solitude taking out the other Flage means that the Stetners gets to survive.
Yeah, now it's not quite over because Kohara does gain 6 off of the Solitude exiling Flage. But here, you could see if you just wanted maximum damage, you go Galvanic Discharge your Fable token, attack you for another 12, you're down to 2. He's gonna, sensibly wind up saving the Galvanic Discharge and using the Flage trigger to take out the blocker instead. But yeah, I mean that's a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. It's only 9 damage because he's not getting the enters trigger this turn. But
right. Interesting choice here. Yeah, he had the choice of whether to leave up Strict Serenade and Galvanic Discharge or whether to just play out the Fable, and he just went for the Fable. Oh, that's
I
tough
agree.
for Kahara. He draws the Surgical Extraction here, but this is not the board state where that's the type of card you want to see. Can he survive? He can double discharge the Flage. Would keep him alive.
You should be careful here. You know, we know that Stetner has a counterspell, so on the board it is really good to use these discharges main phase, just make sure they resolve. However, Stetner also has Chapter 2 of Fable, the Mirror Breaker, and Arena of Glory, so you can imagine a world where he's like, discard 2, draw a fetch land or a surveil land, and then, you know, the Flage is right back in the equation, although I guess Kohara could Strix Serenade it, break glass in case of emergency.
He's under tremendous pressure right now. Stetner really... Oh, there's that fetch land too, Reed, just like you said.
And Surgical Extraction it as well at the cost of 2 life.
Yeah, so then he goes down to 2 from attacks. And we're going to see some patience here from Stetner. He is going to make a copy of the Shaman token, Goblin Shaman, and attack with both. That would put Kahara down to 4 and net him 2 treasure tokens.
Yeah, I wonder why he did not make a play for the Flage. You know, even Strict Serenade, I would be like, hey, you know, you're down to 4. I'll take my 2/2 bird, please.
Right, and that's the only thing that would really be relevant there for that mana, right?
Right.
It wouldn't be disputable. Well, Kahara's going to go down to 2. Maybe just get the bad news here? Because he is going to get a chance to see Stetner's hand and try to line up if there's any way he can survive. He's got a lot of heat on him right here. He's targeting the Flage, of course.
Yeah, so what... I guess he's going to have to warp the Quantum Riddler. But no, he's just going to concede.
He just looked at the situation and is just like, well, there's no way that I can get out of this, I guess. I mean, the Riddler would have drawn him 2 cards, but maybe there was just nothing he could do from that position. So that is a victory there for Stetner. So he's going to advance, and we see, you know, half, of course, of our mirror matches there advance with the Jeskai Blink deck. So 2 of them still in the running. Again, all the players still in the field. They play each of the rounds and they win additional prize money for each win that they get. But, you know, eyes on the big prize, which is getting yourself into the grand final. We already have one of those seats filled from earlier, thanks to our cube draft. And then theoretically, that person could fill the other seat, in which case they would just win the tournament. That's Antonin. But if not, then it would just end up being whoever emerges from the modern rounds. That is going to do it for this round. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more modern. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champions Showcase. Marshall Sutcliffe with Reed Duke, and we are bringing you coverage of Modern. We're in the second half of the tournament, if you will. The first one was Vintage Cube, but now we're well and truly into the Modern rounds. We're entering round number 2, and we're going to be checking in on all of our undefeated players. So the players that round number 1, and are still live to make it to the grand final. And very interestingly, Reed, one of those players is Antonin. He's the one that swept in the Vintage Cube and already has a seat in the grand final. And now he's playing against Noe and still trying to keep that dream alive of not even having to bother with the grand final, just scooping up the whole thing. Let's take a look at what deck Antonin has brought to the field for Modern. By the way, nice Modern win percentage, 59.2 over 16,000 matches. That is the highest number in the field, playing against Noe, who also has a good high win percentage, 57.6 over 11,000 matches. Both of these players really flexing in Modern. We seem to have a couple of specialists on our hand here, Reed.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Modern is a challenging format. It is very difficult to maintain that high of a win rate consistently across, various set releases, iterations of the format. You have to switch decks. So this is not just like, hey, I'm really good with this one deck, or I'm really good at this draft format and I'm coasting. This is like these players bobbing and weaving over the course of 6 to 10 years of experience, thousands and thousands of matches, and just consistently being a step ahead of the competition and sort of outplaying whatever situation they face.
That's right. And we've seen the specialists in Modern are the ones that have the big success. If you watch the Pro Tours that we do in Modern, it's not uncommon to see multiple players in the top 8 who consider themselves specialists for a specific deck in Modern. Let's take a look at the decks that these players have brought to the table. Antonin, Esper Blink. So a different variant with some of the cards that overlap to the matchups that we've seen so far, but many that don't.
Yeah, this is a cool deck. I was taking a look at this one because in the context of 4 Jeskai Blink decks, 6 total Quantum Riddler, flavors of Quantum Riddler Blink, Antonin's deck did surprise me because he's missing a number of cards that you'd expect to see in this color combination, most specifically Psychic Frog. So I would think, Esper, basically any deck that has both blue and black mana, you're pretty much starting top of the deck list, right, for Psychic Frog, and we'll fill out the other 56 when we get to it. But he actually has much more of a Orzhov configuration, tapping into blue for Quantum Riddler and for those powerful blue sideboard cards.
I see. So maybe a concession to mana. Yeah, if it's me, give me those Thoughtseizes, give me those Psychic Frogs, and we'll take it from there. Let's take a look at the other side of the matchup here and what Noe has brought. Oh, it's Neo form.
Yeah, so this is a cool deck. Right, and there's probably some people watching at home that are like, "What am I looking at here?" If you have not seen this deck in action, it's a very linear, specific game plan. So the goal is to start with Allosaurus Rider. This is a card way back from Cold Snap where you can pitch 2 green cards in your hand in order to cast it without paying its mana cost. What does it do? Well, not much, but it's a green creature with mana value of 7. So you can use Planar Genesis, you can use Neoform or Eldritch Evolution to convert that into any of a number of game-winning creatures. It can be Grizzlebrand, it can be Atraxa. If you have a strong hand, you can get Galta Stampede Tyrant and put multiple of those onto the battlefield at once. So this is one of the fastest, scariest decks in Modern because you can basically win the game as soon as you have 2 mana to cast Neoform.
Yeah, completely nuts card. You see Irene in here as well. So yeah, this deck is a lot to handle. I do not know how the matchup goes, but we are going to find out right now, at least with a sample size of 1, how this match goes. You see Antonin on the bottom part of your screen. Again, he was the one that took down the Vintage Cube, and he did it in style too. He had Black Lotus in his deck, and he had some unlikely comebacks, I would say. He really put on a show for us in the Vintage Cube portion. When I talked to him after he took that part down, he was like, I can finally relax. He said he was playing very nervous, all that energy stored up. And now he's really, if he can win out, he just is automatically our champion, which is awesome. But also, there's a lot of money on the line. I mentioned it before, Reed, but just for sitting down for the round here in Modern, the players each got $500. But that first win, which they've got here, adds another 1,000 each. A win in this round would add another 2,000 as well. And then, of course, if somebody other than Antonin makes it into the final, then they will secure a world championship seat as well. Anything notable in the openers? Yeah, he is. He's killing it.
We're going to see a really important pattern right here on turn 1, in part because Noe got to go first, and the players know one another's deck list. So here he's like, hey, you know what? I'm playing against an opponent whose best interaction against me is a turn 1 Thoughtseize. So I'm going to keep my hand on the strength of Untapped Green Source and Veil of Summer and let the rest of the chips fall where they will, because he did keep a hand without access to Allosaurus Shepherd. So he's going to try to find that through the course of Surveil lands, through the course of, cycling his Veil of Summers, and just set himself up to play a little bit of a longer game. But hey, as soon as he does find that combo piece, he's going for it.
He did just play Flooded Strand. And what do we have here? Repudiate.
Repudiate.
What in the world? Are you kidding me right now?
Repudiate, Replicate. It is a stifle, counter target activated or triggered ability, and he gets to tag the opponent's fetch land there. And
that's trigger.
Yeah, that is just
outright rude.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. You start with a mulligan, you get 2 for 1s by Veil of Summer countering your Thoughtseize, then you get your fetch land countered. That's a tough start for Antonin.
I know some players who would have already conceded. They're just like, I'm not going to continue this. There, by the way, is the Allosaurus Rider now in hand for Noe as well. He goes with the Overlord of the Bale Merc, but it's on Impending, so it's not gonna be a creature for a while, but he does get the mill out of the deal. You see Emperor of Bones in hand too.
So this looks to me like you're going to play the Allosaurus Rider, you're going to Neoform into, I would guess, a Traxa just to restock, and then you still have access to Consign to Memory, Surveil land, and then whatever goodies you get to pull off your top 10 cards.
Yeah, see, there was another card down there for Antonin. He actually does have a white card to go with Solitude. That was Grizzlebrand, so similar.
Sure.
The reloading being the name of the game here, Reed. But he could Solitude away the Grizzlebrand with Trigger on the stack here if he'd like, because right now Noe can't activate it again without being dead. By the way, double Pact of Negation in hand now. Yeah, he must have heard us. Double Pact of Negation in hand here for Noe.
So one of the key patterns of the Neoform deck, once it does start comboing off, is you can use Pact of Negation to protect your combo, protect your investments, and then Consign to Memory to counter the Pact trigger. So basically anything that Antonin does here, Noe could counter 2 spells, and then in his upkeep, he has 2 Pact triggers that might kill him, but he just gets to replicate consigned to memory, counter them all, start attacking with Grizzlebrand.
And we've seen how that goes. Well, this is the one shot here for Antonin. He's going to fire off the Solitude and cross his fingers. But Noe definitely wants to try to protect Grizzlebrand here, as it is very much a viable route to victory. And you're going to see the Pact of Negation here from him. And that's going to work. And then we're going to see Emperor of Bones to follow up. And this is all fine and dandy here for Antonin, but the bottom line is Noe has Grizzlebrand. Like, this is happening.
Yeah, so you could attack for 7, gain 7, draw 7. Or you could just win with the 7/7 lifelink.
Yeah, what is the counter?
Enough.
Does it get a +1/+1 counter or something from...
Oh, you're right. Yep, Neoform makes it an 8/8. That is true.
Which is relevant here. Antonin's at 16, so it's 2-turn clock. And you see that obligatory consigned to memory there on the pack trigger to make sure that Noe doesn't just straight up die. And here it comes. Grizzlebrand crashing in. And this just has to be the game, right? I mean, he's going to draw 7 more cards here. It's just hard to imagine any way for Antonin to come out of this at this point.
Yeah, he should be a little bit careful, because by adapting the Emperor of Bones, Antonin can present a hefty amount of damage here. 4 from the Emperor, say 4 from the Quantum Riddler in the graveyard. So Noe has no shortage of ways that he can navigate around that, but I would just say that being careless or, counting his chickens before they hatch would be one of the ways that he could lose.
Okay. He's going to fire off a Summoner's Pact here. And let's see what he gets. He already had Atraxa in hand. So maybe just another Allosaurus Rider. Yeah, that's what it is. And then he's going to Neoform that away. Is there something he can get that just locks this up?
He already has Atraxa in hand, so
yeah,
I would guess Galta, Stampede Tyrant would be a good option. He could also get Ureni the Song Unending, because that has protection from white and black, which is basically Antonin's whole deck. Yeah, so here you go.
Right. And that's going to do it. That is game number 1 going to Noe. Impressive stuff from him, and just really no way around it there from Antonin. I wonder what his sideboard plans look like. Whoa, he's bringing in a ton of stuff.
Yes, so the good news is it can only get better for Antonin. Noe actually doesn't even have more copies of Veil of Summer. He has 1 more, so he goes from 2 up to 3. That's a great sideboard card for the Neoform player, but in general, for a fast linear combo deck like Neoform, game 1 is going to be your greatest advantage. You hope to win that one, and then settle in for some tougher ones after the opponent brings in their 5, 6, 7, 8 sideboard cards against you.
Yeah, it looks like he's bringing in 3 Consigned to Memory, 2 Mystical Dispute, and 3 High Noon. At least that's what he's got lined up right now. I'm not sure if that's his final decision, but... Yeah.
I would say High Noon is very exciting, because that means that Noe can't combo all in one turn. You'd have to put Allosaurus Rider onto the battlefield and pass against Esper midrange deck that has tons of removal. So High Noon backed up by any kind of decent draw will go a long way towards Antonin locking up the game. The other sideboard cards, up to and including a few that he hasn't turned to, like Damping Sphere, are a little bit more sort of situational. Like Mystical Dispute, for example, counters Neoform really well, but it's a lot less effective against Allosaurus Rider and Eldritch Evolution. Consigned to Memory can stop an Atraxa trigger, but it's not, foolproof at actually stopping the combo. So it's a lot of I have my cards that are great against you, my Thought Seizes and my High Noons, and then I'm going to just try to throw as many stumbling blocks as I can and hope something actually trips you up.
What does the end game look like for Antonin? Like, if he does win a game, what is he actually like, turning sideways, or how does he win the game?
Well, I think realistically, what's most likely to happen is Noe's going to kind of pick his spot, go for it. There's going to be a flurry of action. And if he doesn't win the game, then Antonin will take over, either because Noe, maybe dies to a pact trigger or just expends too many resources that he can't set back up again. So I don't think this is one of those old style matchups where, like, hey, I got to get my Wild Nakatl attacking and pressuring the combo player's life total. I think this is a lot more about sort of setting up the lock pieces as quickly and effectively as you can, and then letting the win come incidentally a bit later. But certainly Esper has a lot of creatures that have a variety of somewhat important effects that can help you accumulate value. So, maybe I'm solituding one of your threats, I'm picking it back up with my Overlord, I'm using my Quantum Riddler to dig towards my more important hate pieces. So it's a dynamic matchup.
Definitely. We see High Noon here. There was no Thoughtseize, but there is High Noon on turn 2 from Antonin. And is there an answer over there? I don't see one right now.
No,
so that's
I think
a nice stumbling block.
Yep, totally. I think this is just going to be, I put a creature onto the battlefield and pass, and see if you can remove it, which in this case, we know that Antonin can do that at least the first time around.
Yeah.
Icefang Quaddle is pretty effective against High Noon because that's a flash threat, so you can sort of stack your spells that you're playing, one on your own turn, one on the opponent's turn.
So he's got Hooting Mandrills there too from Noe for a little bit of a different look. He can turn it sideways, or he can cash that in to get up to, I guess, Atraxa.
Hooting Mandrills is an unsung hero of the Neoform deck. It's really strong basically in any matchup where it's not purely about speed. If you can just make a few land drops, surveil some stuff into your graveyard, then you can use Hooting Mandrills as a much lower investment way to set up your combo.
And you see Anthony getting aggressive here with the Solitude to take out the Allosaurus Rider. Is he able? He did draw a land. Can he do all the things here? Not quite, but he's setting up for a Quantum Riddler. So he's got to be content to just have an empty board on the other side of the battlefield. He still has High Noon sitting there. He found a Solitude. Doesn't have a white card right now, but
yeah, he picked up the Solitude with the Overlord, which is a great.
Oh, he picked it up.
Yeah, a great sort of like pseudo lock that you can establish, especially if you get to the point where the Overlord is actually attacking every turn.
Mm-hmm. Icefang Quaddle on end step here for Noe.
Yeah, so Noe can. He has sort of a scaled down version of his combo where he can use Icefang Quaddle and Eldritch Evolution that into an Abhorrent Oculus, which that is good enough to win most games where it goes unanswered. I mean, the Orzhov deck does have answers, like you can just Solitude that if you want, but it is a decent gambit for Noe to be able to go for here.
Yeah, good incremental advantage there. Let's see what he comes up with here.
He's hovered over the Hooting Mandrills, but doesn't have enough to delve that yet. So he is indeed going to go for the Abhorrent Oculus.
Wonder if he brought in any ways to deal with High Noon. Or if he just tries to ignore it. Yeah, he's going for a Abhorrent Oculus, as you said, Reed. Now, there's no white card here for Antonin. He's going to crack a fetch land on end step. Make sure to crack the fetch line while the Kraken's good. Get a surveil out of the deal too.
Yes, yeah, you don't want to get repudiated again.
Yeah, he got burned. That was a rough one.
So he really needs to find a white card here. He's going to get a surveil, a draw step, and then 1 or 2 draws
he kept it on
off the
top.
Quantum Riddler.
He kept it on top. So it's got to be...
Okay,
Ooh.
so that is a way to find a white card. So I like this turn a lot. Impend the Overlord, pick up a white creature, Solitude the Oculus, and then Warp Quantum Riddler and draw 2 more to restock.
Dude.
Oh, I guess you
That's
can't do
really nice.
You can't do all that because of your own High Noon, so you're going to have to stagger it. And that actually does bring up a troublesome thing, which is that now we can untap and have Consign to Memory. So in a way, getting a little bit burned by his own High Noon. Wow, Marshall, I wonder if the Oculus is just going to get the job done.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough now, right? Because now he can, depending on what he draws, he can warp Quantum Riddler, or if he draws a land, he could just play it, but then that's it. That's all he can do for the turn. And this is a clock, too. I mean, Antonin's down to 7.
Right,
and
so let's imagine...
memory was clutch.
Let's imagine you draw a fetch land. So you fetch, grab a plains, you're at 6, you hard cast Quantum Riddler. Mm-hmm. Then Noe attacks you with all 3 creatures, you block the abhorrent Oculus, you go to 2. Oh man, Thoughtseize is just the worst draw you can have here, because you don't have the life to cast it, and you don't have the bandwidth to cast it with your own High Noon on the battlefield.
That's right.
I think it's over.
Jeez, just like that, huh?
Yeah, so Noe with the techie sideboard transforming into this like mini combo package, and it just worked perfectly. It allowed him to beat High Noon, and it even allowed him to turn the High Noon against Antonin, which was amazing to see.
That's really cool. Yeah, because you saw that Antonin had it going on there. He used the Overlord of the Baelmerk to find the answer that he needed, but the timing didn't work out, and he had to open the door for that counterspell. I mean, he would have much preferred to just fire that off with his opponent tapped out, but High Noon said no, and Noe knocks him out. So that means we are going to get a grand final today, by the way. So that'll be cool.
So it's not the last we've seen of Antonin.
That's right. He will. He is going to now be seated there. He's going to get to play one more round of Modern as well for the prize money aspect of it. But Noe's going to continue to the last round of Modern here, and we're going to get a chance to take a look at our other feature match that's going on still as well. And this is Stettner versus Miranda. You can see once again a fairly even matchup from these players. We've seen this kind of time and time again. One player perhaps with a bit more experience, or in this case about triple the experience, but still win rates of a similar form. Let's see what the deck list choices were for our 2 players. If you'll remember, this is Stettner playing the Jeskai Blink / mid-range deck here as well. This is one of the ones that we saw before. And if we take a look across the table at the other side, you'll see the same thing. So we get to see this matchup again, which we really like. This has provided some exciting games, and it's a very interactive, cool matchup that tends to swing back and forth a lot. Let's see who can pick up the win between Elad and Claudio. We're going to come in game number 3 and see who can pick up the victory. Clocks look like they may be
Marshall,
issued too.
Yes, that the flashing red clock from Elad Stettner is the first thing that my eye was drawn to when we joined the match.
Me
so
too.
4 minutes, that is enough to win a game, but it means, first of all, that you're going to have to play quickly and go a lot more on instinct than on sort of brute force processing every one of these complex game states. And then it also means that, Claudio can kind of just play defense, because if he gets to that, turn 8, 9, we're warping quantum riddlers, we're, escaping phlages, like he might just win incidentally due to his opponent running out of clock.
It really does happen like that sometimes. So yeah, both Reed and I are old school Magic Online players, and we both saw that straight away, that clock could be a big factor here. And you can see Claudio basically just doing anything he can to slow down Stettner. He's just like, kill the thing, counter this, just keep this rolling. And now he gets to play a Phlage, which will not only take out the opposing Philia, but also buffer Claudio's life total further. Now, you don't want to take this too far, right? If you're Claudio, you still want to try to progress towards a win, because I've definitely seen people lose, games under these conditions where they just got a little bit too short-sighted about, I just kill this, like I'll be fine. And then it's like, if you get way ahead, if you're the one with the Phlage left over, you don't need that much time on your clock to close out the game. So Claudio does have to be careful here, but so far he's done a really good job of making sure that this board just stays clear.
Yeah, you said that really well, Marshall. Like, definitely, if you're Claudio, plan A is just to win the game fair and square, right? That is the very, very best outcome, and it is indeed like what you should be playing towards. It's just, that there's this extra element in the background that, hey, this is one more thing my opponent has to worry about.
Exactly. You see the haymakers being thrown here by both players as we see Claudio go for a second Phlage just for the damage, but it does set him up to bring back one of these Phlages from the graveyard this turn if he'd like. Let's see what his plan is. Yeah, it does look like he's going to go for escaped Phlage. This is a very solid plan for him. It keeps his life total high. It puts out a very difficult to deal with threat. Kind of just give Elot as much as he can handle here. And we're going to see, I guess, Teferi? No, I guess maybe one of the Riddlers is going to come
or his own Phlage plus Galvanic
his own
Discharge.
Phlage. Did not see that. All right, that makes even more sense. Yeah, so this is the type of fight that we've seen go back and forth. But the thing that I'm looking at here is that Claudio has the answer for the opposing Phlage, and that's really the key here. In fact, he has 2 answers for it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if he just tapped 5 mana and cast his Solitude, but instead looks like he's going to Prismatic Ending and pass with the ability to flash in his Felia.
Yeah, either way, great. Both of them are exile effects, so the Phlage doesn't come back, although I guess if your opponent just keeps drawing them, it can. He's going to start off with a dashed Ragavan here as Stettner approaches the 2-minute mark, but he's playing very briskly, and so far we've had a pretty normal match thus far. It's just, well, there is a little bit of extra heat on Stettner here to make sure that he keeps his pace of play brisk. This is a grindy matchup as we saw before, so I'm not shocked. And once again, you see Claudio just maintaining here. He just plays out Philia and trades off for the Ragavan on the other side. Now he's got Solitude plus Mystical Dispute available, although neither of them will do much good with Teferi on the battlefield. And what are we going to see here? Is this going to be a Riddler? Yes, it is. Wow. As you can see, it immediately goes on the battlefield because, hey, there's Teferi there. There's nothing you can do about it. Speaking of... now everybody has to play fair.
I'm actually somewhat surprised by that play. I would have thought you just Solitude the opposing Riddler.
Yeah, especially bouncing tapped out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just bouncing it at, like your opponent's just gonna accumulate more value.
That's true, but man, Reed, I gotta tell you, that situation that you described, we're kind of here, right? You were saying, where people are just playing Quantum Riddlers and they're in that kind of messy mid-range part of the game where everybody's just trying to get as many cards in the hand as possible. Under a minute and a half now for Stettner, and both players have been firing off Quantum Riddlers, and we are very much in that stage of the game. I mean, as it stands, Stettner quite clearly ahead at this point, but will he have enough time to actually close this thing out? God, you know what card I keep thinking about, Reed, is the Arena. You know,
Yes,
like
if
that's
either
the
player
type
finds
card
Arena of Glory.
so big. Right. Because, okay, well, now that both Teferis are down, we're back to kind of fair again. But here we go again. Quantum Riddler, Ghost Vacuum off of it. And there is a Phage in the yard, too. Oh, what a rip.
Because
That's like
Phage is
the only card
not just... It's not just the most important card here. It's also Stetner's best way to win in under a minute and a half. So if he's got to do it by attacking for 2 and 3 at a time, oh wow.
So he's just going to go cast it, let it die, escape it. Both triggers are going to be aimed at the opposing Riddler. And then Felia gets to attack. Yes, you bounce the Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, or just nothing. Yeah, hit for 2.
Yeah.
40 seconds left for Stetner. I think with this Solitude exiling the Phage, he's probably not going to have enough time to win the game, which is a tough way
feel like that
to go down.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is... I feel bad for Stetner just watching this. He finds Prismatic Ending, but at this point, I guess if he could find Phage in an arena or something... But this is where Claudio can just start firing off Mystical Disputes or whatever, just kind of at anything, and just forcing Stetner to do something. He does get the nice combo here of getting a bunch of cards into hand, and he's even going to fire off this Solitude to make sure he gets the most number of cards, because he needs specific cards now, and he's under 20 seconds. I don't really see any way forward for him. Right now, Claudio's sitting at 19 life. And it just doesn't feel like there's going to be anything that he can do. He's going to activate Ghost Vacuum as well. And each of these are clicks and seconds going away here from Stetner. It is really a shame to lose this way. It is not entirely clear how this would have gone. They're still very much in this mid-range slog fest as we see Quantum Riddler here for Claudio, and that could have done any number of these cards could have swung it in any direction, but I just don't see any way forward now from Stetner at 14 seconds. It's just the life totals are too high.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if your opponent just had absolutely nothing and you could just attack, pass the turn, attack, pass the turn, but that's not the world we're living in. Like, Stetner's ahead, but Claudio is definitely putting up enough of a fight that you can't just turn him sideways and be done with it.
That's right. And you don't even get to complain to your friends that, like, I had the win on board and I lost the clock. It's like it's very much unclear who was going to win this game at this point. And Stetner's trying to fight the good fight here. He's got the Prismatic Ending. He can follow that up with a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but every click is costing him valuable seconds, and he is just simply not going to have the time to get the job done here. So this is going to be Claudio Miranda advancing. And he's played really well. I've been impressed with how he's managed this deck. You can tell he's very comfortable with this list, and he manages to find himself victorious in the first 2 rounds here, putting himself in the finals of the modern side of our bracket. And there it goes. Claudio with the win. Again, a bit of a shame there, but hey, this is a tough matchup, and these games do go long, Reed. I mean, this game was a perfect example. It was still very much in the air, and both players were still throwing punches back and forth, even deep into the game at that point. And I'm sure that they had a couple of games that were similar to that prior, and that's what led to that timeout there from Elad. Tough way to go.
Tough way to go. Yeah, maybe we should take a minute to sort of put that in perspective for the viewers, Marshall, because if you're used to playing or watching paper tournaments, it's sort of a different environment where the players have a shared responsibility to finish the match in time. Magic Online is handled very, very differently and in a very, very clear way, which is each player has their own, what we call a chess clock. And if your chess clock goes to 0, if you can't finish the match with your allotted 25 minutes, you lose, like, no questions asked. So that is devastating, totally heartbreaking for Elad. And, you and I think, feel for him. And if you're watching at home, you can feel bad for him too. However, it is also very, very clearly part of the rules of engagement and part of the tournament. So everyone knew that that was what was going to happen if you run out of time. Everyone knew that these are long, complicated matchups where you have to worry about that. So, it just sort of is what it is. It's a tough way to go out, but, everyone knew that was going to be part of the tournament experience and something to worry about.
That's right. And, you will see players make adjustments based on that. Sometimes they play very quickly from the get-go, just sort of trying to avoid those situations. Sometimes you'll see people really try to be careful in their first couple of games because they figure if I take my time and I really map out my plays, I have a better chance of winning and I won't have to worry about the clock. But every once in a while, Elad was not playing slowly at all, but sometimes these matches just go long, and that's what happened here. So Claudio is the one who advances. We're going to take a short break here, but when we come back, we will be setting up for the last round of Modern to see who claims that last seat in the grand final. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase. Marshall Sutcliffe with Reed Duke. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in the last round of Modern, and that's the last round before our grand final. The winner of this round will add an additional $4,000 to their prize pool, as well as get into the grand final, as well as secure a seat at the Magic World Championship this year. So to say that there's a lot on the line here, would probably be an understatement. Let's take a look at our matchup on the two players who have made their way through the Modern side of the bracket. It is Noe versus Claudio. As you can see, both players with lots of experience, an exceptional amount of experience in Noe's side of the bracket here, and both with very similar lifetime Modern win percentages as well. So a good, even matchup between two different archetypes this time. Let's take a look at what Noe's brought to the table. It is Neoform, one of the premier combo decks that you'll see out there. And kind of a weird deck to commentate, Reed, right? It kind of always seems to throw you a little bit of a curveball, but ultimately it's a fairly straightforward combo deck, trying to take advantage of cards like Neoform and Eldritch Evolution to cheat out huge creatures that win the game.
Yeah, tough deck to play, a tough deck to watch. It's very volatile because sometimes as early as turn 2, well, hey, I have, Galta, Grizzlebrand, and Atraxa on the battlefield and 100 counter spells. Or I mulled to 5 looking for my combo, didn't find it, and that's that. However, I was really impressed watching Noe in the previous round in that he did sort of play some dynamic games where he kept a 7-card hand in game 1 that didn't have his combo rolled up, had to sort of navigate towards it. And then after sideboarding, he used a really cool transformative sideboard to get around a really troublesome hate card in High Noon. So, he's sort of a player who's giving us a treat here in terms of piloting an unusual deck to some really cool and unintuitive games.
That's right. And on the other side of the battlefield is Claudio, who has brought really the deck of the tournament from the Modern perspective. Half of the field brought Jeskai Blink deck to the table, and that's what we see here. Sometimes we call it mid-range based on how many ephemerates it has, but basically the same shell with a lot of the same interactions that we're used to seeing out of this really premier mid-range deck here for Modern. Very powerful, very resilient, and has game against most everything.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting matchup because the Jeskai deck, the strength of it is it's just one of the best value decks in Modern. Like, it has all the best cards, all the best combinations. And we've seen these players, like, even on turn 10, they have full hands, full graveyards, tons of stuff they can do. Neoform, the goal of that deck is to make everything that I just said not matter. So it's like, hey, you could have a lot of cards in your hand. You could be doing your Quantum Riddler thing. I'm just going to combo off and kill you, and the game's going to be over before you have a chance to deploy or make use of any of those cool cards that you have. So what Noe is trying to do is boil this matchup down to a very, very small, narrow band of cards that can actually interact. Basically the blue cards. Consigned to Memory, Spell Snare, Strict Serenade, and Teferi Time Raveler. And a lot of the rest of what Claudio is doing is just going to be too slow.
Okay, well, we're going to find out right now which one of these two players is going to advance to the grand final. Is it going to be Claudio or is it going to be Noe? We're going to kick things off here with game number 1. This is the 6th round. The players have played a vintage cube draft earlier today, and they played 3 rounds of that, and now we're entering the 3rd round of Modern. These are our 2 undefeated players. Looks like perhaps a mulligan here for Noe.
Yep, he mulliganed to a 6-card hand that does have his combo, but he's missing a second land. So if he hits, let's say he draws Island, then on turn 2, it's Summoner's Pact for Allosaurus Rider, cast that for the alternative cost, Neoform it into probably Grizzlebrand. That's what we saw in the previous game. But if he doesn't hit that land, then, he could get behind against a Ragavan. That's one of the scariest openings that Claudio could have in this matchup. So a very, very meaningful couple of draw steps here.
And we're getting hints of Ragavan from Claudio. He went Scalding Tarn into untapped Steam Vents. Oh, he's got 2 of them in his hand. And he's on the play with 7 to start with, so this is kind of right where you want to be if you're Claudio. Get that Ragavan down, and this is a matchup where it's pretty good.
Yeah, totally. So failing the, having the blue disruptive cards, the next best thing you can do from the Jeskai side is just play turn 1 Ragavan and start cracking in. So, again, this is going to be just all down to the next couple of draw steps, because right now Claudio is getting ahead with the Ragavan. He's developing a mana advantage. He's going to start doing Quantum Riddler stuff to find his disruptive pieces, but he doesn't have it now. So this draw step right here, if Noe finds an untapped blue source, this is kind of his chance.
Oh, man. And given the pressure that he's facing from Ragavan, it's not like Noe can be like, well, I'll just be patient and wait around, right? He's just going to go for it if he can find that blue source he needs.
The first moment he can, he's going to go for it.
Here comes Quantum Riddler from Claudio. That will almost tap him out. There's still a treasure token. Perhaps he could find... Nope, he just finds the land off of it. The way is clear. Can Noe find an untapped blue source here?
Interesting, unintuitive play, warping the Riddler there. Oh, wow, he's just cycling Veil of Summer.
Because of the Riddler, that's hilarious. He found another Veil and his draw step.
Oh, man, I'm on the edge of my seat, Marshall.
Yeah, I want to know what
I think there's a small delay in the hand updating.
Okay. You see he has Nourishing Soul, Neoform, Summoner's Pact.
Oh, he found it! He can get a breeding pool.
Oh. Is there any reason for him to not go for this at this point?
I would be shocked if he didn't go for it, because I think it's only going to get worse for you when you give your opponent more time to amass treasures, more times to, warp Riddlers, looking for counters. And it's not even like he used his Veil of Summer. So even if he finds a 3rd land, he can't protect his combo. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just now or never.
And
probably
Go ahead, Reed.
What he's thinking so hard about here is probably 2 things. Number 1, I have to pitch most of my hand in order to cast my Allosaurus Rider. So what's the final card that I want to keep other than the Neoform? And then also, what creature do I want to get? Because he has to get something that stands alone and is powerful enough to win the game, but also he's going to have a Summoner's Pact trigger, so he basically has to find Consigned to Memory in order to not just outright die to his trigger. So I think it's got to be Grizzlebrand, C14 cards, but he could think about Atraxa. He can't get Rennie or Galta because then he would just die to the Summoner's Pact trigger.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He also is contingent on finding a way to deal with that pack trigger as well, right?
Yep.
So Grizzlebrand probably makes the most sense. Here's Allosaurus Rider. And yeah, all Claudio can do is just watch on. And he's going for it. There goes Neoform. And he knows now that the way is clear. This is happening. And let's see if he gets the Grizzle. Yeah, he did. There's Grizzlebrand. Oh, man. Turn 2, Grizzlebrand.
So I wonder if again, the hand not updating quickly, he could have kept Nourishing Shoal, which has sort of an interesting consequence with Grizzlebrand that you can, let's say you pitch your Galta or something to gain 8 life, and then you get a whole additional round of drawing. I wonder why. Oh, he can repudiate the consign trigger or the pact trigger. So that is a way for him to get through this.
So he doesn't have to rely on on finding something like that. So that's great. So he repudiates the pack trigger, and he's left with Grizzlebrand. I mean, what more do you want? Oh, and look at that. There's the consigned to memory, by the way, from Claudio.
Yeah, a little late. So that's only triggered abilities, not activated abilities. Can't counter Grizzlebrand.
That's right. So first up, he gets to just slam here with the Grizzle Dad. Down to 8, by the way. Remember, it is an 8/8, so that's actually just a straight up 1-turn clock as it sits. And he's going to activate it.
Found Nourishing Shoal, so he can draw a lot more cards if he wants, but honestly, he might not even have to.
It looks like he put another draw 7 on the stack, and in response, we see Philia. Very awkward situation here for Claudio, not having the clean answer. And he's at 8. Grizzlebrand's 8. If he could bounce it, technically he could take one more hit from it, but his Scalding Tarn would be turned off and the Flooded Strand in his hand. So it's hard to imagine that he could win the game that way. Plus, I mean, he's got to overcome all of this stuff from these Grizzlebrand draws. Right now, No Ace hand, 15 cards. Thank you very much.
Yep. Heck, I mean, maybe you just start using Allosaurus Rider fair and square. Put some 4/4s on the battlefield. Yeah, sure, why not?
I love it.
You're going to have to discard anyway.
It. Yeah.
Hooded Mandrills, double Allosaurus Rider, go. How's that?
Yeah, keep up the shoal. Like, come on. He still has a land drop to give here also. You see he has a Veil of Summer there. Critically, I see a Pact as well.
So gain 8,
he just
draw 7.
Draw 7. Mm-hmm. This to me feels like he's trying to get this to... I don't know if deterministic's too strong of a word, but, to really shore up the possibilities that he has the ability to do. He's got Pact. He could have a consigned to memory available, and he could put a bunch of Allosaurus Riders on the battlefield too, like you mentioned.
Man, and remember how dicey Noe's situation was just a few moments ago, where it's like, boy, he might not hit his second land, he might lose the game without ever playing a spell, and then instead he just barely got his combo in time, and now he has 17 cards in his hand, and he's about to win the game. So those are the margins amazing. That this goes on.
That's right. He didn't hit a land drop there. It would have been very easy to imagine this game just basically falling away from him. And instead, he's 100% in the driver's seat this game. It's wild. You see the Allosaurus Rider hit the battlefield. He's got another one, I think. Yeah, there it is. So he can add that to the board too. What is the power and toughness like tied to your lands? It's like 1 plus your lands or something?
That's exactly right. Okay. 1 plus your lands.
Allosaurus Rider's not supposed to like be on the battlefield, it's
no.
Like, what are you doing here, buddy? Still 13 cards in hand here for Noe, who's going to end step. Claudio grabbing a Surveil land on end step, dropping himself down to 7. He's got to find answers. But how can he, right? I mean, how can he win through like consign, pact, all this extra stuff?
I don't think he can, to use your term, Marshall. I think Noe basically has constructed a deterministic win here. It's just about he has to navigate carefully and not accidentally leave a vulnerability, because with this Jeskai deck is powerful. I mean, like if he's able to slip a Solitude in there, then suddenly the Felia is blinking it. He's exiling the 2 best cards from Noe's battlefield. Like the game could get out of control if you slip up and leave an opening like that. But the combination of Pact of Negation and Consign to Memory to counter the Pact trigger should cover that.
When you start to break down these situations, Reed, like if you were in Noe's seat, how do you break it down by like number of cards? Like, do you say, okay, is there any one card that messes this up? And then if there's not, because like, let's say you have Pact of Negation or whatever. So you're like, so there's no one card. And then you go, okay, what are the 2 card combos? What are the 3? Like, is that how you construct these scenarios when you're trying to figure out, the how can this go wrong setup?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a good way to think about it. Let's make sure I'm playing around any individual card. Then, I'll stretch my brain a little bit. What are the combinations of cards that might give me a headache? And then also, I would say there's a third step, which is I try to cover things that I'm not thinking of, right? Because I'm not a Jeskai expert. I don't know every single, nuance and configuration. I might be forgetting things. So it's just like, hey, let me buffer my life total in a way that I'm not going to get surprised. Let me make sure that if I do use a pact, I have multiple, angles to be able to cover it. So that sort of like tournament mentality of let me just be careful with the understanding that there's probably a lot of things that I'm not thinking of that might trip me up. And, trying to close all those doors as well.
Yeah, that's where the experience can really come in, right? This is a really cool play, by the way, from Claudio. He attacked with Philia. He did have to give up Philia because it just ran into a dinosaur, or in this case, an elf warrior. But he did get to consign the Philia trigger, and that means that Griselbrand, the problem of Griselbrand has been solved. Unfortunately for him, Noe let him do it, which is not great news for Claudio, because Claudio has to be going, okay, you drew 21 cards last turn. Like, there's no way you don't have a Pact of Negation or a Consign or something in here, that could have done something. And the truth is, he did. He had those things. And he just
he fetched end of turn and didn't have any lands left in his graveyard or in his library, which...
Oh, seriously?
Somewhat close to mattering here, but in the end, he has Bridgeworks Battle to clear the blocker and win the game. But that was like crazy. Talk about corner case scenarios that you might not have thought of, being out of fetchable lands.
No kidding. That is wild.
That happens.
And he didn't seem to care. My guess is that he probably thought that might be the case, but did it just in case. I mean, he had so much backup there, come on, the battle is somehow the thing that ends up winning the game. It's like, you're deep down the rabbit hole once you start picking up those wins. Claudio's making his sideboard changes. And what does he want in or out here? It looks like he's thinking about taking out the galvanic discharges. Those are not that many targets for them. Oh, but one of his solitudes even. Interesting. And what did he bring in? Two
the
copies
Neoform
of
deck
High Noon?
is really interesting to
spells
play
there.
against because, like you said, like it's a combo deck, but that game ended with Bridgeworks Battle initiating a fight between two creatures. So, you could think about like, well, obviously I just want all my counter spells in interaction, but also they might put a creature onto the battlefield. Noe won the previous round by boarding in Abhorrent Oculus. We know that the High Noon plan sort of hinges upon being able to get rid of creatures if Noe goes Allosaurus Rider go. So, Solitude is definitely not one of the best cards. It's not that Claudio wants to have a handful of Solitudes when he starts the game, but it could be potentially a useful tool that he wants access to.
Yeah, he brought in the 2 copies of High Noon and 2 Spell Snares also. So we'll see if those sideboard cards appear for him, although thus far they have not. Though
what
this
was that I
doesn't
said
look
about
like
a handful
keepable-
of opening handful of all Solitudes?
Literally 2 Solitudes and a bunch of lands. This one looks a lot better.
Yeah, so this one has
Although-
the combo of Felia into Quantum Riddler, which can get him back into the game, but I would not say it's a stellar hand against the Neoform
Yeah, it's
combo.
not good.
Like, he's going to get to
Agreed.
participate in the game, but if Noe has one of his best draws, there's a window here.
This opener from Noe looks a little sketchy too. He's got the Allosaurus Rider, but Irene is already in hand for him, and he doesn't have any of his combo pieces just yet. Or,
Wow, Claudio
any of
actually
his
mulliganed.
finishers.
He went down to 5 cards there.
Oh, wow. This does
And-
look better though, doesn't it?
And Noe, so we're clearly dealing with a delay in terms of Noe's hand updating, but I think I saw that I don't know. I'll reserve judgment actually whether he kept or mulliganed this hand.
Okay.
But Claudio, I'm quite surprised that he took that sort of functional 6-card hand. I said it wasn't stellar. It didn't have a lot of his hate pieces, but he mulliganed that and ended up starting the game with only 4 cards. So that's dicey.
That's going to be rough. Do you view the Neoform deck as the type of combo deck that if you do disrupt it, that can put you in a position to win? Because I can't tell you how many times, Reed, I've seen people bring in a whole bunch of sideboard cards. They do disrupt the opposing combo and they just lose anyway because of this. Like, my hand is High Noon and 2 consigned to memory. Like, that's a difficult hand to, construct a victory with. I mean, look at the draw here from Claudio. If he's able to stop Noe, will he win the game?
Yeah, that's the question, Marshall, and I think that is one of the strengths of the Neoform deck, especially after sideboarding. Once again, we saw this package of Icefang Quaddle and Abhorrent Oculus be very, very effective at navigating through High Noon. Hooting Mandrills is really good. Like, I'm just going to take my time, do a land cycling, surveil into the graveyard, play a 4/4 trample, and guess what? You have all Mystical Disputes and High Noons. You might just lose to the 4/4 trample. So,
Yeah.
conceptually, I'm a skeptic on Claudio's mulligan decision. Remember, he had 6 cards that were not great against the Neoform combo, but he did have Felia, Quantum Riddler, so assuming he got to turn 3 or 4, he was going to be in decent shape. The reason I advocate at least thinking about keeping those hands after sideboarding is because the games get scrappier. Claudio brought in a bunch of combo hate. Noe knows that, so he's bringing in his backup plans, his Hooting Mandrills, his, Disenchants, his Veil of Summers. So the games can just get a little bit weird, where maybe your opponent is keeping 7 cards. It's not on the strength that they have the turn 2 combo rolled up, but instead it's just that they have a nice hand with, a diverse set of, threats and answers. And going down to 4 cards looking for High Noon and Consigned to Memory, like, it's just not going to be good against that.
And take a look at what's happening here. It's Allosaurus Rider the fairway. Like, he's just going to attack with the thing. Like, I don't even know if you would want to Neoform at this point. Like,
No, he doesn't have to.
Why
He could just.
why open yourself up?
You have the dominant board. Your opponent is pseudo locked by their own high noon. So, yeah, just play some creatures, and that's plenty good enough.
And he can surveil a bunch of stuff into the graveyard to get Hooting Mandrills on the battlefield here too. I mean, like, he's literally just going to play Ice Fang Coatl, run out the Allosaurus Rider, and then play Hooting Mandrills. And like right now, he's just winning.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, Marshall, I don't mean to be like too harsh on Claudio because look, he did mulligan to 4. That's really unlucky. He got sort of a bad shake in this game. It's more that I want to point out like the strength and well-roundedness of the Neoform deck in general and the exact configuration and sideboard plan that Noe is choosing to employ, where like that's the real test for a combo deck is, do you fold to the one hate piece? And I think the answer clearly he's demonstrated is no. Like, he's won 2 games with high noon on the battlefield starting on turn 2 where he never removed it.
Absolutely. He just seems to have constructed his post-board game plan really well here, where he just kind of takes this, I don't know, mid-range approach almost, where he's just putting out kind of a bunch of power and toughness and being like, yeah, counter this, with your consign. It's a Hooting Mandrills, go, right? And just make you deal with it. He's going to fire off a Neoform here because Claudio's completely tapped out. So, hey, why not, upgrade my Allosaurus Rider to a freaking Grizzlebrand? And that's going to be it. Noe defeats Claudio 2-0 and finds himself into the final. How do you like that, Reed? Incredible stuff from Noe there.
Incredible. And guess what, Marshall? In the grand finals, he's going to play a matchup and an opponent that he already beat. That's got to be a good feeling. That's right.
Yeah, that has to feel really good for him. Noe picking up the victory here in the modern portion, and I had a chance actually to chat with him after that. Noe, congratulations. You just took down that last game very quickly, just a 2-minute finisher to your modern round. How did things go overall for you?
It was a very weird tournament, kind of a roller coaster, because my draft deck was bad. After drafting, I knew that it was very bad. But like, in this kind of field, I think you can expect every deck to be not the best. Like, you're playing with good players, and so I was okay, sure. I know that I don't have a great deck. I'm probably not 3-0ing my pod, but maybe I can go with a 2-1 or 1-2. Would not be the best. And 3 hours later, I was 0-3, so I felt bad. Thing is that with the mock structure, you need to stay in the tournament. Like, you need to stay focused because you can always like go 3-0 in the constructed portion. So I try to do that. This is not think I'm the best. Like, I think it has always been one of my weaknesses. When I go to a tournament, I lose round 1, and then I'm like, oh, it's over. This time, I think I did a good job at staying focused and staying in my tournament.
Great job. Yeah, especially like you said, with the structure of this tournament where things can be more or less disastrous on one half of the bracket. But if you can just reset your brain and focus on the other half, you can find yourself in the grand final, which is exactly where you find yourself now. Do you consider yourself more of a, cube limited player or more of a constructed modern player?
I think recently I've been more of a constructed person. For the longest time I was only playing limited on MTGO, and I think I learned most of my skill playing limited. And I felt like there was some sort of imbalance, so I started to play a lot more constructed. And nowadays there are very few incentives to play limited, so I play a lot more constructed. And I hope that it changed. Like, there is a limited championship and more occasion and opportunities to play limited.
Yeah, that's great. So how comfortable are you with modern? Like, is that a format that you play a lot of for constructed?
Oh yeah, probably too much modern for my own good. Like, I've looked at they send us the data before the tournament, and like I'm pretty much playing 10 matches of modern every day. So that's a lot.
Oh, wow. So you're kind of a limited specialist turned modern specialist in some ways, which, sets you up well for this tournament. But really importantly, Noe, it sets you up for the final because that is going to be played in modern, and that is your format. How do you feel going into the final? What's your confidence level?
I feel good. I think this is one of the best matchup for this tournament. Like across the 7 other players, I think it's solid matchup. And also something funny is that for this tournament I've done a lot of scouting, and most people were like playing on alt account, trying to hide their deck list and everything. And Tundoslav, my final opponent, he just played with his main account, and like he basically told us, "Oh, I'm going to play Esper. I win a lot with Esper. Everyone knows that I'm playing Esper, so I'm not even going to try to hide my deck list." So I knew that he was going to play that, and I feel prepared.
Wow, great stuff. Scouting and everything here from Noe, who finds himself in the grand final facing down Esper Blink. Good luck in the grand final.
Thank you.
You hear that, Reed? He was doing some scouting only to find out that his opponent here, Anson, was just playing the deck that he was going to play in the tournament, even on Magic Online openly leading up. Now that's confidence leading in.
Yeah,
he's just
I love that.
You know what?
I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop me. It's like real supervillain energy.
That's what he's got going for him there. So we do have our grand final set up with Neoform versus Esper Blink. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we will be in our final. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase. Marshall Sutcliffe with Reed Duke. And it is that time. We are headed into the grand final. We played our first bracket tournament in Vintage Cube, the second one in Modern, and we're going to be deciding this thing also in Modern. Let's take a look at the two players who made their way through this tough field to find themselves in the finals. We have Noe playing Neoform combo, facing off against Antonin, who is on Esper Blink. Also, by the way, Antonin with the most number of modern matches played in the field, and Noe probably second. I'm not 100% sure about that, but you can see a huge number of matches from both players. And interestingly, that says a lot, right, Reed? I mean, you put in the work, and these are the two players that ended up making it into the grand final here.
Yeah, especially that number of matches to me shows like mastery of the entire format, not just your narrow corner of what you want to be doing, but also, hey, I've tried a lot of different decks. I kind of know what my opponents might be up to. I know the best ways to counter that. And, these two players have brought effective, well-rounded strategies that they believe are going to be sort of a step ahead of what the other competitors are doing.
Yeah, and you can see that Noe qualified through a Pioneer Showcase qualifier, so older format, but not quite as old as Modern. And Antonin actually qualified via Modern as well. So very much a specialist, even though somehow Antonin found his way into the grand finals from Vintage Cube. Let's take a look at their deck list. Noe is on Neoform combo, and he has played it beautifully here. The most interesting part for me, Reed, about having watched him play are actually the sideboarded games where he's taken a less aim for the stars kind of approach, but it's been really good for him, with the Born Oculus coming into play, Hooting Mandrills, and even in the last round of it, just attacking with Allosaurus Riders on the ground, just stuff like that has also been working really well for him.
Correct. Yeah. So the basic recipe here is you have 8 copies between Allosaurus Shepherd or Allosaurus Rider and Summoner's Pact to find it. You have 8 copies between Neoform and Eldritch Evolution. You would need a couple of lands, and if you have all 3 of those pieces, you're all set. The most interesting games are the ones where maybe Noe doesn't start with all of that, where maybe he keeps a hand where he has half the combo, plus some lands and some ways to force it through, but he's got to dig a little bit with the surveillance. Or like the game that we saw a moment ago, where maybe he doesn't have 2 lands to start with, and we get that big sweat on turn 2 or turn 3.
That's right. Hopefully we'll get some excitement like that. On the other side of the table, it's Esper Blink. We saw kind of the deck of the tournament was Jeskai Blink, but it's Esper Blink in the competent hands of Antonin here that makes it to the final.
Yep, so this is primarily an Orzhov deck, especially in the first game, Quantum Riddler being the one standout blue card. But the blue does him a lot of favors in this matchup, as he's going to get to bring in 5 counter spells alongside High Noon and maybe some other fringe options. So game 1's going to be a little bit tough. He's going to want to use his Thought Seizes and maybe capitalize on that little bit of like inconsistency or fail case of the Neoform deck. And then the games where he's going to actually be at his greatest advantage and have a little bit more control over the texture of the game is after sideboarding.
All right. Who do you like in the matchup, by the way? Do you have a sense for...
Well, I think smart money is on Noe, because we have seen these 2 players play earlier, and Noe was the winner. Especially game 1 looked pretty lopsided. Just the strong combo deck against somebody who's mostly playing for value a little bit more than for disruption. Plus, Veil of Summer is an absolute backbreaker against a 4 Thoughtseize deck.
Okay, well, let's see who's going to take it down. A lot on the line here. Both of these players can breathe easy as far as having made a bunch of money today, as well as qualified for the World Championship. So a big accomplishments behind them. But there's another $4,000 on the line for this one match that gets added to their prize pool. So still a ton to play for. And of course, being a Mox champion, Reed, you never have to let go of that one either. So let us get into the action here and see who's going to take this thing down. This has been a really fun tournament to cover. This format is sweet. It puts something on the line every single round, right? I was talking to Ely about it before, Reed, but sometimes, at the PT, it's a little difficult to conceptualize exactly what a win will get a player when it's not guaranteed. And it's, but here it's like money and like it's only a few rounds and you start securing those seats in the finals and getting world championship seats. There's so much on the line here. It's been really fun to commentate this thing.
Yeah, so notably, we're 10 days into the new year, Marshall. So these 2 players are among the very, very first to punch their ticket to the 2026 World Championship. So that's a nice feeling when you could be like, look, 10 days into the year and the season, I'm already done. I'm already qualified for the best, most prestigious tournament, 10 months from now.
No kidding. Looks like 6 cards here for Antonin to start things off.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a nerd for this stuff, but the players like already get into the games with such challenging mulligan decisions. I saw Antonin, I can't quote exactly what his 7 was, but he chose to mulligan like a marginal hand that did have a Thoughtseize. And then Noe, just kind of like I was saying before we got into the match, he did choose to keep a hand that only had half of his combo. He had Allosaurus Rider, he had 2 lands, and I think he really kept on the strength of Veil of Summer as one of the best forms of like counter disruption available to him. And he actually found Neoform off the top. So now let's see what he chooses to do with it.
Yeah, you can see he's got a Disciple of Freyalise there. That is a land. And he has all the other stuff here with his Allosaurus Riders and that kind of stuff.
I believe Noe is going to win this game. I think, he's going to take his time, as he has demonstrated that he's willing to do. But really, he has an amazing position here with the combo and the Pact of Negation against an opponent who really doesn't have that much instant speed interaction. So what he could do, for example, is, pitch your Veil of Summer and your other Allosaurus Rider Neoform into, for example, Galta Stampede Tyrant, put Atraxa Grand Unifier onto the battlefield. You could even use Summoner's Pact to get another powerful green creature. And, what's the worst that could happen? Well, he gets to Pact of Negation whatever Antonin might do to throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, here we go. Neoform on turn 2 from Noe. And all Antonin can do is sit there and watch. He doesn't have any way to interact right now. The best play he can make is just running out Philia.
So he might
exactly what you said, Reed.
He might get Xenagos and just win the game outright. Yeah, Xenagos got him Rebels.
Did.
Wow.
So you're saying this is lethal?
Yeah, he's going to make that Galta a 26 power trample haste creature, and that's it. That's the fastest. That's the fastest game we've ever commentated.
Literally a turn 2 win.
Literally a turn 2 win. Yeah, Neoform. It's usually like quote unquote a turn 2 combo deck because, in practice it's like, okay, well, I made a Traxa and I stacked my really strong hand of 7 cards, so I effectively won the game, even though it takes me 3 attacks to do it. But that was like, no, actually, you are dead before you get a turn 3. That's it.
Wow. Holy smokes. Well, Antonin looks like he's sitting back in his chair. Noe liked the matchup. I think he said it was the best matchup in the field, I think is what he said. So maybe Antonin is just kind of on cruise control here going, well, I mean, he literally had no options that game. Like, he tried, he mulliganed, but it was just, he didn't have it. I guess Thoughtseize was the only way out. And even then, in that particular case, Noe had the answer then too. So yeah. Rough start here for Antonin.
However, if you're an Antonin fan, that's sort of part of the plan. You, of course, hope to spike game 1, but really, the normal way that things are supposed to go is that the combo deck wins the first game. You get to board in most of your sideboard, and then you scrap out the next 2. So there's, we're still very much live for that outcome, even though that was a very impressive showing from the Neoform deck.
It was. Although I do see the death knell here for anybody who plays against Noe, and that's people bringing in High Noon against him. He just sidesteps that card with ease. I feel like he's turned it on his opponents more than it's been a problem for him. He just keeps playing huge creatures once each turn. It just says, here, you have to keep answering these. Still, that's
right,
what, 7 cards coming in?
So Antonin had a very, anti-creature opening 7 cards that he quickly mulliganed. This one's a lot better, though. He's got a functional hand with a Thoughtseize and a Consign to Memory. He's definitely keeping this. And on the other side, Noe, he's got, let's call it a functional hand. He doesn't have the combo rolled up, but he can play Icefang Coatl and Eldritch Evolution that if he likes, and importantly, he can just get out nicely in the early turns with some land drops and maybe surveil lands.
Straight away, Antonin has to try to decide what to go for here. There's a combo piece with Eldritch Evolution. We've also seen Icefang Coatl come down and be annoying for the opponent. There's 2 copies of Eldritch Evolution. Atraxa, I don't know, does Antonin care if Atraxa's in hand?
I think that would be the last choice. And I think I support Antonin taking the Ice Fang Coatl there, because at worst it's like, you know, a nice helpful cantrip, but also he lost the previous time these two players played to Ice Fang Coatl being converted into an Abhorrent Oculus, and his hand is not very good against that this time either. So, you know, tempting to be like, oh, I'm gonna take away your generous end and try to mana screw you. I think that's usually not my preferred way to play. So I'm right there with Antonin in terms of making the same choices he would have made so far in this game.
Yeah, the only way that plan usually works is if you have significant pressure to back it up, right? If you can say, maybe you miss a land drop and I can actually hammer you for 5 next turn and, you know, actually make this work. But as it stands, he just has no pressure going at all. So,
well, right, Marshall, he found Allosaurus Rider, so he can go for the full combo next turn, and we will see if Antonin can put up any kind of defense there. He does have the Consign, but the Consign doesn't outright counter any of the combo pieces. It's more like, oh, maybe I can stop, you know, your Galta trigger, your Atraxa trigger, but, you know, it's got to be part of a balanced recipe. It's not going to save you all on its own.
Yeah, and you can see he's just running out the Overlord of the Baelmerk. He will be able to play Flooded Strand and keep that Consign up, but that's going to reveal a lot of information to Noe about what might be going on in Antonin's hand and what the possibilities are with only 1 mana available.
So he grabbed Teferi. That is pretty effective against Neoform, but, you know, we're obviously a turn away from that.
Right. He's going to blink the Overlord of the Baelmerk here with the Philia. Get in for 2 damage. And there's the Overlord again.
Okay, he found Solitude. So here he can set himself up with Solitude, white card, Consigned to Memory.
Hey, that was big.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Noe is going to go for a Grizzlebrand here, because going for just Galta or just Atraxa, something like that, would get stopped by Consigned to Memory. Grizzlebrand is a lot more effective, as he can draw 7 or 14 cards basically uncontested. But, you know, the difference between this and previous games is that Antonin has a very, very real board. So he has to be, you know, he has to feel a sense of urgency, put it that way.
Yeah, one of the many combos in the deck is to impend with Overlord of the Baelmerk and then blink it with your Philia, which is exactly what happened. He also picks up a +1/+1 counter on Philia, so 8 power on the other side is no joke. And we see Planar Genesis on the stack here for Noe.
He could get Ureni, which the enters the battlefield trigger could attempt to kill Felia, and that would get countered by Consign, but it is a 10/10 protection from white and black, so that would definitely make the game interesting.
So he ended up getting a land.
I think Noe's in pretty strong shape here, but it's not, the game is not over. It's not a foregone conclusion like we've seen it be in some previous combo games.
Okay, here we go. Allosaurus Rider goes on the stack. And now, since Noe has priority still, he can use Eldritch Evolution, where Antonin can't interact with that part of it. And there's Ureni. Now he can counter this triggered ability if he wants.
Yep. I mean, I think he should.
Man, protection from, like, your deck? What does he do against this Ireni?
Well, what Antonin has to do is he has to create a board state where if Noe attacks and, loses the Ireni as a blocker, then Antonin threatens lethal. So basically, can you present 17 damage in the course of 2 turns? It's a tall order, but, the Felia Overlord combo is pretty impressive. He could also try to set up, Solitude his own creatures to get just barely above 20 life, because the difference between 2 attacks and 3 is quite meaningful here.
He has decided to consign a memory the trigger that will keep Felia alive. Another Overlord. So I guess you could have both of those online.
Yeah, so I think this makes sense. You're going to start with Impend the Overlord. Hopefully grab something. If you attack with Felia and Overlord, you're going to get in a couple points of damage and set up your other Overlord to be a meaningful threat. Still not quite there, but, getting towards what I said of can you assemble 17 damage over the course of 2 turns. Oh, Quantum Riddler can just block Ireni, which...
Oh, he can blink that now.
Yeah, so that also changes the math quite a lot.
Now, he will be losing his Felia in that transaction, so he's going to attack with Overlord of the Baelmerk as well. And basically, Noe gets to just choose which one, but it feels like if you leave the Felia on the board, you're basically asking for the other Overlord to become a creature much earlier as well. So you kind of have to take your medicine here from the Riddler and probably just eat the Felia, right?
That sounds right to me.
There's a
yeah.
damage difference, but all right. Flicker Wisp. Oh man. And then on end step, a whole bunch of triggers here. There's a Quantum Riddler. There's also the Warp trigger, but that won't apply to this permanent anymore. There's the High Noon. Oh, this has been a real game.
Yeah, well, a really awesome one.
Yeah, he went for Ireni, which is, theoretically stabilized him and put him tantalizingly close to just turning it sideways and winning. But Antonin has been able to keep up. Kind of surprisingly. Looks like Noe's deciding if he wants to crack his Misty Rainforest here.
Yeah, so what could he find that would be helpful?
Guess just
a creature that he could cast, like a Hooting Mandrills, would be the best thing.
Mm-hmm.
He only has one more of those that he has access to. What else?
And then he would Eldritch Evolution that away? Is that the
right? Yeah,
idea?
Basically just combo a second time.
Right. Life totals precarious for both players. They're at 12.
Yeah, so Noe's in this situation where he needs to connect with the Ireni 2 times, and there's a blocker. So if he attacks, he's not in position to win the race. If he doesn't attack, however, his opponent's just kind of burying him in value, and he's not going to win the long game either. So yeah, it makes sense. Like he kind of has to attack. And Antonin just goes to 2. And now things get interesting.
But he does not have lethal though. Right? He can attack for 9.
Yeah, he doesn't have lethal.
Oh, but yeah. Boy, that Quantum Riddler. So yeah, I guess he can attack for 9. He can Flicker Wisp the Riddler to get another card and still have Solitude my own guy back up to 7. Yeah, it still just fully relies on the Quantum Riddler chump blocking the Ireni next turn. Like it has to be there to do that. Boy, this is a really close game.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Very different from game one.
Now, one of the ways that Antonin could lose is if he does attack with the Riddler with the plan of Flicker Wisping it back as a blocker. Because consigned to memory...
He just Eldritch Evolutioned away a Rennie.
Yep. He decided that wasn't good enough to win on its own, so we're going for the Griselbrand route.
But that is very much not protection from white and black. And Antonin has all types of ways to interact here. So he's going to start off with Solitude. But Noe's at 4. What can he even find? I guess he just has to recombo again.
So he can counter the Solitude trigger. And keep the Griselbrand as a blocker. However, Overlord of the Baelmerk is just going to attack and pick up the Solitude again.
Right.
So the game might not end, but there's no way that I can really see Noe keeping the Griselbrand on the battlefield. I mean, I guess he can counter this Solitude and then draw into like some pact, Pact of Negation. He didn't find that though.
No, and he's down to 4 life. And Antonin is just flush with ways to get Griselbrand out of the way. He's got Flicker Wisp to Fairy, and he's going to get a Solitude back into his hand when the Overlord attacks. He's got literally 3 different ways to get it out of the way.
Yep. Yeah, so it looks like Antonin is going to win this game and equalize the score, beating a 10-10 flying with protection from his whole deck.
That's wild. But he could have taken the crackback, right? He just determined that if he sequenced it out, he wouldn't win the game. That was the bottom line there.
That's the bottom line. Yep, exactly right. He just figured, look, it's like a chess game, like we know the next couple moves that are going to be made. We're both really strong players. And I can see that this end game is not going to lead to me winning. So I need to sort of take a different gambit and hope something changes.
And so basically it was he attacks, it goes unblocked, Antonin falls down to 4. Then Antonin cracks back for 9, pushes Noe down to 3. Then Noe attacks for 10, it gets chump blocked, and then he just dies to the crackback. That was the sequence that he's trying to avoid.
Yeah, correct. And with the Overlord of the Baelmerk attacking uncontested, it's like Antonin's probably going to play 2 more creatures every turn. So, it's just not getting any better, even compared to what you see on the board already being unfavorable.
And there we go. There's Flicker Wisp to get Griselbrand out of the way and clear the way for not 1, but 2 lethal attackers. Antonin facing down Ireni when he's playing a heavily skewed towards white and black deck. You see these blue cards, really those are sideboard cards, and then he has the Riddlers in there. That was a wild game, and Antonin finds the win to force game 3 in our grand final. Of course it goes to 3, Reed. We're getting a real show put on for us here today. We've had a bunch of great matches.
Yeah, that was awesome because that was really both decks on display. Where Antonin, he didn't shut the combo player out of the game. Instead, he just presented this tiny little element of disruption, followed by executing his own game plan in a really strong, robust way. And that was just enough. It was like, you know what? Without the Thoughtseize, you would have comboed fast. It wouldn't have been enough. With the Thoughtseize and my own deck being as powerful as it is, I could actually beat that 10-10 flying if it's 1 turn behind schedule. And that's just the type of game I love.
Man, that was a cool game. So players finalizing sideboards to see who's going to take this thing down. As I mentioned, they're playing for an additional $4,000 added to their prize pool. You can see the route to victory here was significantly different for these players. Antonin 5-1 on the day. I mean, he is stacking up that money too. He's doing really well. Got the 3-0 in vintage queue, but narrowly missed in modern as well. Noe clearing the path for himself here. Does he have what it takes? Remember, Noe's back on the play again this time.
Yeah, and he has the combo all rolled up. So he just has, like, basically, if we were to show a tutorial video of how the Neoform deck works, he has that hand.
Mm-hmm.
Antonin had kind of a, maybe you could justify keeping, but a mediocre 7. He did mulligan to 6, and he didn't find Thoughtseize. He did find Mystical Dispute and Consign, and that's good news because it does so happen that Noe's combo is based on Neoform, which is vulnerable to the Mystical Dispute, whereas Eldritch Evolution wouldn't have been.
Nice rip here for
he just passes.
Noe. Yeah, he found Planar Genesis off the top. So I think he just figures, well, I can be patient here. And not just
so he'd be looking for Veil of Summer, one of the best cards he could find. You know, if he finds Eldritch Evolution, then that plays around Mystical Dispute, Pact of Negation. I don't think he left in all 4 of those, but that would be really strong for him to protect his own combo. So it's going to be a big couple of turns here in terms of deciding who is going to be the Mox champion.
Antonin in agony over what to do with this Surveil. Man, every decision. Oh, it was Teferi. But he decided to bin it. I mean, he recognizes he needs to leave up this blue mana kind of forever, right? Like the turn after this, he wants to probably go for the Warped Riddler and leave up blue. There's Planar Genesis, but Antonin's just going to let that one rip, it looks like. Two methodical players here. Interesting that Noe, we were talking about how the clock can become a consideration, but it's one of the benefits of playing a deck like the one he's playing is he is thoughtful. He does take his time, but he's got tons of clock to spare because this deck, you know, is a combo deck. It's not the one where you have to make decision after decision after decision after decision. It kind of compacts everything down to a few very important decisions that you have to get right. If you don't, you're probably just going to lose, but clock doesn't really come into play there.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Marshall. You know, if you play a fast deck in a Magic tournament, it doesn't mean you play fast. It doesn't mean you get this like reckless hothead mentality where, you know, everything has to be snap of the fingers. Instead, it means the opposite. It means I'm going to play a small number of turns with super challenging, meaningful decisions, and I'm going to take my time to make sure I get those decisions right. And I think that's exactly what we've seen out of Noe throughout the course of today.
Yeah, it's funny because this Neoform deck has nothing to do with it, but there's similarities to like Mono Red, right? If you watch a really great Mono Red player play, they will agonize over every possible point of damage, every line of play, because those decks can be very unforgiving. And interestingly, even though this is a blue-green Neoform deck, it has some similarities there. Oh, he found Endurance. It's funny.
Yeah, it looks like he just wants to
be land go.
Flash in the Endurance. So I think the theme of these post-sideboard games is that he doesn't want to put himself out on a limb where he can lose his whole hand against one piece of disruption. Instead, it's like, all right, what do you think about a 3-mana Endurance? What do you think about a Delve Tooting Mandrills? And then, you know, just knowing that he has that combo in the chamber ready to go if the opponent puts the shields down, if he finds a window to do it.
Ooh, there's a Thoughtseize off the top there for Antonin. That could be a very telling option for him. It looks like he's not going to cast it this turn. I'm sure the Veil of Summer looming means that he'd rather wait to set up a little further.
Yep, I think that's right.
Endurance is going to hit the battlefield, and Noe is just going to take this same game plan that he's taken. Basically, like, you know, this deck's all about like 8 mana creatures, and post board it's like 3 mana creatures. Do something about these guys. Here comes Endurance slamming into the red zone. Take that, Antonin. Down to 15.
Hey, I mean, if he had gotten 3 extra damage in the second game, that would have definitely changed the equation. So don't underestimate it.
And I guess, especially now that he's the one who's ahead on board with the Endurance chipping away, Noe just feels like he can just say land go again and just stay patient. He doesn't have really much going on. He just has Consign to Memory in hand. Otherwise, it's all combo pieces. But he just doesn't seem to be in a rush to try to combo off here.
I love the patience that both players are showing. Like, not casting the Thoughtseize from Antonin's side is really, really thoughtful play.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder what would break that stalemate. The Endurance is definitely putting some pressure on Antonin. It's not immediate clock that you can't overcome, but 3 is a lot. It adds up if you're going to do nothing. And here it is, Thoughtseize does go on the stack, and it is going to resolve. So this means that Antonin's going to get a lot of valuable information, and also he can just take away Neoform here if he wants.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, one approach you could take to the game is take the Neoform and then just throw caution to the wind and start playing your spells and just say, look, I'm gonna let this game come down to a couple of draw steps, and if you don't find your combo, that's it. You're gonna be out of the game. Or he could take a more measured approach and say, I'm never gonna tap out of this mystical dispute, but at the expense of giving the opponent way, way, way more time to set up and possibly draw out of a sticky situation. So let's see what he does.
Yeah, and I mean, if Neoform's a card he's worried about, the Mystical Dispute is almost not enough already. It's one more land. But of course, with Neoform being taken out of the hand, that means that it's at least 2 draw steps here for Noe to be able to fire it off and play around Mystical Dispute. So that's some nice wiggle room there for Antonin. So he's going to go ahead and combo off here, do exactly what you said, Reed. He is going to go for the Riddler and ephemerate it. He's just going big. There's the land off the top, but not that much to do with it. And look at this. 2 copies of High Noon, Emperor of Bones, and then the 2 counter spells in hand for Antonin, and he has dodged the bullet. Like, Noe is not comboing off this turn.
Yeah, I love the way really both players have played, but putting myself in Antonin's shoes, like I think I would have, or I hope I would have made all the choices the same as him. It's always hard to know if you would have the presence of mind when you're actually sitting in the hot seat, but I think he's just been so patient, exercised such good judgment, taken chances at the right time, played conservatively at the right time, and it's not easy to get those right, in all of these tough turns.
Yeah, both of these players showing great patience, and correctly so. If Noe would have become impatient and just gone for it, he would have gotten Mystical Disputed anyway. So I guess we're going to see Hooting Mandrills join the squad now. But boy, that Quantum Riddler, it looks big. 4/6 is kind of the perfect size. Yeah, this is very difficult spot now for Noe. I mean, I'm looking at this and kind of going, how's he going to get out of this? We could see High Noon come down with counters. We're going to see extra cards from the Riddler.
So that was Rebound Ephemerate. He blinks the Riddler, which means no attack this turn, but just the extra card is what matters in his judgment. He picked up Thoughtseize and Felia. Honestly, he's so far ahead on resources that it might be appropriate to just ignore those High Noons, pretend they don't exist.
Like he might be the one affected by them.
Right.
Can he activate it?
I don't believe so. I don't think he has any ways to make treasures or otherwise produce red mana.
Mm-hmm.
he could
It'd be
blink
kind
it
of a
with
stylish way
Felia.
to go out.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes. Okay, here's Thoughtseize, and he is going to take away Consigned to Memory, leaving Noe with just 2 Allosaurus Rider and nothing else going on. His resources have really dwindled, and he only finds another land off the top.
For all of this that we're saying, Marshall, Noe could just draw Eldritch Evolution or Neoform, and the game gets very, very exciting very quickly because, as you mentioned, Mystical Dispute is a hard counter. He now has 6 mana. He can play any spell in his deck, with 3 backup. Consigned to Memory doesn't outright counter the combo. It just has some corner case applications where it can stop some of the most degenerate stuff. But, this game is still one draw step away, which is why both players are really taking their time and trying not to leave any openings.
Is there a world where Noe just draws another land and just starts deploying the Allosaurus Riders? They're 7 mana, right?
Yeah, I guess what else? What else are you gonna do? They're 8/8s. Yep,
Yeah.
that would be
right.
That would be pretty cool.
Not exactly plan A, but you do what you got to do.
Absolutely.
Teferi Time Raveler off the top. If anything, Andon just wants to see a few more lands here. I think he's he's got so much action in his hand.
So you could go Teferi, bounce something, Felia, blink something. Doesn't really get you super far ahead. So yeah, it's tough. Like, he has all these cards, but none of the plays really get him ahead in the way that he wants to. Nothing gets him out of danger of the opponent just top decking the combo.
Exactly. Would assume that Misty Rainforest is going to go grab another Hedge Maze. Increase the land count and get that critical surveil. I mean, every card matters here. It looks like he's going to go for Teferi.
Yeah, I think that's right, because holding up all your mana doesn't really do that much for you. So I think, you want to play around a top deck, but if you can't do it, then just progress your game plan and make sure that, when you face the same decision again next turn, you're in just that tiny bit better spot.
He did hit a land off of the Teferi bounce of the Hooting Mandrills as well.
So he could play High Noon here,
clamps down.
And that would mean that Noe can't play a big creature and a combo piece in the same turn. So if he draws an Eldritch Evolution, it would just be, what can you get with your 3 mana Endurance? So that actually does seem like pretty good. I know I was saying earlier, maybe the High Noon is going to be more trouble than it's worth. But I think in terms of just being safe this one turn, it does sound pretty nice. And then, if you do need to get it off the battlefield, you can blink it with Felia for a turn. So I think that's probably a strong way to approach it.
Yeah, I think Antonin knows about the double Allosaurus Riders as well. So he knows, okay, I've now put a second green card in your hand. You could get that thing onto the battlefield and then sack it if you draw your Neoform or whatever. So, preventing one of those explosive, I mean, you can feel the boa constrictor of Antonin's list here just slowly start, like the Teferi's there, it's shutting off a few things, right? If he puts the High Noon down, it's like, well, now your combo potential goes away, and he's got the Quantum Riddler. Like, things are going to start really falling apart here for Noe pretty quickly. So here we go, High Noon on the stack, and it's going to resolve, and that just means fewer and fewer options here for Noe.
Yep, so you get 1 spell per turn at sorcery speed. That's it. Make it count.
Yeah, that's right. And he's going to go ahead and get in there as well with Felia. There's that Hedge Maze. This is where you really start to think about what the options are. You know, if you're in Antonin's seat, you're looking and going, well, what could you find? Right? What's the card I don't want you to find? You can see the nerves on Antonin here. He is definitely feeling the pressure, even though, you know, he's had a heck of a day already. He wants this championship. And to be fair to him, he's crushed it. He's 5-1 in this field. Like,
that is outstanding performance against the best players in the world.
Right. That's super tough. It also means he was one match away from just locking the thing up.
Yeah, and the person who beat him, that one loss, is Noe.
Mm-hmm. That's right. A little bit of a revenge match here. Mystical dispute.
Did you see that, Marshall? So he surveilled Neoform, put it in the graveyard, and then drew Mystical Dispute. So if Antonin had not cast the High Noon, had not drawn the land off of Teferi, we actually would have seen a combo turn.
Oh, and instead he draws Mystical Dispute, which he can't even cast here, like, at all. Oh, man. Antonin covering his bases, and he has to feel so good about that. When your opponent puts literally the card that their entire deck is named after in the yard voluntarily, you did something right. So now Antonin's sinking into his chair, thinking about, how do I finish this game off? What does the end game look like for me? He's got Emperor of Bones. Plays his land. He still has Consign to Memory and Mystical Dispute available depending on how things go. He just sniped a Neoform there with the Emperor. There's no creatures to take. He just had his graveyard wiped out, again with Endurance.
He could choose to attack with the Quantum Riddler. The race doesn't look super favorable for him, but, you know, you think about, like, Noe goes to 8 and then goes out on a limb to make a big attack on his turn. He does have to now worry about dying.
Right.
Also, Emperor of Bones means, like, you could just chump block with Felia and then be able to get that back with Adapt on the following turn. So I think this is exactly the right amount of aggression to demonstrate from Antonin. Oh, and another Mystical Dispute.
Just a complete blank. It's fallen apart here for Noe. Life totals are tied, but win percentage is definitely not. What a miserable hand here. He just can't cast any of his spells.
He cannot cast anything. So the only thing he could do is attack. It's not lethal. And, I mean, what you could attack Teferi, maybe? But
I guess so. But you have to just be so careful to not die on the crackback. So he just has to pass the turn back to Antonin, who has definitely took a hold of this game. He attacked for 4 last turn. And theoretically, he can do it again and set up the win next turn. Yeah, he does fall down to 7. And then I guess you just run the High Noon out. Still nothing to grab here, right, of consequence?
no, yeah, I mean, he has the ability to attack because the Emperor of Bones can become a 4/4. So, say for the sake of argument, you go attack with everything, blink your Hooting Mandrills, then no, he would have to block the Emperor of Bones or else he's dead.
He'd have to chump block it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So just adapt, beat the Endurance in combat. I think Antonin's just thinking, like, am I missing anything? Is there any way that goes badly for me? I'm not sure why he fetched on his main phase, because that,
It did change, yeah.
Yeah, it means that you could accidentally die to your opponent's board, which is not a great feeling, but I don't see any reason why it should come to that.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's playing against blue green, right? It's like, what is the way that this goes horrible for me? You know, I was thinking of the battle at the bridge or whatever, but that still doesn't quite get you there, even on the mandrels. So here's the chump block from Endurance. 6 damage coming across to knock Noe down to 2. He will get.
He could consign to make the mandrels not come back.
Oh, he consigns the Philia trigger, so there's not even a creature there, and there's just nothing left. It's Ureni off the top, and somehow Noe has 5 uncastables in his hand, and it looks like he's just typing in GG because Antonin Pranis has won the Mox. He wins the Vintage Cube Draft as the Modern Specialist, goes 2-1. His only loss of the tournament coming to Noe, and he extracts his revenge here in the grand final. Man, he really put on a show. And every time we cover Modern, Reed, it's the same story. The specialists win the day. You have to not only know Modern as a format, but you have to know your deck and every matchup intimately, and he does.
He does, and he did it his way, which I appreciate. That was a really, really exciting event. Antonin coming into the grand finals, having lost the matchup already, Noe winning the first game on turn 2. You got to feel for him a little bit, like he was in such good position in a matchup that he perceived as really favorable, ended up just barely not getting there in 2 close sideboarded games. I'll say also, I appreciated having the players' webcams on for that last game. Like Antonin, just that sigh of relief, like all the tension built up, finally releasing and saying, man, I did it. Like I'm the champion after 7 hard fought rounds.
That's right. I actually had a word to speak with our champion as well. Let's hear from him now. Antonin, we meet again. Congratulations. You just took down this champion showcase. Kind of an interesting route. You won your cube match, but you consider yourself more of a Modern specialist and were able to finish up the grand final in Modern. What do you think about the route that you took to victory?
Oh, it's completely crazy, to be honest. As like the cube, I wasn't confident at all at the beginning, but then it all came together. I was a bit more confident in Modern, and even when I saw the meta that there was, I think, like 4 Jeskais. So with my deck choice, I felt confident about just against Jeskai and against Goryo, but I didn't want to meet Neoform, which I met in second round, and Xenomon defeated me easily. But in the finals, I was able to take the revenge there.
Oh, man, incredible run for you. Are you going to, so what's the card that you think about the most that got you over the finish line? Is it looking back to the Black Lotus from your vintage cube draft? Is it something specific from your constructed deck that got you there?
Yeah, I think definitely Black Lotus from the vintage cube deck, because without it, my deck would be horrendous and didn't stand a chance. But yeah, and I don't know, in the Modern deck, I think everything like went well. I drew well, and the deck performed as I hoped it will be.
Now, interesting, your opponent in the grand final there said that he was doing a little bit of scouting. He was trying to figure out if anybody was playing with their deck, or if maybe he could figure out what people were playing in the tournament. And he said that you just played on your main account with the deck that you were playing and kind of just planted your flag and said, hey, this is where I'm at. In fact, he even thought that you might be pulling a little switcheroo at the last minute and saying, I'm playing this, but really show up with something else. But you didn't. You took this Esper Plink deck, you played it on your main, and then you played it in the tournament as well. You must be very confident with this deck.
Yeah, I think I'm playing the Esper Blink for like 4 or 5 months now, and it's basically the only deck that I'm playing, so I didn't want to like hide it or anything, because I think everyone should do some some like scouting before this tournament, and I think everyone would know what I would be playing. Like, yeah, so I was doing the same. I was thinking that he will be on Storm because he played it a lot. He surprised me with Neoform, but yeah, in the end it was fine.
And then, but you're still able to get past it. Incredible stuff. What a day for you. You get to take home a whole bunch of money, maybe put it towards a Black Lotus in real life, so you have something to to commemorate the win. But also you've locked up, of course, that world championship seat as well. This is a big day. What's going through your mind?
Actually, it's pretty incredible. Like last year in January, on my first RC, I qualified for the Pro Tour for the first time. Then now in Antwerp RC, I was able to qualify for my second Pro Tour. So
Wow.
Now I have unbelievable streak of insane results, and I'm just waiting for it to end because it's really unbelievable.
I've seen this before, Anton, and I have to say, when a player's ready, it can kind of all come together and put together this streak. And it seems like you might be next up. So fantastic job. And congratulations once again for taking on this whole thing. And we'll see you at the World Championship.
Thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to participate in this tournament.
Yeah, I bet it was a pleasure to participate in the tournament. That was a very nice way to say I rolled this thing. He only lost one round for the whole day. A very impressive performance by him. And you heard him say, Reed, he's been qualifying for the PT multiple ways over the, at the end of last year. And I always see that, the good players start to really knock at the door and it's like, hey, I picked up a PTQ and hey, I won this. Oh, I qualified on this. And all of a sudden they start showing up and you see them at the PT, every single time at some point.
Of any tournament on the Magic calendar, the Mox is the one where like, look, these players are the real deal. They have put in the work. They have played a lot of matches at an extremely high level of competition. And so, we have a very deserving champion in our hands in Antonin. He's now qualified for the Pro Tour and Worlds. And I think he's put himself in a position where, he knows how to prepare for these events. He knows how to play his cards. And I won't be surprised, by any outcome in terms of his results in this coming year, 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of potential there for Andon. We look forward to seeing him out at the PT and at the world stage. Let's zoom out a little bit and take a look at how things played out from the tournament perspective for each of the players as far as, winnings and how everything went with that. You can see Antonin just completely crushed it, going 5-1. The 3-3 for Noe, 2-4, 4-2 for Claudio. A really good showing from him as well. A couple more 3-3s right in the middle of the field, and then the 2-4s. But overall, everybody kind of congregated near the middle there, with the one exception being Antonin just smashing everybody. Really great stuff by him.
Yeah, for sure. Just, you can see Antonin, like, it's actually 6-1 after, counting the grand finals.
Yeah.
So just very, very clearly, like, pacing the field there. Everyone else clumping in the middle, but great job to Claudio, showing strong performance across two very, very different, very challenging formats. And I'll tell you, like, if you're watching at home and you haven't been in the mix, you have to fight and claw for every single game win in this tournament. So for the folks who went 3-3, that's a hard day's work. Job well done. Like, this is just, I can't stress enough how tough and how well prepared these players are and how hard the games are.
Yeah, the other thing that stands out when you take a look at our players here is how international the field is. No Americans in the field at all. And this is a really great way to showcase some of the amazing players that we have around the world that Magic Online lets you bring together and really let the cream rise to the top. And as you can see, we got crushers from across the globe represented here. So very impressive in that way as well.
Yeah,
really
that's
cool.
super
Take
well
a look
said,
at the
Marshall. And also like players that might not have opportunities to compete otherwise, people that have to travel really far to play in a qualifier tournament or, just whatever, for whatever reason, it doesn't fit their schedule or their lifestyle or their resources to go play the paper tournaments, but they get the opportunity to compete and show their stuff from home through this Magic Online Championship Series. And I think that's really awesome.
Really great. And take a look at the prizes awarded to our players. I mean, not too bad when you show up and get, quote, last place for $3,000.
Hey, no kidding.
And then you can see it goes right up the chain there. 15,000 going to Antonin as our champion. Congratulations once again to him. Great stuff from the feature and a really fun day of commentary as well. Reed, that's going to do it for us for here from the Magic Online Championship Showcase. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. For Reed Duke, for Ely Cassis, for Bob and the production team, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe saying we'll see you next time.